Welcome to day 3 of the Dragonlands North American Regional Finals. I'm Casanova, and we are here with our final 8 to try and send a couple players to the Dragonlands Championship. So let's take a look at what we've done this weekend. We started out with 24 players on day 1. We cut it down to 16 on day 2. And now we have the 8 remaining players here to play in 6 games. The top 2 will qualify to the Dragonlands Championships, and the finalist with the highest average placement across all 3 days will join them. The remaining top 2 finalists will qualify to the Western Last Chance Qualifier to try and find their spot as well. But there's also $25,000 on the line, with $8,000 going to first, $5,000 going to second, and all of the top 8 are taking home a piece of the pie. But I want to be able to talk about the players a little bit, and so I've brought in Bryce and Frodan to join me, and Bryce is slowly turning into Frodan, so it's kind of, it's happening right now. We've got wings over here, we've got, you know, whatever's going on here.
I'm Deja, he's Zippy.
Deja
how
and Zippy,
can you not tell?
I need the somersault.
I'm the carry, and he's the one who takes all the frontline abuse.
I just needed Bryce to do a somersault if I was going to really get it, I think.
That's
and
true.
I don't know if I'm going to get that.
Listen, I can't embarrass this man doing a somersault in front of him, but look, what can I say? The only thing harder than winning a North American Regional Championship is trying to outdress this man on broadcast for 3 days, so I found the tech.
We take those.
I just stole his clothing.
Steal his clothing, all we know is
He
that
actually literally did. He came to my room, asked for a set of clothing, and I gave it to him.
next time Bryce comes back on camera, he's going to have blue hair as well. It's the way it goes.
I am evolving.
He's evolving.
Frodan is
Similar
the
to
final.
our analysis, actually. Just come to my room and ask for it. And I just gave it to him.
All right, well, let's jump in and start talking about the players. Let's talk about some of our 8 players that are here. Kaivicks, most points on day 1. What is one word to describe Kaivicks?
Kaivicks, one word described Kaivicks, I would say well-rounded. You look at the way Kaivicks stats are as we spent overnight compiling some data.
That's a nice royal we.
What Nature's and his team of loyal admins. Kaivicks doesn't lead any categories in this. Yes, he has the best average placement. That's the only stat that he'll actually lead. If you look, he's top 3 in a bunch of these categories. Gold, his itemization, his average HP, even his streaking percentages. And that just tells me that he is doing a lot of things right. And you don't have to be particularly flashy about it. Sometimes he fast 9, sometimes he rolls at 7. A lot of times he's just trying to go with it. And of course, Kaivicks can re-roll. That's the craziest part of it all. How is the man who comes in, you know, kicking the same thing 10,000 times, ends up being one of the most diverse players in terms of what he is open to? That's so surprising to me.
It is, and he was one of the least prepared players coming in the field, so this is all instinct, baby, and it is really working out for Kaivicks. He's been one of the most well-rounded players that we have in the field. He has shown stylistic flexibility. He's one of the widest players in terms of the strategies he's open to, the units he's open to, and it has been a joy to watch him dominate days 1 and 2.
And that means he still has his techs. There's still some things that he has up his pocket that he can whip out today if the situation calls for it.
Yeah, and well, I want to continue on this line. I want to talk about the other player with a similar AVP to Kaivicks. Give me one word for Rainplosion.
Yeah, one word to describe Rainplosion this weekend has been fearless. Rainplosion has been playing a first or 8th style, but the thing is she doesn't actually have any 8s. She has 4 first places. She has been, when you look at her data, the person most willing to trade HP for econ. So if you actually look at it, she's been behind on HP early in these games. She's been building up her economy, and she's been understanding how to play from behind. Some of that is, you know, getting lucky at times, getting bailed out, but part of it has also been that she's played towards strategy. She's one of the only re-rollers in this game, and it's been very strong strategy for her so far.
I think that's the meta read advantage that she has. I think some people who watch her say, you know what, I'm not seeing any particular standouts in, say, like the positioning or any like crazy out there plays, but Rainplosion has very solid understanding and knowledge. I think that's her edge. And you look at the way her playstyle is, right? The fact that she has a lot of times the most gold, and the fact that she has the lowest health, and she's also not slamming items very often during stage 2. It's kind of reminiscent of former champion Milk, who like plays this kind of style. So if you like this high risk, high reward, but also not really mitigate, or not really, she's mitigating a lot of that risk, I think Rainplosion is definitely one of the favorites coming into today.
Yeah, at the end of the day, she plays to win the game. She's been doing that not just in this tournament, but throughout the entirety of the set. Look out for Rainplosion here on day number 3.
All right, well, let's take a look at the #1 TFT influencer and see how Soju's been doing. What's one word for Soju in this tournament?
One word to describe Soju in this tournament is
Just
broke. Okay, yeah, we need a lot of words to describe this man, but I'm going with broke for this morning or for this afternoon. He has been behind on gold for basically the entirety of every game which he's playing. If you take a look at our handy-dandy graphic here, where if you zoom in, you can actually see this line.
Zoom in.
What this is red across the board for Soju if you can't see it, and what that means is he is behind the rest of our top 8 players in gold basically at every stage of the game. Part of that is because he's been, playing towards that from a strategic perspective, right? He's been willing to roll on tempo a lot more consistently throughout the game. He has been also balancing that out with slamming a lot of items. He's been one of the least greedy players with his items, not just at the beginning of the game, but throughout the game. Basically, rarely has open components.
Yeah, it was black and white and red all over. It's Soju's stats column, apparently. He's dead last in all these economic criteria that we're looking at all stages of the game. But if you look closer, it's Soju becoming a new Soju. The old Soju first or 8th will send it 9, take late game specialist, and augment that people say is designed for Soju stream moments. He's playing a lot more fluid. He's also willing to roll at a lot of stage intervals that people are not. 3-1, 3-3, 3-6. You see him spending gold, but he feels like he needs to. I think we have a new Soju. It's not K3 Soju, it's Day 3 Soju, and I'm ready to see him pop off.
Yeah, yesterday I predicted Soju would make it to day number 3, and you made a little bit of fun of me. You said you wanted to see it to believe it. Here we are on day 3. I've got one more prediction for you. Soju will be qualifying for the World Championship by the time the day is over.
Okay, all right, I like it. All right, well, let's talk about another player who, especially at the start, when we did the roll down, it was said people were laughing, but they should fear him. He's now made it to the top 8. Give me a word for P-God, Prestivan.
Prestivan is aggressive, and I think that you look at how he's able to streak some of the most times out of anybody. He's streaking at 2-7 42% of the time. This is a pretty incredible stat, and you show that his HP lead is what's been getting him to this point. He's been able to have the highest health, but the problem is he falls off in stage 5. He's taking massive hits. So is it because he's front-loading all his resources and he's not able to transition? There could be a ton of reasons as to why. Maybe people are just hitting late-game dragons. But I think it's reflected in his average placement 4.0. The first time Preston probably averaged 4.0 in anything. But I am really impressed with the way he's been able to carry his lead. So many players have actually completely petered out. We saw Bertosaurus, for example, early streakers, but he went 8, 7 so many times from that streaking position in stage 2.
Yeah, when you look at P-God's early game in particular, one of the really interesting things is that he's not actually slamming his items. We were talking about Soju never greeting items. Prestivan's basically the opposite of that. He is constantly holding on to item components in the early game, and despite that, he's been able to win streak so much in the early game. He has an insane beat on stage 1 and stage 2 in this meta. Actually, his friend Soju, when he was talking about what's making Prestivan so special, he said he's by far the best early game player in the field, and the data bears that out.
I mean, that sounds like something Soju would say, particularly because Soju teaches Prestivan early game all the time, talks about it on stream. So is Soju really complimenting Prestivan or complimenting himself?
If you look at this data, it's a master becomes, or a student becomes the master situation, right?
Let's go with the data on this one.
A little bit of both. But either way, thank you so much for going through the these first 4 with me. We want to go through the next 4 as well. I'm bringing in Khroen and Admirable to do just that, so don't go anywhere. It'll just be a short change. All right, welcome back. I've got Khroen and Admirable with me now, ready to go over the rest of our field here. Y'all ready for this?
Oh, I'm ready for this. I feel like I've been ready the entire time right now. It's pretty much what we've spent the entire morning doing. Is kind of getting ready for this point.
Yeah, this is a huge point. There's a lot of data collected, and there's some really interesting storylines to really build out here going to the final day of the regional finals.
All right, let's kick it off. Let's just get right into it. I want to start with Kurumx, Liquid Kurumx. I want one word for Kurumx.
Yeah, I feel like the word for Kurumx has been clutch in this one. I feel like that his gold count pretty much across the board has been pretty deliberate in all of his actions that he's been taking place. And when it comes to stage 5, this is really a big standout point. Kurumx has held the most gold going into stage 5 for this one. He tends to take the least damage on stage 5 as well, and so what that tells me is he's fleshing out his board very nicely when it comes to stage 4, which is really, I think, where his main focus is. He's spending so much gold when he gets to that point to really build out his team. And kind of leading into that point, he spends almost no gold on the 4-5. He is typically the player who spends the least amount of gold at that spot. And that's really something that's spelling it out, is that Khroen has a deliberate game plan in mind. It's get as strong as you can at stage 4, get to stage 5, and then power it out.
Yeah, and then extra context about how he gets there, right? It's a lot of aggressive play in the stage 2. He always will level up on 2-1 to level 4 every single time. He has this aggressive tempo where he's slamming items, never lose streaks. Not once out of the 12 games of this tournament has he lost streaked 4+ times in stage 2. So there's some context there.
All right, well, Khroen has definitely been impressive to see, especially in his big comebacks, being very clutch. Another player I want to talk about, his teammate, Liquid Robin. I want to get one word for Robin.
I'd say the one word for Robin is efficient on this one. And again, kind of looking at it, it's very clear what his game plans are. And this is where one of the most interesting data points comes from me on this one. Robin almost has no gold spent on 3-2. Like, it is just ridiculous how strong and efficient he has been in the early game. He's holding a ton of gold going into the end of stage 2. And he has his game plan, again, very cut and dry on this one. It's get to stage 4 and it's start powering out the board on that one. When Robin's going to spend gold, he spends gold. And if he's not going to spend gold, he doesn't at all. On the intermediary rounds, he's not doing anything. But when he's spending gold, he is cranking it all.
Yeah, in his stage 2s, actually, he's not spending any gold at all, but still able to get these really, really strong boards. He's still win streaking on stage 2 comparably or better than the rest of the pack, just without spending that gold. That's why he's able to transition into these level 8 boards. And level 9, Robin doesn't really go there. He's consistent. He wants to be playing for this, top 3, top 4 placement. That's why he has a very low 1st or 8th, right? But he's doing it so efficiently with that narrow style of play, but it's so, so good.
Yeah, his level 9 is 17%, where the average on the field is closer to about 38.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll see if he can repeat his previous regional success as well here today on day 3 of the Dragonlands regional finals. But let's go talk about our point leader on day 2, Goobums. Give me a word for Goobums.
Word for Goobums, very calculated. Over half of the games he's been able to win streak through stage, or win streak or loss streak in stage 2. But what's super interesting about Goobums is his tempo. He has the most, the gold spent throughout stages 2-5 through stage 5 is actually so different than the rest of the lobby. It's so different. He finds his own tempo. He's so prepared and has more outs, and he's able to execute them very, very flawlessly.
Yeah, a lot of his gold is like scattered throughout like the stage 3 presence. It's like he's willing to take these rolls on 3-6 to kind of spell his board out. I feel like I've seen him level on 3-6 as well, and it's like, this is a very unusual spot to do this, but Goobums has some pretty clear plans in mind, and I think it's related to what he's scouting out in the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Goobums really, he's coming into this event pretty confident, right? And he's been able to execute in a style that is so different than the rest of the field. He just has such a good read on the meta right now.
Yeah, I think Goobums is definitely a favorite coming into day 3 to make it to Worlds, and we'll see if he can duplicate his success from day 2 and make it happen. But last but not least, Satch. What a beautiful story. Second tournament, makes it all the way to day 3 of regionals. Give me a word for Satch.
Well, not Satch. That is not the word. He's here at day 3. It's kind of an anomaly. His anomaly of statistics. His average placement to get here into day 3 is 4.67. He's barely limped in 16th to get into day 1 to day 2. 8th place to get here. But what he is doing, or excuse me, what he's not doing, is streaking at all, kind of comparatively to Goobums, where he has the most win streaks in stage 2. Never lost streaking fully. Has one time, I think, where he's win streak in stage 2. He's also dealt the lowest number of damage to their players as well, so he's just kind of, it's the theme of limping in, but he's still got here. So today's maybe where he can shore up that play, start really going for that aggressive, maybe get the average placement up there, go for the first.
Yeah, when players are having these win streaks or loss streaks, someone's got to fill in those spots right there, and that's where Satch has been sitting, is he's been filling it in. So he's having these bounce back and forths on this win and loss streak, and that can really hurt your game plan going into stage 3.
Well, I think it's really cool because the spot he's in with that average placement, there's almost no shot that he's making in off of average placement. So it is first, second, or bust for Satch today. It's going to be do or die, and I'm excited to see what he does. But let's take a look at the composition recap from day 1 and 2. Talk about what the meta has looked like a little bit here.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like I'm going to stick with Goobums on what he said, where it just felt like that Deja was not as strong as he expected. A lot of times that we have seen Deja, I feel like in its primary strength, Khroen, is that players have been transitioning from Deja into Aurelion Soul. You have these great items for it. You had to roll very aggressively to stabilize your board, and once you get stable, though, you can save up that gold, go to 9, and find that Aurelion Soul.
Wow, these are so fascinating. The Soifin carry or popularity rate is almost, you know, half of that what is on day 1. Still, the top 4 percentage is about the same, but the Seraphine Graves actually more popular, lower top 4 rate. But when players get it and they get it online, maybe able to get to that really calculate game board, the percentage to win goes up by 8%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been interesting to look at with Deja and Seraphine, particularly 2 comps that people came in expecting to play a ton of, and the statistics not lining up, but one of the big reasons potentially being that it's so heavily contested that we're seeing that top 4 rate dip, and really the big one to look at for Seraphine Graves is that win rate increasing. It seems like players are finding the correct spots for it more often, but with that, if you're finding correct spots, you might want to find the correct winners on the days. Check out Fantasy TFT, where you can pick the winners. You can pick who you think is going to win, who you think is going to do well, and play along in the real-time fantasy game. Check them out in the app or on the web over on fantasytft.com. Without further ado, we're going to try and kick off Game 1 in just a moment here. So let's talk a little bit about our lobby a little bit more. Is there any player that you're specifically looking to talk about here, Khroen?
Oh, I think we got to look at some of the underdogs going to this event, or what some would call them, but they have the highest point, or the highest average placement. It's Rainplosion and Kaivicks. I think 2 standout players. They've done so well throughout the course of the event. Definitely looking to see if they can carry momentum forward, because it's likely that one of them, even if they don't top 2, will be getting to Worlds off of just average placement, as long as they don't fall out in the bottom 8, a couple times in a row.
Yeah, I want to emphasize this point as well. Bryce had talked about Kaivicks, and he said he kind of beats to his own drum when it comes to the game plan here. And Rainplosion, I feel like, is sitting in that same spot as well, where you don't have this giant study group that's taking place. You don't have this echo chambery effect that can happen. And so what they're doing is they're scouting out what other players are doing. They're taking their VOD reviews, looking over the meta, and you're like cherry picking the best things that are coming out of that. And so what happens in that spot is you now have a lot more lines that you have to learn, but once you have those in mind, you are able to execute so many opportunities that other players just don't know.
I mean, Khroen, talk to me about regionals, Robin. This is a big thing, right? Like, I know this is a big storyline people love to talk about, and you got to break it down. Who is regionals, Robin?
Regionals Robin gets day 3 every single time. The past 2 regionals, he's been first, he's been 7th, always gets here. Now it's time to clutch up, right? He can always be there with the consistency. That doesn't really necessarily translate into the first race style of play that you might need to, get the first couple spots, qualify for Worlds. He did it just a couple of sets ago, 1-1-1, 5-1-1.
Yeah.
He really popped off. So are we going to see that same Robin here today? I really hope we do.
Oh, absolutely not. It's going to be 1-1-1, 1-1-1.
Oh, it's even better.
Just full wins across the board. But also, I mean, I know you love talking about these dynamics, Admirable, about how you have to play differently in tournament based on your spot. Satch, sitting with a 4.67. It is first or second. That's all that matters. I mean, I guess LCQ still exists, right? That still is a thing, but everybody's looking to qualify now.
This is the most aggressive cutoff that technically takes place. Day 1 we went 24 to 16. Day 2 we go from 16 to 8. Here, there's 2 coveted prizes you're looking for. It is first and second. Now, if you're in a position where your days have been very strong, you are looking at the average placement finish across 3 days. You can earn a spot there, and then the rest of it is the Western LCQ. But again, that Western LCQ spot, that's top 2 you're looking for there. So you're effectively repeating your day 3 here at the regional spot on that one. So, top 5, definitely a strong one to be here, but it's 1 or 2 is what you're looking for today.
1 or 2. I mean, it truly is the spot that you are trying to get to. You're trying to find that. But we're still looking to get into this lobby in just a moment. Khroen, we've gone through a lot of this lobby. We've talked about a lot of these players, but one we haven't touched on is Soju and peak form Soju. It didn't look that reflective in the stats, but he's still been playing some very good TFT.
Yeah, his stats are really interesting because he's kind of middling of the pack in a lot of them, but he still got here, right? He still showed up. And I think we can agree that Soju is in near peak form for probably the first time. We heard in the interview yesterday from Goobums that, Goobums didn't want to admit that he was scared of Soju, right? But I think there's a little bit to that, right? Soju's been looking so good throughout the course of the weekend. I think he definitely can show up today. Didn't Bryce say that Soju's making it to Worlds? Is that a thing
Bryce
that
did say
he did
Bryce
proclaim that.
Does anyone else want to proclaim anything right now? Because Bryce did proclaim that.
The only decrees I like setting are when my opinions are absolutely presented as fact in that manner, but I do want to key into the Soju being on peak form right now, showing in tournaments pretty consistently that there is a big difference between ladder play and tournament play. Some of that is going to be what's at stake today, what's the cutoff's going to be, all that nonsense, but he does not play nearly as loosely in a tournament as he does on ladder, where he's consistently looking for level 9.
All right, well, let's jump into game number 1 of the North American Regional Finals. It's that final day. Admirable, Khroen, take it away.
Whew, I didn't realize I was this pumped until Casanova hit me with the energy. But we are in just game number 1 here. If you were looking for 6 days of riveting play, this is the one you're looking for. We're kicking off from Goobums' perspective right now. He has started off with a glove. And I'm going to be honest, Khroen, glove is one of my favorite items in this set because it really opens me to the Infinity Edge Jeweled Gauntlet line.
It's not an item that's going to be on players' priority list, right? We talked about a lot yesterday. It's going to be a lot of that belt, that sword, sometimes the bow, actually. It is going to be a bro preference for a couple players in this lobby, and for Goobums actually has said that sword is the preference. Going to be glove, however, it does open up some nice options. We saw some Darkflight, Rangars yesterday pop off. There was that kind of hype. Maybe the Rengar 3 could kill. Was it Satch at the end of yesterday? It wasn't able to happen, but glove, very nice component for those potentials.
I'm loving seeing it. And Goobums, I think, is one of the players who, again, has this strong read on the meta, has a strong understanding of what opportunities exist, and he has been executing them very well so far. Volibear and Rakan showing up off of the stage 1 here. That's a great amount of gold to get. Pirate's Greed, a great opener if you can assemble that Mirage with a reasonable sense. And I'm seeing a Yone in the shop for Goobums, but this sell would require you to take a little bit of a different line right now. It looks like he's going to be getting a bit more gold.
Yeah, can only hold on to so much, choosing to play the Rakan for the Guardians. Really wants to see the Jax come through. That would be Shimmer Scale online. The amount of times people are able to convert off of that early Shimmer is so huge. Maybe the Augment will go in Goobums' favor as well. Show me the Shimmer.
Well, these are, it's nothing to write home about. Scope Weapons we know is a pretty decent one. However, I feel like Scope Weapons can cut into some of the Infinity Edge lines that are existing right now, and I definitely think that that's on Goobums' mind right now. You got a cloak, you got a sword, you got a glove. I'm certainly not making a QSS to start.
Wow, trade sector for Goobums. Going to be leveling up, hitting that reroll, trying to find the Jax, but misses, unfortunately. 2 Dragonmancer does go in. Volibear, such a strong game carry. It really dominated in day 1. Didn't see that much in day 2, but it's back, hopefully, to shine for Goobums here in day 3.
Bloodthirster is making a lot of sense if Volibear is going to be in your composition for a bit.
Yeah.
Volibear, I feel like this is one of the biggest contrasts of having items and not in the early game. Volibear feels like a pretty good unit early on. I feel like if you have a strong item on this unit, it is a monster. There's
the Bloodthirster you were talking about, looking to punish Robin. Lock it through the Augment there with the Better Together. That's going to be so good. We've seen so many comps utilize it, namely the Surfing Graves, which coming today had such a high popularity rate as well. How contested is it going to be? A lot of players in this lobby do like the Surfing Graves line. Robin heading towards that direction, already as rich as well, has that 10 gold. Robin's so efficient.
Got a game pause here. Anytime a player is having a difficulty with anything, we want to pause it and make sure it gets balanced out. We're going to get this taken care of as quickly as we can. Thank you for having recognition on this one. But yeah, starting off with a Volibear and a Bloodthirster, I am never going to turn that one down. And with Trade Sector, he's very likely to hit that Shimmer Scale.
Yeah, I think so. Probably likely to hit it by at least the end of stage 2, right? Hopefully a lot earlier. From Robin's spot as well is interesting because Robin didn't spend any gold there, and he never does, right? He's going to be econing up and having a lot of gold to roll with when we get to those key rounds, say like stage 4, he likes to roll a lot. Never go to 9 again. It's very interesting. But Robin, maybe he's going to change that playstyle up today because he needs to be thinking about, 1-2 spot, qualify for Worlds.
A lot of it is going to come down to just, do you have the opportunity for it as well?
Yeah.
I do think that because we're looking at top 2 spots, the risk is definitely more in mind. Like how is he going to have to face these matchups right now? If you're looking at your opponents and they're all super strong, that game you're going, okay, let's get as high as we can right now. Yeah. And that has been Robin. Again, he is spending his gold or he is saving it. And his stage 2 efficiency has just been outlandish when you compare it to it. Overall, players are having about 30 gold at the end of stage 2. Robin's having 36 at the end of stage 2, and despite that, he's hitting win streaks.
Yeah.
He's having a grand health total standing out in that spot. What does he know that we don't?
Just how to make a stage 2 board work without rolling. He's going to know the key nuances of this positioning, right? Just saving 2 or 4 HP can oftentimes be the difference between getting out in like a 6th or 5th and top 4ing that same game, right? Robin's been around for so long. He knows how to make those situations happen. He's so intelligent in his approach and knows just how to make the most of it.
Yeah, and so we're getting back into game here right now, and we'll take a look at what's going on. I'm glad that we have gotten it solved.
There we go.
Pirate's
Back into game.
Greed. Ooh, something about Pirate's Greed is just so satisfying when you're able to pick up that gold. It just feels so good. And that's a Swift Shot emblem I am seeing on a backline Yone right now.
Yes, it is. That's going to be potential cap Yone. Rainplosion going for that line. So interesting to see. Rain yesterday clutched on a couple times Seraphine Graves, played the Soifin, played the Deja. Don't think we've seen her play Yone at all this tournament though, so she's pulling out the tech, pulling out the early aggressive leveling style to 5 to try to punish the rest of the lobby.
And this is a great way to get that win streak rolling right now. Can the Volibear be taken down? It is the main focus of damage. Yone not even having a trouble, just brushes his shoulder and dusts his hands. Sweep it up right now. This is 5 units coming into Goobums' face.
I love that Rain has leveled up and dealt 10 damage to Goobums, because if you look at the stats, right, there's so many. Average damage dealt to players, Rainplosion is the highest among this top 8.
Ooh.
And she's demonstrating why right now, being so aggressive, building out the early strong game board, and moving up the tempo of the rest of the lobby, forcing them to roll a bit earlier, forcing them to be in positions where they can't go 9, get those endgame cap boards, and Rainplosion always converts on that.
I'm seeing a Zhonya's on this frontline Volibear as well. You talk about another powerful item you can have. This is filling in the same style of role that a Bloodthirster will be. It is buy yourself time to deal some more damage.
Yeah. TG on the set, not a great roll there, but hopefully the 4 Dragonmancer Volibear can keep it pushing.
If there's a team I want to fight right now with this bad of a roll, I'll tell you what, it's probably this one.
Yeah, Soju's board, not great right there. Has the Celestial Blessing, but the Volibear going to be trying to lay the smackdown down on this board. Can or excuse me, Kaivicks do it?
His aggro is going to drop at some point here. Volibear's just a monster. Like, look at the damage that's being dealt here, and now it's just going on an absolute journey as that Nasus trying to get to the back line. No difference made. Soju taking a hit, and Volibear shining as one of the strongest ones. Rainplosion getting disrupted in this round as well. And this is a big one that I'm seeing. Kaivicks still sitting at 100 HP, but nobody else is looking like they're getting a win streak going.
Oh, that's crazy. Robin, actually, we were making a good point that Robin almost never spends gold early on, but still has these really strong boards. But Robin's going to be changing the tempo today. He's going to be leveling up to 5 before the stage 2 carousel. Very unlike his play in the past couple of games.
2 things that I have my eye on here. The first one is going to be 2 early forges in play. So those are strong benefits that you get from that. And Prestivant having double trouble, really changing a lot of your perspective. How are you going to build out a team? What is the best team you could build out now? Because it's a lot of extra numbers you get with double trouble in play.
Prestivant, don't believe has any games on Dark Flight this tournament. Played a lot of Xayah yesterday, but still overall the popularity went down. I think the win rate of Xayah going from day 1 to 2 also went from 25 to literally 0%.
Yeah.
It didn't win a single game yesterday. Very, very telling of maybe Prestivant going to shy away from that direction now and go to these other lines that are perhaps more consistent, have a higher cap.
When I went and looked back at some of the Xayah games that were won as well and kind of compared them to yesterday, I was just interested because Xayah is one of my favorite units.
Yeah.
One of the big things that was standing out was how players have their position rolling into stage 4. If it felt like if you were ahead, that Xayah just looked so much better. But if it felt like you were behind, Xayah was like, all right, I guess I'll settle for this one.
Yeah.
And that was just, I think, one of the biggest standouts that I saw. A lot of the Xayah games were just, that's when players were hitting the 2-star for. They had items to support it. Day 1, it felt like that players were so far ahead.
There. Ooh. Kaivicks getting the job done.
Oh, I see. You had some tension built up in this one. I saw an Archangel staff with the Zhonya's. That was a breezer
no
for
tension.
me.
Yeah, it was easy for the Volibear. You weren't sweating. I was sweating here.
I just have that much confidence in it. Again, the opinions presented as fact dynamic. If Volibear had lost that one, I think I would have called in Bryce to see if that was legal.
Surely Bryce would have an answer out of anybody. It would be him.
Kaivicks still on the hot streak right now, looking for a 5, has 20 gold, a strong board. No 2-stars that are standing out. I am liking that he put the extra Dragonmancer in play instead of focusing on the other synergy spots that could maybe come up. Just says, you know what, let's make the Volibear a little bit stronger. It's carrying all the items.
There aren't really any other synergy spots, right? Into Range Wing, the only other thing that could be played, but it doesn't have access to one of them. Kaivicks, only player to be fully win streaking at the moment, trying to carry it fully forward, going up against Goobums.
Another Volibear. Well, now I'm lost on how to evaluate this one. I think that the 4 Dragonmancer may be able to hold it, but I'm seeing a Shimmer scale, and that is Diamond Hands that eventually is going to be coming out of that one. Diamond Hands has just felt like a killer of an item right now. A lot of time frozen, but it's looking like it might be a Bloodthirster diff.
Wow,
Archangel's diff.
Is it going to be the Archangel's
I don't
diff
know.
as soon as the auto comes through?
Look at this absolutely heater of a fight. They're just smashing away, and there's the bolt with that Archangel staff. The extra damage is what makes the difference.
Wow, Kaivicks full streaking, coming into the day as a jack of all trades when it comes to the stats, master of none, but he's showing that he is a master of the stage 2 win streak. Huge moving forward.
Wow, I'm looking at that bug at the bottom. Percent of games losing streak at 2-7. This is leading up to stage 0.
0.
We're seeing a 5.
Hey, that's time. This is where people are going to be pulling out all the stops, even if the data trends over 12 games suggests something. There is always a situation. That's why TFT is a beautiful game of variance, because there will be those niche lines that you're not as comfortable on, perhaps, not as practiced on, but you have to recognize when they show up how to execute.
Up to 50 gold. You have one item option on your bench. With a Zeeks and with a Hand of Justice, honestly, Runan's Hurricane is feeling like it's not that bad right now.
Average gold for Prestivant at start of 2-7 is usually the lowest of the lobby, and now he is the opposite is the highest. There's so much change of pace here.
I'm going to look at the health totals real quick. At the end of 2-7, he's normally at 93. That's not even close. It's like you just turn the 9 upside down.
Flipping everything on our head right now. Let's see if Prestivant's able to make this. You still have the Double Trouble Augment, right? We have the Zeeks, we have the Runans, and the Hand of Justice Slam.
Pretty interested in the Runans being on the second Nidalee here. Says, you know what? I don't want one of these to be a threat. I want 2 threats in play.
Yeah, even though one's tier 2, one's tier 1, right? One's just that power spread out, not front-loaded in case maybe get stuck on something.
Interesting. I think this is probably a pretty great take considering how it's panning out right now. I don't know if you beat the Volibear.
Yeah, this Volibear is so strong. Kaivicks leveling up aggressively.
I want the Runans back.
6. Yeah, don't have it though. Because of that, might take a couple extra damage. Oh,
it's a pretty good spot to take the
Close.
damage though. It's a 6 loss streak and it's pretty low. So I think this is a pretty good loss for Prestivant.
I think that Runans actually being on the secondary Nidalee might have cost Prestivant a chance to win that round.
All right, a little bit of a tame 3-2 augment
Whoa.
here. Silver's not super powerful.
Yeah, what that did do, however, spreading the items, is allow cybernetics to come through, because you need at least 3 units equipped with a full item or a component.
Oh, that's exactly what he's thinking, isn't it?
It just might have been.
Oh, the hindsight 2020 is great.
There we go. The double Rengars come through. This is exactly what
Oh,
Prestivant
boy.
wanted. The Runans is one of best in slot items for the Rengar Hodge. Very solid as well. Just wants an IE to pair out with it.
Says no Cannoneer. I want the Assassins.
Still 40 gold, even though he rolled at 3-2, has a healthy gold number, has Dark Fights Online, has a pair of Phelios, a pair of Rengars, the Double Trouble. Even though Prestivant has flipped his strategy on its head, he's making it work so well here, so efficiently.
This is such a great thing to point out here as well, is that he did roll, but he didn't have to roll that much. This is a major spike to where Prestivant is going to be. We saw players roll down to 10 gold seeking out this double trouble aspect yesterday. 40 gold? You just have to be feeling like a monster right now.
On
Look how badly he won this fight right now.
That's a crazy fight. On average, he's only spending 4 gold on 3-2. Didn't have to spend that much there, certainly more than 4, but thankfully hit on the first couple of rolls, turns that loss streak upside down. Robin now towards the bottom of the lobby. He hits the Rengar.
You're almost missing something with this, but I'm seeing a rel in the shop.
Yeah.
I think the thing for Prestivant is, do you buy it right now? Is this
After the
ever the extra
round?
gold option? Like, do you buy it after the round so that way you're going to have 2 Rengars in play, you're going to 2-star and then have another round to look for that Rengar afterwards?
Yep.
I think this is literally you know what? I'm technically stronger with 2 different Rengars in play. Let's do that. I'll buy this 2-star afterwards and look for the next one.
There we go. Feels a little counterproductive, but that's just the power of the Double Trouble Augment. Round starts, buys the Rengar. It'll tier up to 2 in the next round. Maybe he'll roll a little bit at 3-5 to try to find the 4th Rengar, right? Get that power back online. That's such an early Graves on the other side of the board for Kurumx. Not quite going to be enough to win as just that Dark Flight buff. Aphelios Double Trouble, also a secondary threat.
All right, I didn't mention this at the start of it, despite the fact that Dan and Bryce had pointed this out. They said, well, Kurumx just keeps finding Graves too. And I was like, you know, that's true. That is part of the clutch aspect. He is seeking very aggressively for it. To see the Graves right now, though, it's like, yep, he does keep getting to this point. It felt like it has been a key element of his strong performances thus far, but we have also seen him go completely different directions from this. And so as we kick off this carousel, we're getting an overall look at how the augments are panning out. Again, Silver Augment not super impactful in this one, but I'm trying to see where players' main focus are from their items. It feels like for Rainplosion's spot, something's really looking at popping off here, but every time someone has like a hesitation on what direction they go, I'm like, what are you trying to do right now?
Yeah, actually, going back for a moment to the Kurumx Graves thing, I think over the past couple of days, he's played Seraphine Graves 3 times, and they've resulted in a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd, so very proficient on that line. Robin,
3-5
right
goes for it.
rolling,
I think that this is part of the health total right now. He's elected to go for 3-5, but again, this matches the data that we have had on this one, where Robin, when he's ready to go, he spends the gold.
3-5 is the go button. Doesn't find too much, however. A lot to work with, however. It's just a silver prep augment, but still wants to get all of that stacking. Looking like a Seraphine Graves pivot. Of course, it's going to be contested in this lobby. Has Better Together, which is one of the best, if not the best augment for that composition. Already a Zeke's online. Just needs to find the Graves from the Seraphine 2. Have the gold to hit.
I don't necessarily even know if he needs to find the Seraphine Graves. I'm looking at a pair of Soraka's on the bench.
Well, is that just going to be a gold sync, or
no? Pair of Soraka's is great.
On level 7? This comp likes to roll on level 7. He's so unlikely to hit the Soraka too.
You know what? Soraka's going to give you extra HP.
Yeah.
It's going to give you a bit more defense on your side of the board, and you have preparations rolling on this as well. You know,
True.
Soraka doesn't ignore AP. She heals for a lot more in
Yeah.
a spot like that, and you have the Pirate's Greed going, so the gold is still coming in. You have time to keep rolling on this. I do think that Robin is going to continue to spend this because you do have to get this pointed out, but the preparation stacks, they change the way you're going to play the game. Having this board invested in, sure, you don't get as much gold, but you're going to have more board presence after.
So many units that Robin needs.
No!
The bench, yeah,
Don't
the
sell the Soraka!
Soraka pair was sold. One still on the board, though, so still going to be healing it back up. Again, unlikely to hit the Soraka, too, so it's just fine playing the 1, you know, heal up a little bit of HP, because Robin is rather low right now.
How dare you?
I know.
Live the dream.
Live the Rainplosion Soraka 3 dream. That's what Admirable wants to see.
I'm not going to disagree with selling the Soraka in that spot, but you are playing for 1st and 2nd places in this one. Again, the top 2 spots, that's who's earning a place at the Dragonlands World Championship.
Exactly. So going up against Kaivicks, who is still win streaking, looking to carry it all the way through the first 2 stages. That Volibear still tier 1, but absolutely massive in the damage. The Archangel scaling the Hand of Justice now to heal back up. As soon as that next lightning strike comes through, it's going to kill the entire board. Jax, however, dodging a little bit. Soraka not able to get the job done. Robin takes the 5th loss in a row, and Kaivicks earns the 10th win in a row.
Stage 4 is coming up, and this is where players are ready to build out the boards. Robin sitting at the bottom alongside with Soju. Kaivicks on a hot streak. Prestivant on a hot streak as well. There's still so much left to go. Kurumx sitting near the top. This feels like it has definitely been in line with his consistency in play. Soju remembering, hey, wait a second, I need to get these preparation stacks. Last minute adjustment takes place. Fundamentals, still a big deal.
Definitely waits until the Wolves round starts rolling a little bit on 7, try to find the units to start prepping. Does that, is playing no synergies right now, actually, but that's fine because of the prep value.
Built diff.
Finds a Siphon.
Yeah, that could spell everything out.
Siphon angle is interesting here, but the items don't really lean towards that direction, right? Archangels. There's the Deja, though. That might be the hit that Soju wanted.
It is Pirate's Greed, so Deja would be here strictly for the strength of this unit. So it does feel a bit off to me.
Siphon.
I do feel like this is the direction to go. The Archangel's going to come into play on just a Karma right now. It says, I have to take advantage of this in some way. It is a fully built item. Still very strong. Back up to 41 gold here. And I feel like the items are still kind of spelling this out pretty nicely. You have Sword, you have a Glove, you have a Cloak, You have a chain, so you get the Edge of Night, and now you are set up to make 2 more strong items for this Soifin composition.
The Archangels would be great if Soju can get to the most cap state of this board, which is the Soifin plus the Aurelian Soul at the end, right? When you get to level 9, that's going to be one of the most powerful versions of the composition. Not quite strong right now, however, just the Archangels on the Karma does not get the job done. And only 1 item across both of Xiaoyu and Siphon. A little bit too weak at the moment.
Oh, that's an open idea. Jadeheart has certainly been a standout power, and he's going to take Jadeheart here. No blame on that whatsoever. You have a Jace on your bench to support the Shapeshifter. It's an idea to hold these Archangels, all of these AP items to get to that endgame spot. I feel like Soju, despite the health total, is in a reasonable position here.
That he is, and he is comfortable with this line as well. There was a game earlier in the weekend where Soju also took Jadeheart, and I believe had a respectable finish. I feel like we see this little bit a lot where players are picking up the Guardian emblem. Rainplosion, the one to pick that up on 4-1. A lot of 6 Guardian Dejas.
Indeed. Kaivicks leveled to 8. We saw a 2-star unit pop up on theirs. They're rolling. Goobums hit an Itis 2 on 4-2 as well. Going up against Goobums right now. You know, it's a pretty strong team on Goobums' side. You have a Diamond Hands, you have a Gambler's Blade, you have a Rage Blade, and a stacked Volibear.
Goobums level 7, not too much health though. Lowest in the lobby. The Diamond Hands is going to be great, right? Invested into a higher cap endgame board. Does have the Champion Duplicator still on the bench to work with.
Both
Might
dragons
be winning
alive.
right now, however, it's Volibear versus the rest of the world.
There's a lot of CC here as well. It's the charge from the Siphon. It's going to be the pop-up from the Xiaoyu. The Volibear's not getting it done.
No.
Goobums taking a hit.
Ooh. Rough for Goobums.
Kaivicks side of the board now. Thieves' Gloves, always liking that one. Resets those Shimmer Scale items. This seems to be a common practice if you have Shimmer Scale in play, is getting these unequipped and remembering to put them on the proper units right afterwards. Kaivicks on a 12-win streak here as well.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised to see it given the team. It doesn't look that much different than Goobums. Frankly, it kind of looks a little bit weaker to me.
There's so many statistical anomalies happening in this game already, Admirable. Kaivicks is 0% in win streaking at, 3-7, but this is the first game he's doing it. Fully streaking, has a 5 Shimmer Scale angle, gonna be making a lot of gold from it. Determined Investor.
Rengars.
Cashed in.
Rengar's just absolutely taking out the back line here. The big difference for Kaivicks is that he has Ascension in play, so this Volibear dealing that extra damage, it is magnifying the Archangels that you're going to get from this. And the Rengar trying to race this down, but it is not going to get there, I don't think. It needs a crit. Not there.
Not quite. Kaivicks is dominating this lobby.
Goobums picking up a win, Rainplosion picking up a loss. Everyone else feels like they are dancing for the position in this one, but Kaivicks so far has been on top of the mountain.
Setting himself up very well as highest average placement over the course of the past 12 games in this tournament. He's still in a good spot to be extending that lead past Rainplosion and reclaiming that #1 spot.
Robin a bit hesitant on the bow. Kaivicks just sprints for the tier. Kurumx picking up a sword, I just feel like every single time. I'll grab the AD item.
Yeah. That's, AD Flex is going to be the Kurumx lean most of the time. Satch, a standout player from the last game yesterday, needed that first place to advance to day 3, made it happen. Not likely to first place games, but kind of is mimicking Kurumx in the fact that he's really clutch when he needs to be.
This board is a bit all over the place, but this is a major transition taking place. Parasorock or Xiaoyu gets found, so Soifin gonna be the focus from here.
Okay.
You gotta get a lot done here.
A lot done, maybe has the breathing room to do it, still middle of the pack of HP in the lobby, has a good couple of items for the Xiaoyu, for the Siphon. Titan's still on the bench, however, maybe Satch a little bit dizzy, not great utilization of the items, finally does go in, but there's a TG on the bench still.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot to take in, and Satch, I think, certainly feeling a bit of the pressure here. This is a high-stakes spot here for regionals, and this is the second tournament that you're facing. Experience spells are a lot here because you feel like some of that pressure is relieved. You talk to the players, they're still going to express it. They still have those nerves coming into this spot. Again, there's a lot at stake here. For Satch, though, these points have stood out on the data-wise. He has been the weakest player so far and just barely making it in to that third day here. Siphon 2 gets found, a champion duplicator still there. Where are you going to put these Thieves Gloves, and how is the rest of this board going to work out? Because right now, I will say it's looking pretty strong. The Sunfire Augment, buying you that little bit of early time, and the Celestial Blessing. You have natural strength to your team.
Yeah. TG on the Pantheon, of course, great utilizer of those items. Not rolling down, though, is assessing the board strength and saying that my Siphon 2 is good enough throughout Stage 4. Likely to be the case, but still going up against that dominant Volibear from Kaivicks that has still not lost a single round. The Siphon 2 might be enough to match it, however, just needs to get there. Needs to charge through.
Gets kicked away! And that's not the charge you wanted. The Volibear's still going. Gets stunned up a bit. Is this enough, though? Is this the spot?
Charge will come through. And that will
the Bard!
spell the end of Kaivicks' win streak. Not able to go all the way to Treasure Dragon. Still fine, though, but a big round win for Satch.
The king can bleed as Kaivicks takes the hit. Soju, the only player with a highlighted win, as we are on the Radiant part right now. I feel like I've seen players roll so aggressively trying to seek out the item that they want from this Treasure Dragon.
Yeah, Rain already has really good items on the Deja. The Swift Shot variant of it means that, you know, likely you can play Guild with it. Guild Deja, a very popular composition, has the Twitch in there, still rolling. More Melonomicon and a Remover.
I feel like you have to be looking for frontline right now. Like, it's the one thing you're missing.
Oh, so hard to pass up on the thing, especially like the Radiant GiantSlayer. Zeke's Harmony, however, there is a big argument to take that and how it's so good for the Deja, and that's going to be the pickup there. Still giving frontline items as well. There's a potential Protector's Vow to be made. Chalice as well to be buffing up both the Yasuo and the Deja. Rainplosion is so good at finding spots where she can just be bailed out, right? Rubber Band all the way from the bottom lobby, way back up, make top 4s out of seemingly 8th place games. She might be doing it here again.
We saw her pass the Zeeks on one of these rolls, and I saw exactly why, as soon as you pointed out the Protector's Vow, why exactly she took this one. It's because the Chalice was also there with that front line. That is a wonderful understanding, because that's such a small nuance where you have a limited amount of time to identify something like that. The question is it strong enough to do this? And when I see that Siphon charge away, that is a big breather.
Oh. Charges towards the Deja, takes it out in one hit.
It's not a big breather anymore. I take it back.
Not a big breather, not at all. Deja not allowed enough time, and Rainplosion takes a huge hit down to just 1 HP. Not the start Rain's looking for in this game. She still has the potential.
All right, Deja 3. Let's go.
Deja 3? No, surely. Yasuo 2, however, could be a big find.
Something has to happen here. Aurelion Soul gets picked up. A lot of gold Yasuo on your bench. Yasuo 2 is found. A pair of Aurelion Souls is here. How do you do this, though? You can't lose another round.
No room for error for Rainplosion.
Says no on the Aurelion Soul. I don't have the items for it. Don't have the time. Don't have the gold.
Especially when it comes to the average placement. If Rain takes an 8th and Kaivicks gets at least top 4 or first, should be feeling really bad about that one. The separation of that gap.
All right, I'm going to go back to the breathing room now. Kaivicks has been holding the gold to go to level 9.
Yeah.
This is an okay one here. Your opponent doesn't have 2-star bunch of dragons across the board fighting a tooth and nail for a spot.
Surely this round will be fine. Yes, the Volibear not going to be able to do enough work here. Rainplosion has rolled it down nearly to 0. Still a little bit of gold left. There's the Yasuo in action. 30,000 true damage. That's what it'll do to just 1 single unit remaining. Kaivicks, however, putting himself in a spot. Look at the bench. Itis, Deja, Chiyoyu setting himself up for a capped Dragon's board. Kaivicks converts on these so often.
You have the Ascension. You have a Celestial Blessing. You got a Forge item. You have the health total. You have the gold. You have the time.
Wow. Robin stuck on Graves 1. Levels up to 8, but doesn't have any gold to roll with to find even a pair of Graves.
Yeah, I feel like Robin has been just a bit behind on this one and wasn't able to find a board to piece this out. Like, we see what the rest of the players have, and then you look at Robin's board and you go, oh no, what happened? The answer was, you missed on this one. This is part of TFT. You are going to miss sometimes. The question is, what can you do when you actually miss. You know, we talk so much about first or eighth, and I feel like one of the big emphasis that I make with these players is like the first or fifth aspect. It's when you can turn these, what should be an 8th place performance, instead into a 6th or into a 5th.
Robin potentially out in this fight. Bottom right of the screen is Rainplosion. See if she can hang on at the same time. But for Robin, the Aurelian Soul might be taking him out. Kaivicks leveled, rolled a little bit, and has enough potentially. Aurelian Soul, huge hit. Takes out everything besides the Pantheon 1v1 situation.
There's a Sonya sitting there still as well.
That there is. Robin takes the hit and goes out. Goobums does as well, though, and by -1, Goobums takes 8th.
One single health. One single health. I feel like this.
Wow.
What a gift from Mortdog in this one to just emphasize the point even more. It's like the 1st or 8th. Yeah, it's a 1st or 7th right now. That's what ended up happening. Goobums going out in 8th, though. I feel like Goobums had a strong spot to work from, and that I guess it just didn't get there. Rainplosion sitting at 1 health for a couple rounds now, and hitting the Dragon Carousel as well. I feel like this is a major benefit for Kaivicks.
It exactly is. Rainplosion able to hang on by a thread as well. Dodging 8th and 7th here is huge for her.
There's not too much left to go for this board. It's a very much hit or miss kind of spot right now. You're looking for something extremely specific.
Kaivicks in the bottom right, pairing a lot of dragons.
Yeah, let's not go against that one right now.
No.
Thankfully, you can't, from Rain's point of view.
We go up against Satch. That's the Soifin triple item on both of the terrifying dragons. Is Deja good enough to beat it?
Edge of Night on both of these as well. And when this Mystic is in play, plus you're getting the healing from a Soraka too, it is tough to chew through this line when you have one major damage source, and that is it. The rest of the board has been melted. Syphon's only got one place to go. Gonna pop up the Deja. Boom!
There we go. Dies of cutscene. Rainplosion dodges the 7th and 8th, but will be going out bottom 4 still in game number 1. Kurumx drops 7 HP. Soon to follow, Soju drops to 12. Satch, the only player win streaking right now. Satch limped his way through the past couple of days, but is still towards the top of the lobby here in day 3, really turning it around.
Only player with a win streak right now, or a hot streak rather.
Yeah. Kurumx playing the contested Seraphine Graves. Outplaced Robin at least, but still stuck on a Graves 1. Rolled it all at level 7. Composition so popular, but playing it from behind seems to be so doomed.
He had the Graves early as well, so this is like a big miss.
Oh, Precedent has the Graves. Stole them all, actually. 6 Graves over there, both of them itemized. Double trouble. P-God is sending Liquid's hopes into the ground. First with Robin, now with Kurumx.
The Bramble just buying so much time against a Radiant Infinity Edge as well. Kurumx is getting knocked out decisively, but you know what? When you miss the Graves for that long and you make it to 5, 6 and finish in 5th place, it's gonna feel bad because it's the final day of regionals, but honestly, that's a pretty good finish.
This is not atypical for Kurumx as well. In day number 1, he started with a 7th place. He started with the bottom 4 as well in day 2. Bottom 4ing at the start of every single day, but still finds a way to clutch up and recover. So I'm not too worried about Kurumx.
Soju is still demonstrating the fundamentals point. Let's get this stuff, some stacks on the bench right now. You have a creep round to do it. Titans showing up. I'm looking at a Syphon maybe picking those up. But Soju's pretty much out of gold to work with here now. You have basically one mission, and it's 2-star stuff.
2 stars, some stuff, maybe play the Syphon.
Position's going to be a difference as well.
Yeah. Vertical Jade, though, again, Soju no stranger to that, was able to ride it into a top 4. Good recognition of where to play the Jade in a lobby where not many people are going that direction at all.
Trying to see if you can piece out the rest of it, too. Again, you're looking for miracle rolls in spots like these.
Yep.
It's not always going to be there. And since he cannot hit a Syphon 2, he's going to hang on to this 13 gold, it looks like.
Still a very expertly crafted board. No Syphon 2, but the Shioyu might be enough to get the job done. Jace with TG as well is going to be running into Kaivicks in this matchup. Not too much you can do in terms of positioning because it is just a world of dragons from Kaivicks.
The Xiaoyu, though, the positioning, Xiaoyu going to work towards the back line right now. Aurelion Sol's going to get a clip, but Xiaoyu finds its way to the Aurelion Sol. The Zonya's going to peel off the aggro, and look at the breath from Shyvana just wiping the board away. However, Aurelion Sol looks like it's going to fall down, and Xiaoyu has a ton of healing and a ton of damage. Can this win this fight despite the fact that it's outnumbered right now?
It might have been exactly what Soju needed. Xiaoyu tearing through the rest of the dragons one by one. Aurelion Sol went down. Now turns attention to the Terra, now onto the Idis, the last one to remain. But Idis doesn't do damage, and Xiaoyu does. Soju makes quick work, easy work of Kaivicks' board.
And that's exactly why this Soifan comp is so powerful, is because when you get the right positioning,
Kaivicks,
you get the right answers, but a 3-star Idis. So, but here's the thing. We just saw the weakness from Kaivicks' board. It wasn't that he didn't have a front line to hold, it was that the back line got accessed, and there wasn't a way to deal damage once that was taken down.
Now it'll come through into how Kaivicks positions the Idis. Wanted it in the front middle because 18% damage reduction from the Terra Hexes are great, but that doesn't matter right now. Again, see, positioning it off of it. It's an Idis 3. It doesn't need that. It just needs to be in front of the threats, and it is in this fight versus Satch.
In this spot there, again, the positioning, I feel like, just makes so much of a difference here. This Aurelion Sol has no threat in this fight versus the previous fight where the threat was in Aurelion Sol's face right away. So Satch in this one, I don't see a way that they defeat this board right now, because even with the charge, look at how much damage this Idis is preventing. It is giving a full shield and a full heal to your team. If you don't take out the units, you are not taking them out if this Idis casts.
Every single time Kaivicks has landed on a Dragon's Endgame board, 3 times has been first, and another first. Kaivicks looking to make it happen again here to start off day 3 of the NA Finals.
Look at that number in your bottom right. How on earth do you make it to level 9? This 50% of the time?
That's the stat that Kaivicks is one of the best at. We've found it. That is the standout statistic.
Soju going out in 4th in this one, had a wonderful positioning, but not able to get it done. The rest of the lobby just feels so strong. And right now, this was a bit of worry of mine, was these Rengars from Prestivin's side of the board. They get to the back line, the Bard getting shredded, the 3-star Rengar gets clipped by the Aurelion Sol, and this Idis, as long as the Idis doesn't get focused here, I feel like that maybe Prestivin had a chance, but it all is going to boil down to how this Aurelion Sol scales. You're getting a great image of it right there.
Oh, Prestivin was 1 Graves away from Graves 3, not able to take out that as many units as he needed, though. Just barely falls, and now we have our top 2. Satch, 2nd place in LCQ, makes day 3, making a potential statement game here on day 3. Guardian. Kaivicks loves the Guardians.
Goes for the Bard with a Shojin here, and I will say that Satch definitely has to have Mystics in mind coming into this final spot. How do you make the most of it right now? Because this Soifan board has shined through. And with a 2-star Xiaoyu on your bench, you are reaching for the stars a bit here, but when you're up against a galaxy of a team that's been put together here from Kaivicks' spot, what else can you do but hope for something like that?
There's really not much else. Have a perfect Zephyr, somehow get the Xiaoyu into the back line, but there's 3 frontline threats. How do you get past all of them, Satch?
Zephyr might be the case, but
there's one.
The Idis is only up in the air for a bit of time. Shyvana jumps away, but now the Idis has landed. I do not feel like the damage is here to chew it away. The charge may be able to get there, but that's not the right way!
Siphon getting baited into the back line allows the Aurelion Sol time to scale. Each black hole coming through is so devastating for Satch.
Wow.
That one wraps up that fight.
And Kaivicks has 53 HP that you have to get through as well. So it's not only just winning the next fight, it's like winning the next 5.
It is a climb up a mountain right now for Satch. Doesn't even find the first foothold to make it up there. Not looking good in the last round. Bard 2, but I don't know if that's enough. The remover onto the Zephyr. Again, you can Zephyr 1 frontline unit, but you can't Zephyr all 3. This might be all she wrote.
When I see that Zephyr, my thought is, you know what? I'm not going for the front line at this point. They're going to go for the front line again here.
Yeah.
But I just don't know how you defeat this board right now. You don't have access to this to this Aurelion Soul right away. And again, this kind of shines back to the
Pantheon.
positioning. We saw Soju get that Shiou to the back line, and it feels like Satch hasn't been approaching that spot. The Siphon not getting to the back line either, and the Idis just absolutely unkillable from this spot. You have to take out the Aurelion Soul. If you can't do that, you can't do it at all.
Pantheon's in the back line, but there's just so much shielding. One more cast from the Aurelion Soul is going to do it. Satch eliminated, and Kaivicks wins game number 1. Wow.
That is a dominant win there as well. I have to say, though, that from Satch's spot, I don't think that you're so sad from that finish right now. I'm feeling pretty glad to the start of day number 3 here.
I think he is. He's got to be happy with this start. He comes in as limping in off of day 1 into day 2, limping in off of day 2 into day 3, and he gets to kick it off with the second place. He gets a solid foundation to build from. But Kaivicks, come on. How does he keep getting away with it? Volibear so early on, he finds the Zonias on the portable forge, and once again turns it into a capped dragon board.
That's the power of early game, drag match with Volibear. Didn't even need the Shimmer, right? Still was able to convert off of it. Coming into today with a 2.92 average, and it's going up still. Yeah. It's going up.
How do you improve on it?
Well, it kind of demonstrates the idea of the early game, though, and how it shapes up the rest of the game. Like, players, we see them go to 9 oftentimes, and it's this huge risk. It feels like a big gamble to have to find these dragons, and it's going, well, I hope I have time for it. When you have that early game win streak that is just crushing the rest of the lobby, it doesn't feel like a risk at all to go to 9 and find this composition. It feels like it is a smooth ride the entire way.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a look at the lobby standings just after that game, kind of remind everybody where people placed in this first game.
Yeah, you're looking for those top 2 spots. I'm really glad to see this highlight right now. Pressman going out in 3rd. Goobums and Robin and Rainplosion. Wow. These were 3 of the players I would have considered a favorite coming into this final day, and they got to pick it up here. But we do have 6 total games, Khroen.
That we do. 6 total games. Shouldn't be too worried yet, but Goobums, maybe a little bit of that first place curse coming to the next game. He's so prepared to so many lines, but...
You had to bring it up, didn't you?
I'm sorry. No. Let's just rewind. Never said that.
Never said it. We didn't.
No first place curse. Goobums surely...
Scratch it from the record.
Yeah. Surely
Scratch
come back
from the
here.
record. Get it out of here. All right. Well, the other thing I saw in that game was the Yone, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about Yone in specifically because we had Rain picking that up and then ending up pivoting to Deja, and we haven't seen a ton of Yone in NA. Do you feel like this line just isn't being played enough, or you don't think it's good enough?
The line is definitely good enough, especially the Swift Shot variant. It's going to be one of the better ones. Don't think Rain's particularly comfortable on that line, it seemed, though, right? Players have been going into this event having practiced their comfort strategies. Rain was so good at in-houses, right, leading to this event, still shows up, does the same, but goes to pivot back to the Deja, one that she's more comfortable with. Didn't end up, though, and you got to be thinking, if she had stuck with the Yone line, maybe it would have been a better placement. Part
of my point of view on it is going to be that Deja is really more reliant on items, I would say. It's pretty much heavy-hitting AP items. And in this one, Pirate's Greed was the Mirage that took place in this one. So if you don't have a ton of Yones, if you don't have the right setup for it, it feels like it's going to cost you too much gold. You're getting Pirate's Greed on your Yone. And this is like a 2-star reroll that you have to have this damage here from it. All those passive buffs that you can get from Yone being a Mirage, let's say a Warlords, or you're getting the extra spell damage, the extra attack speed. All of those feel like that they really tie in a bit to that Yone composition. I feel like that could have been a big influence to going for Deja there.
All right, well, if you want to learn how to play Yone, I personally can't help you, but I can help you if you want to learn how to play Fantasy TFT. You can head over to their website and check out their How to Play section where Gangly has put together a beautiful video. Check them out in the App Store or on the web over at fantasytft.com. We're going to be getting ready for Game 2 in just a moment to see, hey, can Kaivicks continue this absolute dominance? Is Rain going to reprise some of what she's done in the previous days? I mean, what other things are you expecting out of Day 2?
Game 2, sorry. Yeah, Game 2, I'm sure, is going to be fascinating, I think, because the data that we came into today with, right, Prest event, not lose streaking throughout Stage 2 at all until right now, kind of flipping all of that context on its head. Same thing with Kaivicks as well. Players are going to be always in these new niche spots. It's just how well can they capitalize on them? How well are they able to recognize it? Because there's so many different lines in TFT. You cannot be prepared for every single one. Kaivicks
Kaivicks kind of gets gifted one that he's very comfortable with, but the same can't be said for other players. Same thing with the Liquid Boys as well, right? Both going for the same composition. They don't even prep together, right? But they just have such similar styles of the game, and it just so happens the same composition as well. Both being denied the Graves from Prest event, running double trouble, ended the game with 8 Graves. That's unfortunate, right? Maybe if he got the last one, would have been able to have a different ending to that game.
Yeah,
but
he found 8 because Robin and Kurumx didn't find any.
Right. Well, for sure. I mean, that was another big thing that we were talking about at the top of the day is Seraphine Graves with a big, first place win rate, but the top 4 looking terrible because when it's getting contested, it's just not looking like a real comp at all.
You have to put it out. You're just going to have to find it. I mean, there's a reason this team camps on level 7 and tries to roll for all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's because if you're not 2-starring, you were in trouble from that spot.
And with it, Robin was like, okay, I guess I can't roll on 7 because Pressman has all the Graves. I'm just going to go 8, try to fit in the Lee Sin for Tempest. But still, even with that, didn't place better than Kurumx, who stayed on 7 the whole time, did not as well hit the Graves. It's just, you have to be playing that composition from ahead, especially if there's someone contesting the most important, arguably the most important unit, right? Graves is a fantastic carry there, but just not able to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, another big point was Deja, right? Because we saw Rain pivot to Deja. It's Swift Shot Deja. So this is a different mode of playing it than we've seen a lot throughout this this weekend. Ends up in a 6th. Deja's placement stats have not been fantastic. I mean, do we think it's going to kind of improve in this next game?
I think so. I think players are going to be very easy to recognize where it is a good Deja spot, right? I think the spot was just a little bit uncomfortable from Rain and specifically, right? She's going to be going towards other comps generally. Still comfortable with the Deja, just, again, maybe not as much as some other lines.
I mean, this lobby felt like a banger, too. I mean, Kaivicks was... I mean, how long was the win streak for?
12 rounds?
At least. And it's just when you're getting that much pressure from the top side of the lobby as well, that changes a lot of it too. You keep going up against those matchups. So, again, hashtag matchup RNG. But if you keep going against the top performers time after time when you're trying to build out your team that way, you're taking heavier hits. And if you're taking heavier hits, you have less time. If you have less time, your team's going to be weaker.
All right. Well, they are running into some technical issues getting this lobby together, so we're just going to take a short break while we figure that out. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, Game 2 of the North American Regional Finals. Welcome back to the Dragonlands North American Regional Final. I'm Casanova, joined by Admirable and Khroen. We are just still waiting on a technical issue, but we should have Game 2 in no time. So, you know, we're just hanging out for now, talking a little bit about these players that have been having some good times. Satch finishing second place, which is pretty nice to have that kind of underdog story.
Yeah, and the underdog story, honestly, would kind of fit right into spot right now. You know, we just had a World Championship take place for League of Legends, where a team that basically was on no one's radar until game number 5, where one of the analyst desks said, I got to go with DRX in this one. One of them. They were always underrated the entire time. Everyone's like, oh, they're not any good. They're so weak to everybody else, but just time and again, when the clutch moment came, they were able to get a win. Every single time it felt like they won the World Championships. Satch so far, he's been barely making it to these spots, but when you're kicking off a day with a second place finish, when you're barely making it through, when you have to have a first place, and it comes through in that final game of day number 2, you start to get that same kind of vibe. Like, I'm almost hyping myself up in this one. I can feel myself getting goosebumps.
We're ready. We're ready for Satch.
That's the kind of energy I'm looking for right now. Never count anybody out. He may be the weakest player at the tournament, but that's still 24 players made it to this point. There's a lot of people who play TFT.
Guys, you're so confident Savage is making it to day 2,
I
right?
was.
You were saying that one, shouting it through the streets. Day 3, not as confident, but he made it here. And I think the comeback story is just that much more beautiful when it comes to peak teamfight tactics. Savage is doing it right, coming with the best of them. He started off very, very slow the past couple of days, but maybe the word that we described Kerm with clutch, it's looking more like Satch is the clutch master here.
I mean, yes, I did say on day 1, I said Satch is definitely making day 2. On day 2, I'm like, I will not be surprised if Satch makes day 3. But I did say I would actually become surprised if he makes Worlds. He's
fair.
Trying to prove it wrong right now with a start on second place. And I don't want to oversell anything, right? This is game 1.
Yeah.
We're going into game 2. But the fact is that he's able to pull out this second place. We criticized his stage 5 and just hemorrhaging HP, but he's actually able to find a good line here, make it to second. And if he can continue that, his early games have been relatively strong. He's second to Prestivan in HP in stages 1 through 3. So really, he still has some things going for him, even though his holistic stats have looked the worst.
Plus, you have to point out the fact that, you know, throughout this tournament, we've been talking about how players are individually improving by VOD review stuff. I don't think we've talked one point about Satch's improvement on this one. You know, I went back and I watched, I think, 2 of the games. It was just, you know, again, I was staying up hype last night watching the World Championship. But I went back and watched a couple of his games. His play does feel like it cleans up as soon as he's had one performance and goes, all right, I see what I did wrong.
All right, well, we are getting into game number 2 here at the North American Regionals. So, Admirable, Khroen, take it away.
We are taking it away. We are stealing it away. I'm seeing a lot of gloves. Well, I saw one glove there anyway. I was going to make a reference to Thieves' gloves because it felt like it fit in at that point. The fact that we were taking it from there. Prestivan starting off with a bow on a Malphite, finishing in 3rd place. Prestivan, I feel like, over the last year, has just been the most improved player we've seen in North America.
Exactly. That is a huge takeaway from especially day 2 of competition. Starting with the preferred item, bow as well.
Preferred units, maybe? Oh my gosh!
Well, preferred composition, right? Came in with playing a lot of Zaya. Wow. Lagoon, opener, or potential Astrals.
You get to free up the bow as well!
Beautiful.
I'm getting a lot of serious vibes right now. I could see any one of these directions coming into play.
Early Lagoon stacking, playing from ahead, does lean you into that Seraphine Graves direction extremely favorably. Yesterday, however, Prestivan did play one game of Seraphine Graves. It did only end up in a 7th, but maybe just not from the right spot. Looking perhaps a little better here. Does sell off the Seraphine, right? Those units, while they're good later on, not quite what you want in the stage 2.
Yeah.
And Prestivan stage 2, again, the word is aggressive to describe him. Wants to be pushing levels, wants to be punishing the rest of the lobby, and wants to be taking this start off with such high momentum. The Malphite tech in the corner. I know, you're
just
about
to point it out.
about it.
The socks, when we saw him trap, it was just right away, too. It's like, dude, the fundamental's so good. Oh, Holy Bear shows up with a Nasus as well.
Wait a minute.
The Prestivan has so many options here, but one of them does need to show up. Guildcrest, Metabolic, Accelerator, Terrify. Guildcrest kind of giving me some vibes here, but not necessarily with exactly what's going on the board right now. He's going to go with the Guild Crest. It's still a very powerful one, and again, this kind of opens up a lot of direction for you. We've talked a lot about how direction really helps preserve that HP.
Exactly. People are going to be, players are going to be committing to direction on 2-1, right? That's when TFT is kind of, just widely played right now when you're able to have that early direction. Precedent has it with the Guild Crest. Again, I was just mentioning he's so comfortable with that Xayah line. What pairs so well with it
I
is
like in the
Guild,
middle of the round, he's like, oh, right, I have a Twitch sitting in.
Twitch comes in, the Rage Blade already slammed Prestivant's spot right now. While he might not win streak throughout all of Stage 2, still setting himself up very, very well. His HP totals at Stage 2 through 4 is the highest on average in this lobby. Gonna try to make the same thing happen here yet again. Last game for him was a statistical anomaly. He's going right back to his comfort zone here.
I'm getting some serious direction vibes here as well, where again, you are open to what can be there, and it's what shows up. You have, I think, the option for a Graves lineup, although I think that's probably at the back of your mind. I'm getting some Deja Guild.
Yeah,
I'm getting some Xayah Guild. I'm getting some whatever's going to carry a Rage Blade really well Guild. The Guild thing is easy to assemble. The units are strong, they're easy to find, and usually players aren't seeking them because you don't have a Guild emblem.
Ooh, Kurumx on this board. Early Cav emblem. I think we were talking about that, saying Cav is not one that's as prioritized as it was in the past. Still going to be okay for Stage 1, but I kind of wonder what Kurum's options were to be kind of, I would say, settling for the Cav emblem.
I don't think the Cav emblem's bad. I think it's just not as powerful as it used to be. So to me, this doesn't feel like much of a settlement, I guess, is the way that I would put it. But definitely not an ideal one. But you have a Zeeks, you have a Cavalier thing, you have a pretty spelled out front line for you, at least. I feel like Guardian is certainly one of the things that you could slam a Cavalier on, and it feels a little bit better. Supplementing that shield with extra armor and MR.
So I'm seeing the story that I think Kurumx is writing down right now, a picture that he's painting, if you will. The Cav emblem not going to be too powerful right now. Sure, it's on Leona. She's going to be charging forward, maybe going to be having some round wins with the Zeeks, but the Rengar on the bench. The Cav emblem being sacrificed to Dark Flights gets the Dark Flight Essence. Rengar going to be the likely direction in the game for Khroen. It doesn't matter what emblem you get, it's all going to be converted to Dark Flight Essence, making Rengar all that much more powerful later on.
Indeed. I think that's a great way to shape it up there as well. That's going to be the obvious take here. But again, time and time, we have been seeing the obvious takes not necessarily make it. And that is going to be something I probably overemphasize a lot here on day number 3, where you have to find the lines and the opportunities that make sense. You're not always going to get exactly what you want. You're going to have to supplement your play, and that's where the resourcefulness and that ingenuity really plays a big factor.
Ingenuity for Khroen, I think. Coming into this event, he's been pretty vocal about interviews with Bryce that he's practiced more lines, right? Usually Khroen comes into the event only having a very narrow style of play. Does, granted, play it very well, but only 1 or 2 comps. He's branching out, as we saw evidence of yesterday. Oh, the Senna is so good, but able to play more lines, play them effectively, get to the final day, and look towards Worlds.
That pick into the corner on Twitch, I can feel Kaivicks' heart go, oh! Right? It's just, that's the last thing you wanted to see right now. That damage got cut down dramatically. Kaivicks taking a hit.
Taking a big hit, not able to 12-plus win streak as he was in the previous game.
Not yet, anyway.
A little bit of an anomaly. Not yet, sure. There's still time to turn it around as we get on into the Stage 2 carousel and get a chance to see the augments across the board. Standouts looking like some econ for Rainplosion.
I am really liking the dynamic that's getting painted here. Most players are going for like a supplementary factor. Soju already having a big line spelled out right now. I think Jewel Lotus is great. It just offers extra damage right away. But getting an Infinity Edge online gives you so much openness to what your big carry is going to be. And for Rainplosion, I don't know why everyone hates this augment so much. I guess because of tactics.tool stats. Rich get richer. It feels like every single time I see a high-tier player take this, they just run away with the game.
Yeah, the amount of gold generation obviously going to spike way up. That's going to increase those average stats by far. Name of the game has been HP preservation, but that doesn't tell the whole story. On average, it's better, but there are these specific instances where you can spike that econ forward, and Rainplosion is so good at rubber banding back from low HP and then having a high finish that she is the one that I'm most scared of for the rest of the lobby, having that specific augment.
Robin getting a Morella Namicon onto a Volibear. Let's just triple check that it has the Dragonmancer buff with the Jade and with the Thrill of the Hunt. I feel like this Volibear is likely to just run away with this fight. And Kurumx, this is not the spot you wanted to send it to be, just trying to chew through a Jax with a stone plate. Like, that's not going to happen right now.
Not very quickly, at least. Maybe towards the end of the fight, but Volibear
the Jax is still there.
For now, will Jax even go down at all? Yes, the excess cast does take it down, but again, it bought way too much time. More time than Robin needed. Robin, 100 HP right now, opposite of last game. Soju not too far behind.
I saw a big collection of gold in Rainplosion's corner. We got a quick peek at that one, but I saw 4 of the stashes pop up.
40 plus gold, maybe 50 into this round. And still has an okay HP total as well. Not even that hurting with 80.
And Robin, it just continues to demonstrate that he holds the early streak lines with high efficiency, likely to go to 20 gold in the 5 win streak here. I definitely feel like that when you're going on the 5 win streak, it's a lot harder to have 30 gold because it means you usually have a bit more in play. So if Robin can win this last round, I feel like he is a major favorite in the lobby right now. And look at the board you get to go up against. Looks like a free win to me, Khroen.
That is a free win, +1 gold. Tick that econ counter up to 20. Robin not going to have quite as much gold as he's been known to have at the start of 2-7, but still is going to be demonstrating the power, the efficiency of the boards he's able to craft. Sure, it's going to be very easy when you get offered units like Volibear, have the Morellas, slamming the early items, get the Dragonmancer buff online, but Robin playing from a point of ahead, very comfortable with this position.
That is absolutely the peak of Robin, is when that gets to happen. Satch gets to pick up a 4 win streak here as well as you come into this one. So round 1 loss, round 2 pick it up. Rainplosion offered a Graves? What on earth? Falls down to 70 HP, but an embarrassment of riches right now. 63 gold and a Graves offered to you at 2-7 on the creeps.
A Graves, a Zeri is there. Zach pair already for the front line. Could be a Seraphine Graves pivot admirable sword on the bench.
It could be?
It could be. It doesn't have to be.
If Rainplosion does not move towards the Graves, at least like with an aggressive attempt, I'm going to flame Rainplosion for this.
Well, I mean, okay, we got to look a little bit more holistically at the context, right? Seraphine Graves, you're pivoting into it from behind. Sometimes it can fall off, especially if the composition is contested from players who are ahead in that line. Rainplosion does sell off the Graves and the Zeri.
I will point out an exception. Not going to flame. A tier and a rod dropped.
I mean,
and you have an Archangel's Maid already. Okay, touche. As typical, again, opinions presented as fact, incorrect.
Rainplosion certainly going to be defying Admirable's expectations, but has a game plan nonetheless. This could be shaping up for a Deja board, right? Nunu being held on the bench. Not going to level up, probably going to pre-level. Actually, no, this is going to get richer, right? So it's getting all the value out of that.
Oh yeah, you're looking for richer.
Plus 7 econ. Rain is looking to get richer.
Robin found a Deja.
No.
Oh my gosh. So I do think the Deja is just, it's going to be a stepping stone here, I think. But it is definitely not weak. Whew.
No, not at all. 3-1 Deja Morellos as well.
Neither are the items from Rainplosion weak either. Shiv highlighting the damage aspect. You have the scaling for it. You're healing your team. Excuse me. It was this Kurumx that found
found the Deja.
The Deja here. Excuse me. But still, Rainplosion getting a win here after getting to 70 gold. This is massive. On the lead, a Radiant item pops up, and I see 4 Guardian in play here.
4 Guardian in play. Preparation, Ancient Archives item, grab bag. The prep is
Archives has got to be looking a little bit.
The prep.
I think I would take the prep here because I'd be terrified of the tomes missing.
Yeah.
But we've time and again, we've seen 6 Guardian be so powerful.
Rainplosion also playing this very aggressively in terms of item slamming, right? She usually does hold items on the bench, leaving her options open, but she's narrowing herself off here. She's taking prep, setting herself up for, again, this rubber band style of play where she's going to spike very heavily a bit later on, but has to get through this mid-game first. Every single decision point, assessing board strength throughout the rest of the lobby. Can she do it effectively enough?
Second guild emblem? Is
Wow,
that good?
Impressive, man.
It feels like it's pretty good.
Being able to get the free item, right, with the with the guild crown and getting the extra guild crest does set yourself up for an easy 8 guild pivot.
I feel like it's just 8 guild direction almost from
Yeah,
the
not
start.
even a pivot.
Just kicked off with the guild emblem. Yeah, the item stack onto this Karma was just such a good spot here as well. You know, sometimes the game is going to spell out the direction for you here, where you just get stacked a bunch of HP. I mean, you know, what else are you supposed to do here?
Rain not pressured to spend gold, minus just leveling up. Level 670, getting the most out of Get Richer Augment, has a strong board with that correct identification of the item slams in a very, very good spot. Moving to Soju, took Earth's grab bag, big Guardian.
It's not like it's super good from the item spot here.
No, another TG? Get
Yikes.
Lucky Gloves next.
I don't know about that. The Shimmer scale looking great. I'll say that. You have a Guardian, Stone Plate, Goldmancer that's sitting here. Pretty reasonable spot in terms of health total, but your streak is definitely not there right now, but I feel like your direction's okay. Just the items have me quite worried.
Yeah, where is the offense? I mean, all of these gloves, with the context that it is the Jeweled Lotus, means you only need, you know, one sword, get the IE online, be able to actually get the value there. But it's just, what, 4 gloves, a chain, a couple of cloaks, a belt as well. Not good for Soju, but even with that, is able to be top or towards the top of the lobby in HP and play it so well. Soju's been the most aggressive at item slamming, but right now he still has 3 unused components on the bench. Part of that does come through with the Earth's grab bag, but still a little bit of variance in that playstyle.
He's going to need to unlock sword, and then you also still have another glove and another cloak that you're trying to use. QSS on this particular patch has not been even close to, I feel like, what we've seen in the past.
Taking a look at all of the augment choices there. A couple of spicy ones, in fact. Goobums, notably. Wow, Satch and Robin also.
Prismatic just changes the world.
It really
It's
does.
so powerful.
The amount that changes the lobby dynamic, right? The players who invest in, you know, power right now versus investing in power later, that's going to be such a huge difference in the lobby tempo, forcing players to make decisions that they wouldn't usually, having to overroll perhaps. Rain, in the consideration of how much that she needs to roll down, finds a pair of Soams, but no blue buff.
Yeah, nope, not there.
Not the direction for it. Still trying to find the Deja. It looks like that's going to be the line.
I mean, this is an AP looking team.
Zaya.
I think you're just trying to get strong enough to like not get just obliterated on damage, and then find your way to level 8. That it feels like an instinctual mode.
Doesn't want to overroll, finding the guild units. Of course, guild pairs very well with the Deja. Just needs to hit. Deja's stats over the weekend going in have been lower than expected. And are those stats fake, right? We talked about that. I think the answer is no. They were just too contested. If Rain can have uncontested Deja here, actually have the gold to hit, she's going to be in a good spot. But this is not looking promising for now because she missed on that roll down and is being punished because of it.
You know, I'll take an Aurelion Soul as well. You know,
That's true.
Doesn't have to be Deja. You know, at this point, I maybe would take an Alshin. You have a strong front line.
No mana generation.
There's a lot of times you don't really have the damage with just a Karma.
No. Perhaps just sacrificing those losses, say that roll was fine to get the Jace and the Zippy and the Twitch all prepped up. Might consider going to level 8 before rolling next.
I think that has to be on your mind right now. 50 gold, prep rolling. Your health total's not terrible,
No,
but
it's
it is
workable.
It's very fragile, I'd say. The Prismatic Lobby, I think, is really what's contesting that idea for me.
The high roller for
Diana
Goobums.
getting to the back as well.
Olaf.
Right away.
Goobums is committing to Olaf. I don't think we've seen that a single time this tournament.
Well, is he committing, or is this a stepping stone right now? Like, you do have the high rollers on the bench. I'd be really curious to see how this is going to pan out, though.
It will result in a round win for now. The RFC, i.e. Olaf, going to town.
This was a positioning diff, I think, as well.
Yeah.
It's just the damage getting cut away from Rainplosion's board thanks to this 2-star Diana jumping right onto it.
Goobums only had 20 gold as well. Only Olaf won.
Robin,
a bit worrying.
Still untouched. Satch is joining there with the win streak.
Satch. Wow, such a difference from yesterday's play. Is Satch just high rolling, or has Satch sat down and been like, all right, what are my mistakes? How do I shore them up? How can I come into day 3 and upset everyone's expectations? Satch is looking so good. Robin just right above, though. Only 2 players win streak.
Yeah, those points aren't mutually exclusive either. A lot of times to win tournaments, you're going to have some high rolling on it. But
yeah,
the point that I keep clarifying, and that I'm just going to continue to hammer home, I'm sorry if you've heard me say this because you watch all the TFT events.
Good point.
You're going to have to capitalize on these high rolling spots as well. It's not just as simple as finding the stuff. It's knowing what to do once you've found it as well. You can't just throw away your resources because you have some strong stuff. You still have to min-max these effects.
Where are the Olafs? There's the Yone too, but not even finding a pair of Olafs or Goobums. 4-1 rolling so aggressively here. The 3 loaded dice on the bench. He's able to find the Zoe for the 3 mage. That's really good with this composition because it does feature the Silas and the Lilia. Finally finds the Olaf too. Beautiful in terms of stabilizing, letting him econ back up, and then using all of those loaded dice at once to hit everything.
And look at the side on Soju's spot, a Gold Mancer, an Infinity Edge, a Jeweled Lotus, and a Deja. But this Olaf feels like it's just going untouched right now with the thrill of the hunt. Every single time it takes a hit, it feels like it refreshes that life total, and Deja cannot stand up to this damage that Goobums has.
Not at all. Goobums rolled deep, but was rewarded in terms of board strength. Again, the Zoe, a big hit for the
celebratory
as well.
shield at the end.
Yeah, little BM there.
Robin's still untouched. The final augment showing up right now. Wow, all of these are reasonable options.
Has the reroll potential. Looks like that
yeah.
might be it, right? Taking units on the bench says that there are going to be better outs here. No.
This goes with the items.
More components, more
So
items.
You know what?
Which I like that.
Can't turn these down.
Because Diana is still going to be a very strong secondary threat in the composition, right? Olaf focuses on the front line, Diana is the backline threat, and there already are 4 components dedicated to the Pantheon as well.
Forge.
Reforge trying to find perfect items. Don't really need healing for the Olaf, as there is the thrill of the hunt there. Thought it might have been just like a death cap Diana slam. Not quite, though. One of the rods was reforged.
Wow, this spot looks so tough. And it's not tough in terms of like, oh, but my team is so weak. What do I do right now? It's just, how do you max this out? Like, are you go Rage Blade onto the Zoe? Spelling some 2 Rengars though.
So it gets 1 cast, but then gets deleted by the Rengars in each lobby. It seems like there's 1 player who hits this capped Dark Flight board.
I was just about to make the assassin point too as well, where Diana can be this fairly unpredictable threat or something that you can't necessarily prepare for. It's exactly what just happened to Goobums in this one. 2 Rengars on Kurum's side, and that is just a stacked looking Dark Flight composition that Kurum has right now.
Confidence from Goobum might be wavering. Started the first game with an 8th. Might be going back-to-back 8-8 unless he's able to make something happen. When are the loaded dice going to be used? How long can he wait?
You basically have an augment that's not doing anything right now.
Not at all. It gave a few gold and that's it. Prismatic augment. You cannot be just sacrificing his power for that long. I know he has to right now. It's not like he has the gold to buy all the Olafs, even if he uses them. The Reforge hits the Hodge, solid item. Love that one.
Supplementing the Infinity Edge that you have going on, so a little bit of extra crit plus the healing. I do think that while you have the thrill of the hunt, the supplementary healing is still important. Like, this is your primary unit. This unit has to get basically everything done.
Olaf against the world, a bunch of synergies to buff him up. 4 skill scoring, of course. It was nerfed a little bit. Olaf is not a very good composition in the meta. Players are avoiding it for a reason. Goobums pulling out for the first time, trying to stabilize with it, and does. But that's up against a Satch who is 40 gold plus. level 8 has not rolled it down yet. A good matchup for Goobums. And with that is no longer in 8th place. Rainplosion takes that spot.
Prestament with the Scorch at the end that pretty much fits really well into the double guild emblem there. Kaivicks with a swift shot at the end. Soju with damage amplification on the Ascension. Robin has taken a couple hits over these last couple of rounds, and it feels like this lobby's starting to shape up a bit. Rainplosion, Goobums need to have some shine-throughs here. Prestament and Kaivicks as well.
A lot of players low in HP. Oh, Aurelion Soul being found. Not really. Is there the space to put this in? I'm not so sure.
There's no items to put it in.
Builds a Cav emblem.
There we
Precedent
go.
hits in Hecarim too. This is such a comfortable line. Even playing 9 guild at the moment. Screw 8 guild. Finds the Xayah 2. That's a huge hit.
Having some
What?
Wow.
Just hit P. God trying to come back from the depths here.
Hey, we say just hit, but that was a lot of gold rolled.
I mean,
you bought that Aurelion Soul, so it's not in the shop for anybody else. So you're rolling really. It's, that's the reason you pick it up. The Rengar's not in place to jump right onto the Xayah right away, so some time to build out the damage. You're seeing the stacks from the Titans. You're seeing the stacks from the Rageblade. You're seeing 9 guild here, and how difficult this can be to kill. The Rengar's finally find the corner, but
Xayah lived through it.
Too much time.
Oh, Xayah able to hold her own against double Rengar. That's Titan's value, fully stacked, giving the armor, the 9 guild as well. Enough Omnivamp to lifesteal through them. Impressive.
A little bit of positioning diff there too. Imagine if those Rengars are in the corner for that Xayah instead. It might not make it at all.
Very true.
Pair of bards.
The Zippy as well. Can't forget about that one. Has an IE, could be one-shot bonking some people. I know Bryce was saying he's the Zippy to Frodan's Deja, doing some somersaults. We're going to see it happen here on Precedent's board.
The items for Prestament not necessarily shaping up super well right now. I think you're kind of clasping your hands and hoping on the Treasure Dragon spot, but honestly, this board has just panned out really well. You have a ton of damage that's taking place. Your front line's not that bad. It is really going to be a lot of positioning stuff right now. We saw the Shrine touch the Xayah. Not that big of a deal right now. The Olaf getting a little bit of that Sunfire cape. Trying to buy the time, but it feels like the Xayah has had way too much time to stack up. That bit of CC, Goobums taking a big hit.
Taking a big hit, still 3 loaded dice there. The clock is ticking for Goobums to cash those in. Hit Olaf 3 and come back in the lobby. Might not be enough time left, however.
I'm looking at 100 gold.
Wow.
For Soju right now. Does have, believes had the Shimmer Scale in play for that one. It's the reason he's stacking up a lot of the gold.
Oh, takes it. I mean, can't really spend that much gold rolling. The Treasure Dragon has to hit right now, has to roll it down.
What are we using the dice for?
Hits a Diana, hits an Olaf, trying to get closer before expending them. 1 dice used. Another. When's the next one going to come through? There's another Diana 2. The gold count is dwindling. However, Goobums might only be able to get 1 more round. Use another dice, gets 1 Olaf away, and use the 3rd dice. Hits the Olaf 3. Goobums could be making a comeback of a lifetime.
It really could be, but that was technically a -1 gold because of the Diana purchases, but something had to get done right here.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, the clock isn't just ticking. It feels like it's at the final mark. The alarm is going off at this point. You know, you hit the snooze button maybe, and it is wake-up time. 3-star Olaf is now found. Is this strong enough to come back in this lobby?
It very well might be. Probably not for a first place finish, but I think Goobums will be satisfied with top 4ing from here. The potential is there. Honestly, from the Treasure Dragon, it was some decent items as well. The Shroud completely whiffs, and you hate to see that, but I think the Olaf will be strong enough, especially because from Kaivicks, it's only an Itis 1. It's already down in the fight. Think about how long we've seen most Itises last. It is not compare at all. Olaf's in the back line, tearing through the rest of Kaivicks' board. Goobums has officially stabilized. It's still close, but gets the job done.
The thing I want to point out there, though, is Kaivicks' items on the back line there as well. A lot of his damage is reliant on that press the attack.
Yep.
That felt like it was everything. So it was everything else's front line. That got knocked down immediately. Kaivicks, I think, might be one of the weakest players in the lobby right now, and I think Goobums really shined that through. It's like, hey, Olaf 3, dominated your board right now. How are you supposed to beat everyone else?
Oh, Kurumx. 1 Rengar away from Rengar 3.
Boy.
Uses the dice and hits.
0 Rengars away from a Rengar 3.
Rengar 4? Another extra Rengar there. Just making some swaps. Not wanting to tier up the Kiana, doesn't need to. It's going to be sacrificed. Another IE to pop off the extra glove.
How many Infinity Edges can you have?
6 Darkflight, 3 Assassins. How many IEs can you have? Never too many, apparently.
Oh, the Essence didn't get on in time.
What?
No Darkflight getting placed here. It's the
Kurumx?
start of the round.
Wow.
Not the start of the... I'm sorry, it's the end of the round, not the start of the fight. Neela having an Infinity Edge here. You see how he wants to pan this out. He is very Assassin reliant right now, but missing that Essence is missing a lot of bonus stats on your board.
That is the difference probably of this
Oh,
fight.
boy.
A huge misstep by Kurumx. Taking a big hit, dropping to 14 HP while Goobums drops to 1. The Olaf perhaps wasn't enough. Satch, however, level 9. The big roll down in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Is he going to hit?
Rainplosion, by the way, since we pointed out the 29 health, has not taken a hit. Prestovit on the win streak as well. Satch looks like they were in a pretty good spot here, but it has not been clutching through. A lot of 2-stars getting put together here.
2 for Rain.
This is the critical moment of the lobby, I feel like, right now. Everyone's been strengthened up. If we can find 8 players going into a carousel at 5, that is just... I mean, how much stronger could it really be? We're getting a glimpse at Goobums' board in the bottom right, see if he can make it through. But this is a Deja battle that we have going on right now. We have extra damage on Robin's side, and we have the Guardian emblem on the other for Soju right now. Which of these is going to be more important? Right now, it is feeling like the Morellonomicon plus that healing is very akin to that, but the board getting collapsed onto Robin's side right now. I don't think this is enough to hold through. It keeps falling through, and Robin going to be taking a big hit here, falling down. Satch gets eliminated. Kaivicks is gone as well. Goobums still at 1. Kurumx at 1. Robin at 5. It is a close fight for these bottom 4.
Players are clawing at every single hit point. Every single placement matters so much. It could spell the difference between going to Worlds and having your set 7 TFT career come to an end, at least until the Western Last Chance qualifier.
And here we go. Rainplosion puts together a Jace 2. Felt like they were very happy, as it was a beeline for that item on the carousel right now. Robin says, you know what, this isn't nearly strong enough. I gotta find something.
Has to find the itis too. Frontline diff in the last fight does find it, as well as the Braum Mystic emblem as well that he picked up from the tome there from the final augment. Going to be good when it comes to Deja v Deja battles. Now what to make a difference in that last fight? Zephyr placement. Could be Zephyring to Zoe, but Goobums. Someone's going to be eliminated here.
And that is the Zoe getting knocked up. That could be a big difference in this one. The shield from Zoe can be absolutely the difference in the world. Olaf right now focused onto a backline Guardian. The Deja looking like it's in a prime spot right now. Onto the Itis with a Stone Plate and with a Dragon's Claw. That makes a difference versus Scale Scorn when that's taken the place right now. Zoe feels like it has not contributed anything to this fight, and it's all up to the Olaf to get this done. But the supplementary damage, the healing, but the scaling from Archangels!
Scaling from Archangels gets the job done. Goobums would have been satisfied with the top 4, doesn't quite get it. Gonna go out in 5th. A valiant comeback as Kurumx takes 6th. But we have our top 4 rounded out here in Game 2. Robin gets there. Prestovit in the top 4 yet again. Rainplosion rubber banding all the way back like we said she would. And Soju in first.
Knocked down to 29 HP early in stage 4. Has not lost a round since then.
Rain. Such discipline in the high stakes situation.
Dancing back and forth in Deja, trying to avoid the Zephyr, but it's caught onto the Deja in this one. That's a lot of guild on Prestovit's side.
Guild versus the Deja Guardians. How long can the Xayah be stacking up for? Deja's opposite side, so isn't going to be sweeping towards it. Zippy in the backline, Cav means that he's going to be resistant as well. Does charge the Deja yet again, locking him up for longer. It's just who can get through who's front line first. The Ida standing strong, but for no longer. Robin goes out in fourth. Prestevin showing why you should not underrate the Guild Xayah.
Zippy's supposed to jump to the highest health unit, and I believe that's in tournament percentage.
Yep.
The Deja being that extra healing and getting stunned time and again because of a benefit that a Deja has is such an unpredictable offset.
At least Robin gets to get a top 4 after bottom 4ing in the last game. Kurumx cannot say the same, however. 2 bot 4s in a row. Usually good at recovering, but not this time around.
5-7 creeps. Zephyr's up the Jace.
That's some decent mechanics there from the PvE rounds. A little bit too good.
Soju, meanwhile, has picked up the hot streak now. Rainplosion took a hit in that final one, and here we go. Prestevin, how much stronger can you get?
Bard 2, extra unit to go in there.
Pair of shivs.
Consider the Shyvana, especially if it gets tier 2'd. And yes, the Zippy will be replaced.
My
it's the
gosh!
Shyvana.
That is a huge hit from Prestevin's side. How often do you find that 2-star Shyvana that quickly? It felt like he had about 20 gold to work with. It's got a Cavalier spat. You have a Zephyr for the cheese. I feel sorry for whoever Prestevin's next opponent is.
Oh, wow. The Shroud. Is it going to hit the Deja? No, actually, Rainplosion's positioning, meaning it's up one row, dodges out on it. Is it going to make the difference? However, Prestevin spiked so hard. Rainplosion has not sent her gold down to 0 yet. The
Xayah!
Deja, the Xayah goes down. The Deja might be able to do the impossible right now.
The Jay's still delivering damage. Tanky enough. The Shyvana falls. Too much scaling damage onto the Deja.
Deja.
Prestevin takes a hit.
Prestevin so comfortable at playing for these top 3 situations, not often is going to peak these Xayah boards to win the lobby, but consistency to get here is the name of the game. Soju, however, 6 Guardian, also playing Deja. Deja's stats were indeed fake. They can get to the end, and they can be so dominant.
Uh-oh. Deja. I'm sorry, Soju. Just
Level
sails
9.
up right now. This costs a lot of damage from the Deja. Has a death cap to back it up, though. This feels like a commonplace thing that happens with these Shimmer Scale. You find a backup AP item for your main carry so you can spell out this gold. It says, you know what? I want the extra units in play. Is this enough? Two big
double Zephyr.
Zephyrs coming into place. What a positioning difference.
Wow, Prestevin, little bro right now showing that Soju's caught slipping. Deja has so much time, however, both front lines are so tanky. The Idas 2 versus the Shyvana, and the Deja's not really attacking that fast. It's going to be dealt with here soon. The front line's been dealt with. Prestevin Xayah turns its attention. Can the feathers fly? They do. They come back. Take out Soju, but not enough damage. Soju, 5 health remaining. Rainplosion won her fight.
Still a race for this top 3, but that was a scorching battle for Prestevin in that one. The Zephyrs just absolutely dominating the position.
Good.
It's part of what happens when you have these level ups too, is that you get focused on that last little aspect of like, what's the strongest thing I can do?
Yeah.
You have so little time for the positioning if you don't parse it out exactly in that headspace.
Yeah, players' boards are going to be capped right now. All it is positioning, is dodging the Zephyrs, getting the Deja on the opposite side of the fight. It's going to be here. Deja v Deja. Admirable who's going to come out on top.
Well, one of them has an Archangel's, one of them's healing, the other one has an Infinity Edge and a Death Cap. It says, you know what, I got enough, I just need to hit you. Is that going to be true? Ascension is the magnification.
Yes.
From the perspective of Soju right now. The Ascension hits. The
so
next
low.
wave, not enough to defeat it, but we're
Misses.
seeing some extra damage come into play. It's a 2v1. That can't get it.
No way! The Deja started hitting the Aurelian Soul instead of the other Deja, and with that, 3 players on single-digit HP. Getting the stage 6 Carousel moment of reprieve. Soju picks up a Guardian emblem. Rain wanted it. Might be satisfied with a Shroud, however, that might be the difference. Prestevin, however,
Offered the
last
13th
dibs.
guild emblem.
How many guilds can we go? Not going to get it, however. Needs the anti-healing. did not have it. That is a beautiful pickup. Precedent rolling to maybe try to find an extra Twitch to replace the Zephyr, maybe a Sejuani. Oh, where is he going to put the Morellos? Probably just on the Hecarim. Hecarim 1 auto and then casting.
I'm looking at the Jace being a possibility too. You know, Jace doesn't want to ignore AP. Positioning, last second changed up here.
The Zephyrs, are they good enough? It looks like Rainplosion has dodged the Zephyrs, dodged the Shroud. Was that enough?
Hits the Cavaliers, so the front line a little bit weaker. The Shyvana slamming down and stunning this board. Right now, though, the Xayah is at 25 stacks, and the Rage Blade keeps building. Scorch is absolutely tearing through the front line. Rainplosion's board cannot hold this up. The Deja has to do everything alone, and that's not nearly enough.
Rainplosion goes down. Soju on their side does win the fight against Precedent's Ghost. These are two members of the study group trying to battle it out.
Can the student become the master?
P-God versus Soju. Which one's little bro? We'll find out by who takes second and who gets game number 2.
I can feel the pride at stake.
All onto this next fight. Can Precedent outposition the micro game? Landed a beautiful double Zephyr the last time we saw it. Can Soju dodge it? Where's the last second swap? The Aurelion Soul to the far left side, splitting the carries. That could have been it.
The front line totally Zephyred up.
Wow.
Wow, that is a great call right now. The focus onto the Aurelion Soul. Shyvana diving in to stop that damage as well. And again, the scaling is not there until the Ascension clicks. But in the meantime, the Scorch continues to chew through the team. Shyvana takes down Aurelion Soul, and I don't think this Deja can get it done right now.
Unless one more... No, it doesn't get it. The Xayah... The Deja does it! The Deja does it. Soju claims victory in game 2, takes out Precedent. What a game, a battle of inches there at the end, Admirable, and just barely Soju shows up and shows why that he might be a world's representative.
Give me attack speed, give me armor. I got 2 best friends separated from the rest of the pack here. First and second place for Soju and Precedent. And they had a great game 1 as well. It wasn't like they slouched on that. So coming in with the first and second, they're going to start to separate from the rest of the pack, especially with some of our better performers kind of dropping off early on in that second game.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like you mentioned, Precedent took a 3rd in game number 1. Soju took 4th. Now they're both top 2, looking like they might go to Worlds together potentially. And that's insane when we compare that to players like Kurumx, like Robin, who are previous regional winners. Precedent, most improved, proving that even though he didn't take the win against Soju there, the consistency on a final day is so big.
Yeah, the positioning, honestly, from Precedent really shined through in this one. He had some absolute banger Zephyrs that were taking place in that one, plus the Shroud that you have to account for. It is a big puzzle for your opponent to put together there, and I think the call from Soju to split the damage aspects and that Bloodthirster being able to tank for enough time, that bought the Deja the amount of time necessary to be able to isolate that Xayah at the end and pull through with the extra damage.
Yeah, Soju was in his roll down, and Precedent's like, hold these Zephyrs, little bro. So let's take out, the lobby. Let's check out the lobby scoreboard real quick. Let's see where everyone is after game number 2. I mentioned we should see P-God and Soju at the top of the tables, and we absolutely do.
Yeah, and not a small lead that's taking place here either. 13 points each. The next one, Kaivicks with 10 coming into that one. Goobums, 2 bottom 4 finishes, but we are only 2 games into the day. Again, this can flip on its head. We are not swapping lobbies up here on the 3rd day. You can't reseed this one outside of anything but performances.
No, you can't. Kaivicks Rainplosion still toe-to-toe when it comes to the battle for best average game placement. They are both still well within reach to just get 1-2, so they don't need to get that outcome, but still, the conversation is there.
We should actually talk about Goobums a little bit here because, you know, it's still early on in the day, only 2 games. He's not that far behind. He can easily make this back up. But that game looked like he might have gone 8th again, and he's multiple times been in these spots where it's like, Goobums going 8th, and then he turns it into like a 5th or a 4th or something that you wouldn't expect. And so he's someone we still have to keep our eyes out for because he's been lethal.
Yeah, Goobums in the early of his tournament career was very much a 1st or 8th style player. I mean, it was literally like 1st or 8th. You can go back and review some of his tournament stuff. It's like 1-8, 1-8, 1-8 on the final day. It's nutso stuff. Since then, he has improved a lot, and I think it was Bryce who actually made the first term. He said it just in a casual call. He was like kind of turning into a 1st or 5th player, and I was like, oh, I'm going to take this line and run with it. It is great. When you can supplement those positions where it is looking terrible, and instead of an 8th, you're getting a 7th or a 6th or a 5th, in a tournament setting where you only have 6 games to work with, that's a world of difference.
That is the difference maker. That's how he was able to score the most points in the previous game. But we are going to be heading to a break shortly to bring in Bryce and Frodan, but I want to get some final thoughts into break after our first 2 games from you two, starting with Admirable.
Just keep it up. Like, my gosh, these compositions are just so close, and just everyone fighting tooth and nail. If we can keep this up throughout the day, we will not have one slouch of a game.
Stats being thrown on their head, but what we are seeing is just great TFT across the board. Can't wait to see what happens next couple of games, because we're going to be sending some very exciting players to Worlds.
All right, well, we've got game 3 and 4 coming up. Going to bring in Frodan and Bryce for those. Don't go anywhere. The Dragonlands North American Regionals will continue right after our words from our partners at Ball Street. All right, Admirable. All right, Frodan. All right, Bryce. Hey, Khroen, you want to play a game?
I do. I want to play a game.
Wanna play a game?
I'm feeling like playing a game, yeah.
I've got a board. I've removed some info from it, some important information.
I see. Ooh.
Like who's playing. I don't know if it's exactly fair, but I'm going to try and test your wit. What I'm going to want you to do from this position is tell me what place this mysterious player finished.
Okay, so this final placement, we'll start from the bare bones that we have. We have AFK, which is the strongest economic augment that you can get early that isn't trait-based. You can just get like generic amount of gold.
Ooh, I am looking up at the top right, though, and I see Game 3 Finals. And right now, 8th place with 4 points. So that is 2 back-to-back bads.
Okay, let's see here. We have a static Shiv slammed on Spellsword Mirage, so it's a pretty good, and we have consistency, or not consistency, AFK. So this is a really good opening.
A river sprite enjoyer.
River sprite.
Oh, this one's actually, I think this one's kind of hard because it's like, I mean, Econ Augment's OP, but also preserving HP, I think, especially because it's the LCQ, right? We're in a meta where it's very HP preservation heavy. I'm gonna go ahead and say I don't think this was a good finish. I'm going to say this was a 6th.
I was gonna say 3.5 is about average from this spot, maybe a 3, but because the person is struggling, let's go with a 4 for now.
I would probably guess that they end around top 4, like a 4th.
It seems like you're struggling. You can ask me one question.
One question?
One question about this game.
Okay.
And that'll help you maybe get to your, like, what placement it's in.
Gotcha. What is their most powerful augment at the end of the game?
I think when they picked up weak spot, golden weak spot, that was their most powerful.
Feels like a 1st or 8th style of player given the first 2 finishes. I'm going to go with 4th place.
Can I ask, when the game was over, what comp did they end on?
Comp did they end up playing?
Yes.
I found the comp.
Yeah.
Deja Guild.
I would like, if it's possible, I would love at least more than one data point. Like, I want to know Deja for sure. Like, I want to know, is Deja on the 4-1 board? And by the way, this is 4-1 after roll down, not before roll down.
I could definitely give you their carry on 4-1, like their itemized carry.
Okay.
What they've got. I'll give you, is it a 1-star or 2-star? Not just
Okay,
but
okay.
I'll give you that.
Okay, we'll take
Is that
those.
enough?
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah.
I got away. I thought he was going to fight for more.
Oh, wait, can I fight for more?
All right, the question there is going to be, what was the carry, the itemized carry on 4-1, 1-star or 2-star? I'll give you that much information. I'm going to start looking through it. Okay, the carry, 4-1, Deja 1, GiantSlayer, Gunblade, Shiv.
My question will be, did this person end up hitting Deja before the stage 4 carousel?
Yes, they did hit Deja.
Okay. Well, that's a really big deal, and if you're able to hit it on curve and be able to play for the Deja line, you can also scale it to Dragon. So based off that situation, top 4 was already felt like guaranteed. I'm going to change it to top 2.
Changing to top 2.
Top 2,
top
yeah.
2 specifically second.
Yeah, well, I guess top 2 is second, because you would say top 1 for first.
Well, I mean, you could say top 2, but you'd just be like hiding.
I'll go with top 2.
I learned my lesson for the first time. I'm going to go with my gut and I'm going to go with 6th, yes.
Sure.
Asking questions is bad, and it should have been a 6th.
I think that this is a 5th.
5th.
I think it's a 5th.
All right, well, let's roll the clip. Let's go ahead and see. Was it 5th place for this game? It was tricky.
Okay.
In the LCQ. We're gonna go from iLucky's perspective. We're taking the broadcast.
Okay, I like it. I like it.
It's crazy to look at that first snapshot, and then this is where you land at the end of the game.
Really well done. Honestly, I remember this game too, because I believe I was covering this part of the LCQ.
They played it well. I'll give it to them. I didn't have faith that they would play it this well, but they did.
That's Tripkey with that guild Deja that it ended up as.
Oh my god, this is such a BG.
And it's a second, which you said it definitely wouldn't be.
Oh my god.
So, Frodan, you did pretty good in this high roller low roller.
Great, great. How did Bryce do?
He did, honestly, better than you.
What? That is rigged. There's no way. I pretty much nailed it.
welcome back to the Dragonlands North American Regional Final. I'm Casanova, joined by Bryce and Frodan. We've actually got something special here. We've got an interview with Inico. So we're going to pull him in here and chat a little bit about how the regionals have been going. What's up, Inico?
Oh my God, is that a supermodel that moonlights?
I saw that guy on an Abercrombie poster.
Me too.
Whoa!
All right, Inico. Well, since we got you here, I just want to ask you about days 1 and 2, kind of what you thought about the competition on the first 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knew it already, but competition was going to be super fierce going in. It was kind of surprising a few people that got eliminated out of the gate. But yeah, I think that the field that we have right now is pretty impressive, to say the least. We have a lot of players who have been doing really well this set. A lot of pedigree as well, like Bryce likes to stick to.
Say what you will about it, Nico, but he's got that dog in him.
Yeah, good one. I like it. Okay, Nico, let's put your heart aside for a second. I want to ask with your head, if you were picking solely based on likelihood to bring home that world championship from North America, who are your top 2 finishers? Who would you like to see advance and compete at Worlds?
Who do I think is going to win, or
who would you like to see win if you wanted to see them win Worlds?
Probably Soju and Goobums, I think. I think that those 2 have a pretty solid chance at winning Worlds if they were to go to Worlds. Considering the thing that you have to think about is not only their form right now, but their form by the time they get to Worlds. So I think that Goobums is really good at prepping in particular, and I think that Soju can definitely step up to the plate when he needs to.
Okay, but then what about the people that you personally have rooting interest for it, whether it's because of friendships, practice partners, etc.? Is there any specific individual or individuals that you're rooting for?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody up there right now, like I'm friends with. I really do want to see Soju win, actually. I feel like he's been working at it for such a long time, like since the start of TFT. And I know he's got, the huge following. It'd be a crazy narrative, so it'd be really cool to see him go all the way. I would also really like to see Kaivicks do well, and he's been showing up really hard this tournament. I noticed this guy back in set 4. He climbed really hard with I think just only playing Kindred, and I added him and I asked him to join a Discord or something, and I've had my eye on him for a little bit. I didn't end up ranking him on Don't Talk If You Don't Know because some players are just so hard to rank, and this guy on ladder, he'll just go into a game, AFK on carousel, let the game decide for him, and just re-roll whatever he gets out of those Stage 1 boxes. How do you rank this guy? You know what I mean?
Oh, I know.
Super good player, and I'd be really happy to see him go far.
All right, well, before we let you go, Nico, I just want to ask you really quick, is there anything you'd like to see more of here on day number 3? Anything you think that's been kind of underplayed?
Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, nobody's busted out the Dark Tech. Nobody's busted out the Rock Lobster reroll. You have Carry Malphite. It's similar to Barbecue Kench. You have Carry Malphite, Carry Skarner. Nobody's tried it yet.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Wait till he talks about personal training Jade statues.
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
Oh, that one's too dark. No, even the devs had to keep that one from everybody.
All right, thank you, Inico. Thank you, Inico. Thanks so much for the interview. We'll see ya. Get him out. Get him out of here. Someone get the cane. Pull him off the stage.
Throw some of these conspiracy theories out there.
All right. Well, we're moving towards game number 3, and right now we've got kind of 2 groupings. We've got Kaivicks and Rainplosion still in 3rd and 4th. They're still fighting tooth and nail for those placements, but at the top of the tables, Prestivant and Soju.
The boys!
Soju, I know you said you were expecting him to make it into Worlds. I know you thought he was going to do it, and right now he is in the leading position. So let's see if he can keep that up as we jump into game number 3. Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
Here we go, game number 3. It's Championship Sunday here in the North American Regional Finals with Frodan and Bryce. Let's hop on board with the player that was leading it all, tied in first in average placement going into today. It was Kaivicks, a player that you just heard from Inico's mouth saying that it's just so hard to predict what he's going to do. I do think this tournament has been some of the most predictable play from Kaivicks after watching 2 days of it. We'll see if he does bust out any Dark Tech right away. Starts off with a heavy gold opener, has 9 gold on the bench, can choose to make gold or hold on to some of these potential valuable units.
Yeah, this is a really interesting early decision point for Kaivicks. Most of the field would lean into making 10 gold in this situation. Most people think that making 10 gold on 1-3 is just way too powerful of an economic opening to be passing on it. We haven't yet seen what the Mirage is. The fact that he's prioritizing holding on to it could be one or two things. It could be Pirates, in which case he knows he's getting gold off of it anyway. The other thing that it could be is he started Rod, and if it's one of the stronger Mirage variants, then having this Leona pair to combine with this Yone early could be very, very powerful.
That's right. Probably has the opportunity to have it both ways, hold all of the units he wants. It's Warlords, by the way, which means that he's getting stacks even this early, which is really nice. However, Kaivicks has been playing around Guardians as a key part of his strategy, and you can see he has 4 Guardians in the form of Rakan and that Nasus, which is why he held on to it for so long. But making 10 gold is too good of a prospect. Even to the point where maybe you could have argued you could have sold it for 1 round earlier. Making gold 2 rounds before people can even think about making the first gold is a huge benefit. Gold. It's a max gold opener and potential some regret for selling that Rakan too early.
Yeah, big time regret for selling that Rakan too early. I was thinking it. I was like, what if he gets more gold here? I don't know that I want to get rid of that unit. And then he does. That's just devastating. And you know what? If you have a gold opener, this is a good opening to be able to play around because he could theoretically play Dejas. Like you said, he's stacking those Warlord stacks early. Deja's going to be less contested because it's not one of the most popular Mirage variants, but it is a very strong one if you have the right setup for it. So would not at all be surprised to see Kaivicks lean to that. He can also just level here and still make 10. This economic opening is so powerful, and it combines with a fairly decent board and a fairly decent generic board power augment. This is an excellent opening for Kaivicks in this game.
I think a lot of people would look at that option in particular and think, wow, that was the one I was least expecting. You had Rich get richer off of a gold opening, which is a really powerful because you can compound the fact that you're making 20 gold when people are still not making their first. And then you'll be able to run ahead. Kaivicks been playing strong economic starts for most of this tournament, had success. The second would be the Mirage emblem. However, I would throw caution to anybody who wants to pick a Mirage crest with Warlords in particular because it just doesn't do enough in the late stages of the game. And while it does provide that early game tempo that we're looking at, you only have one option, which is to play Deja. This second win does keep him open to theoretically still playing a bunch of other different compositions, which is what I think Kaivicks wants to do. Yes, he is playing similar-ish things, but his paths to get there have been very varied, and he's open to playing a bunch of different lines.
Yeah, it's a really interesting opening because I think different players will play it so differently, and you start to see some of Kaivicks' philosophy on the game would ultimately work out for him. Only time is going to tell on that one. Meanwhile, we're hopping on board with Cloud9's K3 Soju, our current tournament leader, tied with his buddy Brestovan. He has an okay opening, but he's not able to get Lagoons online, 2 swords and a belt plus metabolic. What are you thinking from the situation?
Well, I'm thinking Zeke's to start things off, but I just can't help but notice that Soju has 4 pairs. It does have a Malphite too, but it is just not looking like a very comfy opening because you're sacrificing your economy but hoping that you'll streak. The only question is, does Soju want to lose streak on purpose? Because he does have Metabolic Accelerator and he does have enough to kill units. In this case, he's killing at least 1. Probably just staying at 1 given that the Ascension is kicking in for Precedent, who is also contesting him right now in terms of that first place point standings. So I think he has a lot of room. My immediate instinct leads to Seraphine Graves for that bulldozer / wire gun, whatever you want to call it, but we'll see.
We will see. Meanwhile, we are joining Goobums' board for the first time. He grabbed a Bruiser crest, not a super popular emblem, but I know that there are a lot of players that think this is actually a super underrated augment. How are you feeling about Bruiser emblem as an opening augment in the current meta?
Oh man, I actually really love Bruiser emblem. I think it's actually exactly what you're looking for at this stage of the game in particular on this patch. You want high tempo, which is you get a Jackson or Bruiser, so no matter what, you get a big injection of HP. It bridges to some of the most powerful trees in the game, like Jade and Shimmer Scale. And it actually unlocks another composition that people don't think about really often, which is a Vertical Whispers comp. Because by having more Bruisers, you're giving yourself more tempo and time, and 6 Whispers is very powerful specifically from that win streak position because of how much HP you get from 4 Bruiser. If you love 4 Guardians or 6 Guardians, you should love 4 Bruiser early game. And by that logic, Goobums is in an excellent position. Level to 5, this is his comfort zone. Goobums is coming for that comeback.
Yeah, he is. He's struggled to start the day, but we heard Khroen highlighting the top of show how how much preparation a player like Goobums does for this type of event. He knows all of the different lines, and so a lot of people would not be taking Bruiser or Crest because they're just not comfortable with it. He is very comfortable. He knows the directions he can go, and it gives him the opportunity to play a line that might be a little bit different than the rest of the field might play, like that vertical Whispers.
Taking a break and looking at how the augments shape up right now. Satch with Electro Charge. He's been leaning a lot towards that Jade Soifin line. We have Rainplosion with Bear together. Robin with an early commitment, which is something that he tends to thrive in with press the attack, getting the true damage off the Swift Shot. So already some commitments in terms of what people want to be thinking about. But some people are a little bit more open-ended. Are the two Bear together players going to try to force Seraphine? If so, does that mean Soju's going to be pushed off of it? There's a lot of questions going into my mind when I look at that augment.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to follow the lobby complexion as we get into Stage 3 and see exactly how many people are on that Seraphine line and what other direction some of these folks might be going. Soju, with that Metabolic Accelerator, actually was able to get a win, so he's up at 94 HP, and he's in a spot where maybe he could be thinking about kind of fast 8, fast 9 strategies in addition to Seraphine. We'll have to see what kind of a board state he can ultimately cobble together. Meanwhile, we're joining Satch, a player that started off the day really strong, a brutal bottom out in the last game, actually. We didn't get a chance to see exactly what was going on there, but he was so strong HP-wise, and then he just plummeted out into 8th place. He's in another strong early game position with 100 HP. He's been struggling overall to find win streaks in the early game so far this tournament, but that's not because he doesn't know how to. It's just he's been struggling to find the combination of units. Going up against Kurumx, one of our other win streakers alongside Goobums. This fight is incredibly close with that. Ezreal is stacking up and should have enough damage to get through this Braum and then deal with this Kaisa 1 in the back line. So that is a fight lost for Kurumx. 2 people remaining on the win streak, Satch and Goobums, heading into the final fight of stage number 2.
It's just tough when you know so many players in your lobby want to win streak just because it's built into their playstyle, at least their preferred playstyle, and then the meta reinforces that. It's funny because it works the opposite for lose streakers. If you're a lose streak player, you want more lose streakers in your lobby because you're going to take less punishment in stage 2 because everyone's more open to playing weaker boards. That's why Milk cites that one of his favorite players is, for example, like Spencer. Loves playing lobbies with him. Rest in peace. As we do take a look at Satch's board and see if he can go head-to-head with Goobums and get ahead. Here it is. That Bruiser Crest has revealed it. That is a Gnar 2 with Edge of Night and Rage Blade. That is a very powerful combination. And again, keeps himself perfectly threaded between the lines. He still can just play Jades from here. He also can play that Whispers Siphon line that I talked about because of that Rage Blade.
Yeah, and this Gnar 2 with the Bruiser Crest and the duo items is just an absolute monster in this fight. The Electro Charge is getting some damage, and then almost down. Satch is going to be able to maintain this win streak. It's such a pivotal fight when you have the 2 win streakers playing each other at the end of stage 2. One of them is going to be sorely disappointed in this situation. That is Goobums. Satch gets, I think, his first full win streak of this tournament so far.
Wow, that's massive if that's the case. And he did end up sacrificing a little bit of gold. He could have made 10, but he held on to Zippy. And with that Rage Blade, makes me think once more, Satch has said his primary game plan will be to play either Deja or the Jade lines. And so it looks like he's already made that commitment. And it makes more sense seeing some other players that committed to that Jade line. So we'll see if that works out for him.
Yeah, we will see if it works out. Meanwhile, we're joining Rainplosion, our lone lose streaker. She has been playing from behind, as we highlighted at the top of the show. She's also been playing a lot greedier with her itemization. Both those things are on full display here. Her only completed item here, the Lock of the Iron Solari, came from her augment. She had multiple swords open, which means she started sword, took sword, gets another sword dropped, and another bow. It is an embarrassment of riches on the AD item side of things. Unfortunately, no holders yet. There is a Rengar in the shop, and so she has to think about whether or not she is interested in potentially pivoting into the Rengar. She could easily go Runaan's Hurricane and Deathblade. She would have a sword left over to think about sacrificing a Zeke's if she wanted to go to that Darkflight line. So she's somewhere between Darkflight and Seraphine Graves comp. Where are you leaning if you're in her situation?
Hold on a second. There's another sword tucked behind the sword. She had 4 swords in total. You know, this might be, and I'm not saying this because I think this is what she's going to do, but because I know she has talked about it, but it theoretically could be a Varus spot. She talked about how she specifically liked Runaan's Hurricane's Rage Blade +1, and she is open to it. And she does have an extra sword for a secondary or for a secondary support item like Zeke's. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. The only caveat is that she's not in the position of dominance where you would like to play it. You want to play it from ahead. You want to have the astrals and everything going up. Speaking of playing from ahead, it's stage 3. It's another Itis spotting.
Yeah, that unit is illegal. Oh my god! Hold the phone. A double trouble is offered to Rainplosion in this spot, playing from behind with Better together, with the itemization that she has slammed. I know most players would instant grab that and start rolling down for the Dark Flight line, and it seems like that is exactly the direction in which she is going.
Yeah, I think Dark Flight makes a ton of sense from here. There's very few other options that she can explore. She rolled past the Rel, so she's going for the Varus.
Double Trouble Varus?
Double Trouble Varus is still a strong comp if you're able to have the stars align, but this does not look like the stars that you would write home about right now, because this is kind of weak. And the fact that she still has been a little bit indecisive, she rolled down for what looked like to be 2-star Jax, and that's it. This is looking dicey for Rain. I still don't like her position that much. She doesn't even have, for example, a second copy of this Kaisa to make sure that she hits that much harder.
Yeah, and she sells the Varuses, so she's not going in that direction. It does seem like she wants to play Dark Flight, so it was just a mistake missing the Rel. And if there has been a criticism of Rain's play, it is this. It's that she's not always the cleanest player. Her macro this term has been outstanding. She's played to multiple lines that other players in the field are not looking for. She's had a lot of success, but her micro decision-making, some of the positioning decisions, there's been a few moments when reviewing her VODs throughout the weekend where I've been scratching my head.
I think that it's also a position where I think her likelihood of going 8th is extremely high. She just spent a big amount of her war chest on level 6. She doesn't have a meaningful level 7 to roll down. She has really nothing to play for beyond the Zeeks on the carousel, and even then it's a very weak board setup. Rain is in dire straits.
She is. Meanwhile, we're hopping on board with K3 Soju, who's at 100 HP. He has lost fights this tournament, or this game, but he has metabolic accelerator, so he's back up to full. He has a Cannoneer crest. He's got a Zeke's Herald, and he's got an Infinity Edge. I am relatively confident that we are heading into a Dark Flight line, but it's worth noting we have not seen Nomsy yet, at least not to my knowledge, and there are some folks that have been starting to lean towards vertical Cannoneer Nomsy as a theoretical out. There is a Graves already online for Soju, so he has some options in front of him.
Yeah, really curious. I like how Soju has also made his board strong just by the virtue of having 2-star bruisers and giving a lot of HP. Cannoneers put out a lot of damage, but they often struggle with frontline, so this is a nice heads-up call. Now, that being said, look no further frontline than having this bruiser double trouble build coming out from Goobums, and now that has me asking, what are we going to double up on for Goobums' perspective?
We have seen iterations of Double Trouble Siphon at times get absolutely disgusting.
Another Double Trouble.
Another Double Trouble. Was that another Double Trouble with Better together, or was that the other side?
Oh, that was Rainplosions.
Okay, it was. Okay, that makes sense. So we can take a quick beat and actually look at this. Okay, so we have 2 Double Trouble players. One of them is Goobums with the Bruiser Crest. One of them is Rainplosion, who seems to be heading towards Dark Flight. We got word that it's actually Evoker Nomsy, so Soju is very likely not playing into a vertical Cannoneer line, which means I think he probably does pivot Dark Flight ultimately in this game. Kaivicks opted into Electro Charge, which synergizes very well with the second wind. There's a lot of kind of generic picks here, and then Prestivent also goes Swift Shot, so we have 2 people who are contesting the Swift Shot line in Robin and Prestivent.
Well, we'll take a look at Robin's perspective. Robin has been fairly consistent all tournament long, but his first 2 games have just not been it, as he's only been able to barely scrap top 4s and then finishing towards the bottom of the standing. So he's at 6th place. Does have this Varus right now, which lays a pretty decent groundwork for being able to pivot into a Xayah, or rather transition to Xayah, where he's to press the attack. The only question is, can you avoid rolling on 7? I think the problem with Xayah is that it's very tricky with over-rolling on 7 to be stable, because you sometimes pick up like pairs of like Hecarim or Jace, and you feel like you're inclined to keep rolling. Sometimes you get like a Xayah, but at the same time, it's such an expensive comp that's hard to fit at all, and I think that's where the nuance is often mixed up by a lot of players when they're playing Xayah line.
Yeah, that's a great point, and Xayah earlier on in the set was just so broken that you could basically play it from way behind and it was fine. But as Xayah has gotten nerf after nerf after nerf over the course of the set, we're starting to see it go a little bit in the other direction because it fell so hard out of the meta. But the reality of this line is it's very challenging to play it fully from behind. Most of the success we have seen with Xayah so far in this tournament has been from ahead when people have played it from behind. Unless they have hit really hard, they have oftentimes flamed out in the lobby and gone bottom too.
Yeah, that being said, I like the position Robin's in. All he really has to do is find, I think, a 2-star Varus. And I think the rest of his board's good. He's got upgraded Guardians. That's solid. He has ways to print gold through the Shimmer. That's also very good. And, you know, theoretically, if you can stall long enough for this Varus, that Rage Blade should be able to take care of most. But I worry that he needs to roll just a tiny bit, or else he's risking to slowly bleed that HP for 56, which he can't really afford to do.
Yeah, he really can't afford to do it. Meanwhile, in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we have Kaivicks, who is playing the only player on a win streak right now, and it is Goldmancer. So Kaivicks is a little bit vertical into that Shimmer skill line. We haven't seen exactly how much it is, but we know from looking at the board in front of us that is Mogul's Mail is the Shimmer 3 item, which means that Kaivicks has at least 5 Shimmer going on his board.
Oh, wow. So Soju went from 100 HP and streaking just a couple rounds ago to missing a quarter of that. So, and he's been getting metabolic, so he's been taking beatings, which means Soju is likely to fast 8. Kaivicks losing his streak is a really big deal as well. No one's in the optimal state of where they want to be, except Rain, who looks like she is rolling and hitting. 2-star Rel, 2-star Rengar. We're on Kurum's POV, who's also rolling for his staple composition. This is the comp that Kurum has chosen to tie his horse onto for this entire weekend, which is the Seraphine Graves Bulldozer Water Gun. And it seems like Kurum's a Graves magnet, and once more he does it again! The Team Liquid Magician whips out a Graves 2 from his hat.
This is big deal for Kurumx in this game. It feels like as we're watching more and more Seraphine Graves be played this tournament, the big difference between the ones that get stable, that win streak stage 4, that put themselves in these great positions to theoretically play for top 2 in the lobby, are the ones that hit the Graves 2 on the roll down. If you don't hit the Graves 2, it feels like you don't unlock enough of the damage after some of the nerfs that Seraphine has taken over the course of the last couple of patches. So all things coming up, Kurum right now, he would like a Pantheon to tie this board together. He's holding kind of budget Pantheon on the bench with that Silas, chooses to put the Silas in, gives him the Whispers. He's got the full Synergy bar online. He's got the Graves 2 online. How will he deal with K3 Soju, who actually rolled down deep in this situation instead of fast aiding?
That's right. Soju chose to commit to it, knows that he is contested because Rain also has double trouble. So, you know, it looks like no matter where Soju went, he was going to play a contested comp. He also has Archangel Swain, which is high risk, high reward. If you're able to protect Swain long enough with Dark Flight Essence, you will have some powerful scaling. But the downside is Swain isn't tanky, and a lot of the ways you can win the matchups is because they just can't burst Swain down fast enough, and you will drain tank his way to an overtime victory. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we head to the stage 4 augment.
Taking a look at these options for Kurum, I'm not very excited about Portable Forge. It's an augment that's much stronger earlier in the game. Ancient Archives doesn't feel that good right now for this situation. Second Wind is okay, but the thing is, this composition does so well in the gold augments, especially with the cyber augments. He decides to rip it. He gets cybernetic implants. It's much better than the other options. All things coming up Kurum so far in this stage 4.
I think that was the right call. The thing about Second Wind is that while it's okay, your comp already has multiple variations of Second Wind built into all the shielding and the healing. And so you want to roll for something better. And cybernetic implants, I think a lot of people will say, like, well, why is it even that good? It just feels like it's only for Graves. But it's that everything will be attacking that much more. And usually all units survive for the big portion of the fight, so you're getting a lot of stats. Kind of similar to what Guild likes to do to a bunch of opponents. Looking at Robin, Robin has all in at 4-2, has picked up Itis Pair and a single Xayah. But he has that Varus 2, and we talked about how Varus 2 can be really important. Look at this Graves. No Edge of Night Graves. This is actually quite a high-risk situation for Kurumx. Sorry, I was going to say Wisdom TFT 2. And a lot of people believe that because the one unit that you want to protect is Graves, he tends to put himself in a dangerous position with that quick draw, moving to the front line. Without Edge of Night, Kurumx could find himself in an awkward position in this mid-game.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see Khroen not consider greeting items there. He had a Reforger. He could have gone for an Edge of Night component and tried to go for it off of the Carousel. Last Whisper is an okay Graves item, but it's really fallen out of favor in the Seraphine Graves line in the last couple of weeks as players have started to optimize it. Joining Precedent, who is still stuck at level 7, he found an early Yasuo with a Guild Emblem and a Titan's Resolve. It's a pretty solid build for Precedent, but he's got this Rage Blade and this Runin's Hurricane, and he was carrying a Varus 1, and now it's moving some items around. So he's doing his best to duct tape this together. It's very clear Precedent is trying to play for maximum placements. If he can eke out a 6th in this game, he's in pretty good situation considering he did very well in games number 1 and number 2.
He's going against Satch, who was on a win streak, but did just get it snapped. But you can see Satch, like we said, was leaning towards Deja, ends up getting that single copy of Deja, which should be stable. And there's just not enough DPS from Satch's board to be able to handle this big amount of pressure. And Preston was able to win a 7v8. Satch is at 8 with 20 gold. That's really promising. And also Satch took a Mirage Crest, which is not something, again, I told you that I don't personally like. I think a lot of people also struggle to make it work. I saw a board in China Regionals where they had 4 Mirage Crests or 4 Mirage Emblems to have 8 Warlord with Deja in the traditional guild or the IDA setup, and they still couldn't beat the Dragonborns.
Yeah, the vertical Mirage variant on Warlord specifically does not feel like it is it, but we didn't see his choices, so we don't know exactly what happened there. We can see everyone's full selections here on the left-hand side of our screen. Robin got a Swift Shot Crest to go on his Swift Shot line. Kaivicks with a generic Thrill of the Hunt. Goobums grabs Big Friend, which will synergize very well with that Bruiser crest, clearly leaning into the Bruisers. I think Goobums getting ready for a big board transition here as we head to his board. This is the pivotal stage for Goobums. A Siphon right away. We would like to get more of those if at all possible.
I think Goobums might try to do some dark tech. There's a belief that Double Trouble is just good if you play 2 of the same dragon. Remember from set 7 where you can only play 1 dragon? People were playing double Siphon and Double Trouble. And here we go, double Siphon on the board. He actually doesn't want to even hit a Siphon 2. And then your board can actually just be 2 Siphons, 2 Pantheons, Zyra plus Sylas. And that would be your board. And we've seen people win lobbies, even against stacked dragon boards.
And I love how excited you are, and it's nice confirmation that you don't actually listen to me when we're up here, because when we were talking about earlier in the game, this is exactly what I was saying. I felt like Double Trouble Siphon makes a lot of sense. I've seen it pop off in niche situations, and I think Goobums has an excellent read on this. He's going to need to get the Siphon 2 plus an extra copy in order for this to really come online. And going up against Kurumx, Graves 2 in the situation, it's not the full transition he's looking for, but he's got part of the way there. 2 Siphons going to be a pretty stable board at the end of stage 4, going up against Kurumx, who spent a lot of gold and got very strong. Speaking of a lot of gold, what was on the board just now?
That's totally fair, Bryce. In my defense, you yap a lot.
That is super fair.
But that's a really good call out, and I think that's exactly what we're about to see, and I think that's an excellent read early by Bryce Esportslaw Blum. That's right, you heard it here, folks. He said it first.
I did, and I would like credit for saying it first, so I'm glad we got the record straight on that. Meanwhile, Goobums finds an extra copy of the Jace, so he's getting double trouble value on the Jace as well, electing to take the Siphon out right now. I agree with this decision. I think that the Siphon, the 2 Siphons going to be really good once he gets to 4 copies, but having a second Siphon 1 unitemized on the board does not feel like it in this situation. He's leaning to the strength that he has available, which is that he's got a Jace 2 already with an Archangel slammed.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think part of the reason is just because he has no upgrades except for that Jace 2. It is partially that Siphon, but the rest of his board is also not upgraded. And while Goobums looked like he was in a really good spot early game based off the HP, things are not looking good right now. And I hate to say it, but if he takes another 8th place here, that could effectively eliminate him from that top 2 position. He would have to purely play for AVP, but with 2 8ths, that's just too much to come back from.
Yeah, it's a much less forgiving format today, going from 8 players down to 2 guaranteed, but there's still other things to play for example, getting into the LCQ, the AVP placement. A lot of TFT left to go, so we can't get too far ahead of ourselves in game number 3. Preston taking a lot of time thinking about this Order Treasure Dragon. He opts to go with the Radiant Bramble Vest, plus he's got the opportunity to either make Deathcap or a Morello here. Do we like this take?
So he does have his Xayah item set, and he actually can play Guild Crest onto the Shyvana if he hits it. This Bar 2 also feels kind of like bait because while it's nice to upgrade it, it's usually the last thing you want to upgrade because, like we said, the comp is really expensive. And a lot of this was predicated that he would be able to hit Shyvana. Otherwise, what is he going to do? He's not going to make a second, or he's going to make a Morello on top of this. The death cap, who does he even go on?
Yeah, and one thing that we have been criticizing for players throughout this tournament is that there's been a lack of willingness to greed Treasure Dragon specifically. I realized P-God needed to hold some gold to get to level 8 here. He's able to hit a Bard, so he gets a fairly meaningful power spike for his board, but it does feel like this Treasure Dragon is not going to have a huge impact on his board. That Radiant Bramble Vest will certainly be nice on the Zippy, but it's far from the best item we could think of, although it is quite good into Kaivicks, specifically with that Jeweled Gauntlet.
Okay, so he does put the Morello onto the Khroen, which I think is a pretty decent combination with the Swift Shot. Covers most of the board. So yes, would you like to Morello the whole board? I think so. Stalling the Deja in the back. Kaivicks has Earth's Angel, by the way, the Radiant Archangel, getting a lot of stats, but Deja's just as good as your front line. I guess Kaivicks' front line's not that good. That being said, Kaivicks has incredible amount of gold, so he's chilling. He's trying to go to level 9. Let's see if he's successful in it. As P-God finds Shyvana! That is exactly the unit that he's been angling for, but is he willing to break apart some of these key pieces in his board?
It looks like the answer is yes from what he's immediately put onto the bench here, but the thing is he's not going to get to the 6 Rage Wing version of Xayah because he doesn't have Xayah yet. He's just got the one copy of Xayah with that cloak. He's carrying the Varus. It does feel like maybe he got weaker chatting.
At this point, do you even sell this? I just get the Spark onto the Shyvana. It's better that's on your board than on your bench. It puts a Rod without having Cybers. Kind of a slightly questionable decision here because if he was gridding these items until he hits Xayah 2, he can put the 3 items onto Xayah, pop off that cloak, and play for that Spark. That being said, it's easy to say it from here. He's under immense pressure right now. P-God is playing with a streak, but he's also playing for his life in this lobby, and that loss is devastating. Only tied with his buddy Soju, and now all of a sudden, Goobums, Soju, Precipitor, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, 6, 7, 8, all at the bottom, fighting to eke out placements. Precipitor and Soju playing from way ahead points-wise, but Goobums playing from way behind. He needs every point he can get his hands on if he wants to stay alive in this tournament, only 3 games in. Meanwhile, Kaivicks, as you called out earlier, so much gold, such a powerful position. Just the Itis 1 is strong enough to stabilize this board. He chooses to go to level 9 here to improve his shot odds. This Deja with this Radiant version of the Archangel, plus the Goldmancer staff is just so powerful. We've seen Kaivicks play from this spot multiple times so far in this tournament. We're ultimately going to probably find our way into a 4-dragon pivot, but he's going to do it slowly but surely.
Yeah, I really like how he's done it, and we talked about how he plays around those Guardians. He is very much in a good spot. Going up against Goobums, who does have that Siphon too, with that big friend. It is charging to the back line.
Oh.
Is he able to get the damage done before it? Does not look like to be the case. And Goobums does not have a way to deal with the Deja in the back, which means that Goobums is dead, but so is Soju from 1st to 8th, unless Goobums has him. And Goobums is going to go 8th, which is even more devastating for one of the best performers going to day number 3.
All 3 bottom 4s for Goobums, 2 8s for him. I'm not sure he'd gone 8th already in this tournament heading in. Such a bad start to the day. Will he have the mental fortitude to recover as we head into our Stage 5 carousel with only 6 players remaining? Kaivicks tops out the lobby at 52. We've seen he's in an excellent position to be able to cap out his board around Dragons and win this game. Kurumx is on a winning streak with that incredibly strong, like we said, hits the Graves 2, builds momentum from there. We haven't got a chance to check in with Rainplosion or Robin for a little while, so we're not sure exactly what their board states are as we rejoin Prestivan, trying to see if he can eke out a 5th, maybe even a 4th, which would be awesome from his situation.
I mean, it's such an unfortunate situation there for both Soju and Goobums. Needed big placements, right? Soju was in the lead, an opportunity to pad that, but at least he didn't go 8th. And he was contested by Rain, who seems to have found her way back into the top, and this seems to be a consistent theme amongst a lot of these players who just never say die. Taking a look at Prestivan's matchup, a last-second swap to the right corner, but these Rengars are fearsome to deal with because they will be jumping onto the backliners. These Swift shots are exactly the kind of food that Rengars eat for a balanced breakfast. Looks like Varus is ignored for just a second, but We are here for round number 2, and Varus is down. Can Precedent survive the damage that's coming his way? No! Friends stick together. It's a 6-7 for Precedent and K3 Soju.
And Satch going down in the lower right-hand corner of your screen as well. Will this be below Precedent? It's not. Satch ekes out a 5th by 1 HP. Our top 4 is secured. You have Kurumx win streaking at the top. Kaivicks trying to figure out his way into a level 9. Dragon-oriented board and Rainplosion is streaking as well, and Robin with a solid top 4 here as well.
I mean, Kaivicks is in his comfort zone. He's hitting level 9, rolling for dragons. Kurum's in his comfort zone. He's playing the Seraphine, Water Gun, Bulldozer comp with a Graves on level 7. Rainplosion able to play another come from behind strategy. I mean, at this point, you can't count Rainplosion out.
You cannot count Rainplosion out. She's so comfortable playing from behind on HP. She's been doing it consistently throughout the tournament. She's been hitting, but she's been playing to the correct outs and finding an enormous amount of success from these comeback positions. We look at this board from Kaivicks, which is a great time to play him if you're Robin, because we are not fully transitioned yet. I expect Kaivicks to get a lot more powerful before this game is over. This Xayah is wailing away on the Deja in the backline. Deja's able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but it's not going to be enough. This Itis winds up moving back. I think it was taunted by the Recon. It stops doing its job, and there we go. An easy fight win for Robin to hang on to his 23 HP as we head into our Stage 5 neutral round.
Yeah, but it's a Death Blade. What do you want to do with a Death Blade? Nothing. You want to throw it out.
Yeah.
Reforge it.
Reforge
Actually, you want to pull up twitter.com for as long as that website lives and DM Mort Dog. But
Leave this man alone. His DMs are fine.
No, I want to ask him how he's going. How are his cats? How's Malzahar?
Good point. That's a really good point. I agree.
And then, why is Deathblade showing up on my dragon at the end of Stage 5?
God, you had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Will a Reforger drop alongside this Deathblade for Kaivicks? Okay, it's not gonna happen, so we're gonna have a functionally useless item, but the big thing for Kaivicks is hitting some of these big dragon upgrades. There's one of them, elects to sell, so he has the option to move the items, then hits the Aurelion Soul 2, the strongest carry in the game, and this is gonna be disgusting with this itemization. I also like the fact that he sold the Itis to give him the opportunity to maybe itemize this Terra if he's able to hit the 2-star. If not, these items can go back onto the Itis in this fight. Very clean decision-making from Kaivicks on this level 9 roll down, and big hits available.
Oh, upgrades almost the entirety of his board in one round, and what a time for Rainplosion to play it. The only thing is he doesn't have items on.
He misclicked. He put a Bramble Vest. Oh, wait. Maybe
was
not
that a misclick?
No.
He's going up against Assassins, which can stop the critical strikes, which can be important, but doesn't even matter. No, the Blitzkrieg is just too fast, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units surviving. And by the skin of his teeth, Kaivicks lives for another day. Does Robin, Kurumx, Rainplosion have it in them to be able to win past this dragon board? Robin right now trying to go up against this water gun board, comes down to the last shot, and it is good for Kurumx. Team Liquid Civil War. Guess that Marvel's campaign actually worked out for him. It's working out in game.
Yeah, it really is working out in game. Meanwhile, Kaivicks does intentionally put this Bramble Vest onto the Aurelion Soul. That will be good if you can hide the Aurelion Soul from that Rengar in a later fight, because it will mean it has high enough armor that it's not going to jump onto it. It's bad if it gets jumped on right away, because it's still capable of dying to that incredibly powerful board that Rainplosion has put together.
Yeah, I think that this is a situation where Kaivicks has to be willing to not greed the Terror Hexes, and you can see he's doing exactly that. Aurelion still can't get surrounded, and when he's in the center, he's very much going to target for a lot of aggression. So, by tucking away in the corner, remove that greed, Kaivicks has recognized one giant gaping weakness in his composition. There's not many to this dragon, but that is one of them.
Yeah, the flip side is while it's really good into the Rengar matchup, it is terrible into these other matchups going up against Kurumx, who there's no Bramble Vest on the front line, which means that this Graves is getting through the front line much faster. And okay, this Aurelion Soul is tankier, but it ultimately dies. I really think this was the wrong decision from Kaivicks. I think he got too cute in this spot. He could have positioned around that Rengar. He could have put that Bramble Vest in the front line. He could have cornered his whole board, clumped up to deal with the Rengar board, and he would have had a much better situation to deal with Kurumx, but c'est la vie, nothing we can do about it now. We got to move on with the players that are still alive as we look at this matchup between Kurumx and Rainplosion.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point. We can return to that later, but right now it's an opportunity for Rainplosion to put her stamp and separate herself even further from the pack. Remember, Rain's not just playing for 1-2, she's also playing for best average placement. And we'll see as she's going up against Kurumx against the first of a couple of battles coming up here.
Yeah, 33 and 38 HP respectively. We see Rainplosion on that winning streak. Kurumx opting to keep his Graves in the full back corner, trying to keep it safer away from these Rengars. It's on to the Rengar now. Okay, now Graves is dashed away and Rengar's away from it, so the carries are away from one another. It's all going to come down to which carry kills the other one first, but Rain has additional sources of damage left available. These Aphelioses are pitching in a little bit, plus she's got the Radiant Vow, but there we go. The Graves is able to DPS. Is it going to be able to survive against both of these Aphelioses? The double trouble, the extra stats, just too much, and we have one fight win in the books for Rainplosion. Is there an item here that could swing anything? I'm eyeing a Bramble Vest. Did not work out for Kaivicks, but it could theoretically work out for Kurumx. And that's exactly what he is going to grab. You saw Rainplosion dashing for her as well. She's going to opt for a GiantSlayer. Does either of those things swing this matchup in your eyes?
Yeah, it's really interesting because GiantSlayer doesn't seem to have room. She has to put it on an Aphelios unless she wants to get one fewer Zeeks onto her Rengar, for example. So this is some of the dynamics that gets a little bit awkward with Double Trouble, Darkflame in particular. There's just not enough item slots sometimes for what you want to do. And so I do think that that is worth asking a question if he just wants to put on the Rengar, or she wants to put it on the Rengar rather versus just Aphelios. I like it on the Rengar 3. I think it makes a lot of sense. Just try to get that burst going and see whether or not this fight can swing the other way. Kurumx has this backline terror to help intercept the Rengars as well, maybe adding a little bit of damage Morello onto the Terra. I'm not entirely sure if that's the way, irking the way you want it to, but will these Hexes provide enough support? It looks like the Graves is just outmatched, and that is another win here for Rainplosion, who will continue her streak. 9 wins in a row, the comeback queen. Can she finish it before stage 7?
We started the day by talking about how fearlessly she has played. She has been willing to greed items. She's been willing to trade HP in the early game and find these rubber band situations in a meta where most players are struggling to find these outs. Rain is doing it time and time again, and as the Dark Flight line, it feels like, has pushed more and more into Swain-oriented compositions. She goes the traditional version of the Double Trouble. She doesn't play the Swain. She goes for Aphelios 3, Rengar 3, Rel 3, hits them all. Great itemization. She has won both these fights fairly decisively so far. Is this another win for Rainplosion in game number 3?
Frontline Graves. Kurumx has thrown the playbook out the window and says, I am just going to go straight for it. Graves tries to go onto the frontline Rel, but meanwhile the Rengars are moving to the back line. A back line ZZ Rod trying to stall for as long as possible. Who is going to scale harder? But the Aphelios finish off the Graves, and I think that Rain is able to finish it here. Make it rain for game number 3 at the Grand Finals. Rainplosion comes up big once again in the North American Regional Championship.
I am having deja vu over here. Every single time we count Rain out, she proves us wrong. Every single time she looks like she's got her back up against the wall, she finds a way out of it. This is her 5th win of a 2.5 days into a tournament against the best players in North America. This is ridiculous. Take it easy on them, Rain.
I can't believe it. She's still popping off. They're trading blows back and forth with Soju and Prestivant. It's been early. The first game, we have Kaivicks and Rain at the top of the tables. Second game, Soju and Prestivant. It's flipped once again. Kaivicks, though, going out a little bit earlier here in 4th place, but these two have been fighting the entire time, and Rain has finally found a little separation away from Kaivicks.
Yeah, she has found that separation, and the question is, did Rain find that separation, or did Kaivicks separate themselves? I really want that spot back. I immediately assumed it was a misclick on the Bramble. I see what he was trying to do in that situation, but I think that there are positioning tools to deal with it. I think having that Bramble in the front line, and he very likely wins that fight against Kurumx because he has an extra Archangel staff onto this Aurelion Soul, and he has a Bramble in the front line to deal with and stall out that Graves, and then maybe, just maybe with a full clump positioning everything in the back line, no access to the Aurelion Soul, can solve that fight long enough to deal with Rain's ridiculously strong board. At the very least, I feel like Kaivicks should have been able to play his way into a second there, but you know what? He's there. I'm here. I'm just doing my best to figure out how I would have done it in that situation.
Well,
that is true.
While we keep talking about this, let's take a look at those scores from the first 3 games. We're going to see where this leans everyone. Rainplosion, taking sole possession of first position.
And Preston's still hanging in there in second place. Kaivicks with a very nice top 4, but still left a lot of points on that table. Just to wrap up Bryce's note here, when watching Kaivicks' VODs, I do think that he gets to level 9 super consistently, but he still looks a little bit lost at times because there's so much to do. You saw him, he had to transition, he had to set this board. Sometimes the 4-dragon fights you. You take a dragon out, and also you have to place another unit in to take it out, and also put another dragon to get that +1. There's just so much to do in a fast 9 situation there for Kaivicks. I don't blame him, but he can't slip up too many more times. Otherwise, he might just barely be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, we are halfway done. 3 games in, 3 to go. Goobums taking another 8th. He's a favorite coming in. And now at this point, it may look like he needs to start looking at LCQ from the spot he's in.
Yeah, the way in which the points have shaken out are terrible for Goobums. Not just because he has 6, but because the next lowest person has 12. He would have preferred to be in a situation where someone's running away with this tournament, and therefore he can kind of fight his way back into the pack, but that's not really feasible. Basically, everyone is in an okay situation in this tournament except for him. You would like to be on the higher end of the points, right? You'd like to be where Rain is at points-wise, but we have 3 more games to go, plenty of points left on the table. I think everyone is still very competitive in this event except for Goobums. We can't count him out yet mathematically, but practically speaking, his day here is about LCQ, not about making a qualification auto world spot.
Well, it looks like he would have to go 1-1-1 to even have a shot there. And if you think he can go 1-1-1, you should head over to Fantasy TFT and pick him to get first place in these next few games. It is a real-time fantasy market, so check them out over on the App Store or on the web at fantasytft.com. But we're going to be moving into Game 4 shortly to see if Rain can hold on to this, because it's actually an interesting dynamic. If Rain takes one of those first 2 spots, that actually opens the door even further for Kaivicks, because they're fighting for those average placement spots.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. There's a little bit of small tournament meta dynamics, like you said. Can we find Kaivicks to put himself in a position of success, even if he's on the outside with best average placement? With Goobums taking 8th, there's pretty much no one else. But then there's like this weird dynamic of what happens if Goobum runs it down with his AVP. Kaivicks and Rain are the 2 players going through.
True.
Who's the 3rd highest? I think it's Prestivan currently.
With the 4. Yeah, the 4 was pretty high in comparison to the rest of the field.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up being the case, because, I mean, still, Prestivan and Soju have been the other 2 players putting themselves in the best spot, and we kind of lose sight of the 2 Liquid boys who are solidly in a good position to continue in this back half, do just as well as any of those other 4 have done, and put themselves in those top 2.
Yeah, neither were in amazing positions coming into this game, but they both top 4'd. Khroen with an excellent 2nd place, Robin with just a solid 4th. So, like we said, the points are fairly condensed. There is plenty of space for either of those 2 vets to fight their way into one of these top 2 spots. We have a lot of TFT left to be played today.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that, a lot of people are looking at Robin and Khroen. Just don't worry about them. They're going to put consistent performances, and they put themselves within the threatening range. That's what Khroen's actually done a lot of times. His first half of the day, he's a little bit of a slow starter. And this is the first half of the day, pretty decent. He was able to cut out with the top 2. So we'll see what happens in Game 4.
Yep, we're jumping in right now to Game 4 of the North American Regional Finals. Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
All right, we are halfway done with Championship Sunday. After 3 more games, we're sending 2 players from points and 1 from management placement, while the other 5 will have to be left groveling, hoping that they could have qualified for Worlds, maybe getting an LCQ spot, depending on how things shake up. Let's check in with Rainplosion, who has just been lights out this weekend. You just kind of look at Rainplosion, and it just feels like no matter what the situation is, even if she's win streaking or lose streaking or mid streaking, it feels like she's in a good spot, or rather she's able to pull some reps out of her hat.
Yeah, and Mortdog definitely has her back in this tournament, it has to be said, right? That last game, she's very low on HP, which is stylistically where she's been, and she has been she got dropped an unbelievable amount of AD items. Then she gets offered double trouble on 3-2, probably the single best augment she could get there because it gives her such clear direction and capability to do that rubber band back. Maybe she could have done that anyway. There's definitely a lot of other augments she could hit, but with weak augment selections in 3-2, I think that rubber band was probably impossible from her situation. So it worked out. She gets another first. She makes 10 gold here on 1-3. Another awesome start to this game. We also haven't talked about Executioner's Edge yet. Probably most players agree this is the strongest Mirage variant. I would expect to see some Deja in this lobby.
Yeah, definitely one of them. We'll see if players like Satch can find a way to get that Deja back in. We saw Robin play Deja. We saw other people try to angle for it as well. A lot of things can be happening here as we see what happens in game number 4. Depending on the items, though, it can get a little awkward, and it looks like it is awkward. 2 vests for Rain at the moment, as well as a gold opening. So she does have a lot of money, but she only has a Bramble vest currently as a slammable item.
Yeah, her opening augment selection is very interesting. We saw Soju take that metabolic accelerator. It seemed to be going very well for him, and then he winds up flaming out in the lobby in 7th place. Ascension is generically strong. She does have 2 defensive components, so theoretically that synergizes well because she can stall longer and she can get some cheap free damage on her backline without itemization. She opts in that metabolic accelerator. It looks like she's going to be leaning into her comfort zone, trading HP early for econ, for item priority, and we'll see what comeback she has up her sleeve this game.
Well, well, well. Rainplosion with another lose streak position. We'll see if anything happens for her to potentially come back. Probably does. We'll see as goes up against her first matchup. A couple people leveling. See whether or not they can contest for a streak, but Soju also has a gold opener with metabolic, although you can see the differences in the bench. Soju has 3 items and able to make 10. Rain's been making 10 for a couple of rounds now, able to hold that many more units. That being said, Soju does have better components to play around. He has bow, tier, and glove, which is actually very quietly one of the most flexible ways you can itemize early game with your damage sources. Gets a near victory, which is actually pretty ideal for Rain because she heals right back to 100.
Yeah, that's way better for Rain than it is for Soju. Both of them are playing to intentionally lose streak. They wind up playing against each other in the first fight, and it is a perfect fight for Rainplosion. Her board definitely not capable of killing 2 units against most boards. It's a perfect loss for Rain. She maintains 100 HP. It's the rare situation we actually have 5 players at 100 HP on 2-2.
Checking in with Satch, a player that coming into this weekend, it felt like pretty much Bryce Esportslaw Blum was the only person who truly believed in him, as well as all of his friends in the competitive TFT Discord server. And Satch has not really put it together for a big first 3 games, just in 7th place. His AVP is in the dumps right now at 4.67 heading into today. So he's not qualifying for Worlds unless he's able to do it the hard way, which is top 2 in points. What are some of the things that are key to success for this game, Bryce?
So he's got the early tank itemization, opts into the Bramble vest, so he's going to go Bramble Declaw instead of a Gargoyle Stone play, which I think more people in the field would do. Satch is one of the only players in the field left where Deja is the core part of his game plan. In particular, likes playing around the Guardian variation of Deja, and with these tank items early, I very much expect him to go in that direction on the Executioner Mirage, which, as we said, is one of the stronger variants. So he's going to be trying to lose streak early, hoping for an early Deja, early Itis, as we've certainly seen time and time again throughout this field. And if he can get that going, if he can get a prep streak or get those units prepped, then he could be in a really great position. We also see in the lower right hand corner that he has 0% of his games lost streaking at 2-7, which is really interesting. This is a guy who really prioritizes preserving HP at all costs. I think he's theoretically fine lose streaking as long as he's killing units, but he's not prioritizing lose streaking at the expense of playing a strong enough board to kill units, preserve HP, and get into those mid-game situations in which he wants to be.
Yep, that sounds about right, as right now he's still playing that Astrals opening to get that gold. Astrals have very much taken a step back from where they were at the beginning of the set, being the dominant opener. Now they're a solid opener if you have the spot for it, meaning you have 2 stars, you have the synergies, and you have a couple of items that really go well with the specific champions that you're pairing them with. As he does go up against Kaivicks, having Exiles opening and able to get a convincing victory. Kaivicks is just playing good boards early, and again, his boards are kind of weird. He's playing Jax, Vladimir, and Zeri, which I believe have a total of 0 trait overlap. He's just playing good boards.
Yeah, his augment might not be built differently, but this man is built differently. He is very happy to play whatever the combination of strongest units are available to him. Taking a look at the augments for the first time, we've already talked about the 2 metabolic accelerators. Goobums, the other player, opting for a more econ-oriented augment in trade sector. And then we have 2 players on prep, Satch and Liquid Kurumx, Kaivicks with Exiles, and then Prestivant with Beastin. We talked a lot about the options for Beastin yesterday. We'll have to see what Prestiven's start is to figure out where he might be leaning with that augment.
Yeah, kind of awkward. He has the cloak. Not really what you necessarily want, but cloak has been slowly but surely moving its way up. As we do see, Robin has an early Xayah, but with that Zeke slam and his setup with Lagoon, makes me feel like he wants to lean towards that Seraphine composition. So I don't anticipate that Xayah being picked up here. It's just too expensive. But just to tie in that previous point, Prestiven has Beast Stem, which is actually quite open-ended. One of my favorite augments to play. I love the change from set 7 to 7.5, where we have now just one shapeshifter required. You can pretty much do anything. What doesn't want attack speed, Bryce?
Yeah, what doesn't want attack speed? What can't fit a unit like Jace or Shyvana on the board? You can get Gnar in the action on Soyfin, so there's a lot of different options. We see a Runaan's Hurricane slammed in the lower right hand for Prestiven with that Beast End, so he's got Jade opening. He can definitely lean into Soyfin. He can still play Xayah from there. We'll have to see what he winds up hitting, because Prestiven does not play super wide in relation to the field, but he's definitely willing to play any of the outs we've talked about so far.
He has been leaning more towards Xayah, as we do see Prestiven is continuing the streak and 2-5. We might see a Robin versus Prestiven showdown at the end of Stage 2. Two of the best Stage 2 players this tournament. Only fitting if they're able to face off. A little bit ironic that Robin has had the Xayah in the shops, like, oh, maybe Prestiven wants something like this. We'll see if either of them go to level 6. We have seen some players be very be desperate to be able to keep that win streak going, recognize that they probably can't win head-to-head, or they want better chances than 50-50.
Yeah, and he's deciding between playing this whole. He
Level
does
6!
go to 6. He does it. He does it at the last second, so Prestiven can't respond. And he does play Prestiven here. Prestiven making 30 gold. Robin making 0 gold. Will he be able to maintain the streak? It looks like he will.
Yeah.
In fact, now that I have a chance to look at this board, I feel like Robin is just playing too conservatively here. I'm pretty sure he smashes Prestiven in a head-to-head level 5 fight. He has multiple additional upgrades. I find it very hard to believe that he needed to level to 6 to win this matchup, but the mental damage that he did to Prestiven cannot be calculated.
Whoa, also the actual player damage, too.
True.
Leveling. It's funny that he's conservative. I interpret that as aggressive because he wants to pressure Prestiven and the rest of the lobby. Anyone who's facing Robin will be taking a bunch of damage. So, you know, Prestiven on the other end, it's not that big of a deal. Like you said, he has 30 gold. That's actually quite a lot for that point in the game. And I think that explains it because there's two metabolic players. Maybe his board was actually quite fraudulent. That's why Preston didn't push 6. He's like, heck, if I push 6, I'm still not winning. I probably have a 1% chance to get that dub.
Yeah, I mean, if he hadn't played Kaivicks yet, he might have lost to Kaivicks' level 5 board
That's
on
true.
level 6, right? Prestiven's board is omega fake in that situation. Hopping on board with K3 Soju, who after winning that first fight, against Rainplosion, has lost all 4 fights as was intended. He has strong itemization that looks to me like it might lean towards Deja, but with that Hand of Justice with the Jade opening, he can easily slam a Rage Blade and flex between what he hits in the Deja or the Soyfin line.
Yeah, I think you said Jaza. I was like, wow, is that what Jade and Deja plays?
It's like Soyfin.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the items here are also very open-ended. You know, you can make that Edge of Night and Rage Blade and Hot, which is very powerful in Volibear in particular. So I wonder if that's what he's thinking about. Also could think about, you know, Gunblade. You mentioned Executioner and Deja, how it's so popular. People still love playing a lot of Gunblade, even if it's something that's very front-loaded, like the Executioner damage. Looks like we are going to go to the Volibear Edge of Night carry, as we talked about. This is such a devastating setup. Heads up play here from Soju as well. He's not throwing in just a random unit. He's playing a second Karma because every star level of a Dragonlance will raise that Volibear that much more. And it is bear hug time as we see all these units are focusing on Volibear, but he is trying to go in, and that AoE damage is crushing through the backline now. And it doesn't seem like there's much Khroen can do.
This unit is not fair. The 3-item Volibear, even at 1-star with the Dragonmancer buff, just
That's a 5v6.
Disgusting amounts of damage. It's an easy fight win there for Soju. Meanwhile, on the lower hand corner, we have a Vladimir busting up Liquid Robin's win streak, so our only remaining win streaker in this game is Kaivicks at 98 HP.
Oh dear, Goobums rolled to 0, and he has a Zippy 2 as we have a Prismatic Augment at 3-2.
Okay, so we have a Prismatic Augment in the hopper for all of these players. Looking at K3 Soju's spot, I think that all of these augments are roughly terrible, and I am very interested in re-rolling from this spot. Is there anything that I'm overlooking on this current slate of options? You could build different.
So, Dragonmancer Crown, if you pick it up at this juncture of the game, but it actually does have synergy with Metabolic in the form if you want to like lose streak, reroll Dragonmancers, or go fast A for Dragonmancers. The problem is I think Soju's items have been committed already. So he does choose to reroll. And now he has a choice of 1 Thieves Gloves or 2. What do you think?
I vote 2. As I mentioned previously, I have learned
choice.
everything I know about math from Kiyun, and I am extremely confident in this situation.
No level.
No level. I wonder if that was on purpose or if it was just that it took him so long to make that augment decision he couldn't get it off, but he's going up against Rainplosion here, who has rolled some gold, has stabilized a Kai'Sa in the backline, maybe looking at Kai'Sa reroll as an option. She has actually 5 copies of Kai'Sa. We've seen her played a couple times this tournament. She's actually top 2'd every single time that she has played Kai'Sa reroll so far, so we could call that a comfort pick to be sure.
You know, it's a greedy play to not level. Soju could probably pitch it as an intentional decision. I don't think that's an intentional decision. But he has Metabolic Accelerator, so it's not the worst. Also, the health totals are a little bit dubious enough where it still might give him a second-round draft pick coming up on the carousel. So I think it's okay. Not a disaster for Soju, but he can't make many more plays like that.
Yeah, I agree with that situation. So Kaivicks has a Guardian Emblem slammed at 3-1. Kaivicks has been playing Guardians as core to his strategy. I keep waiting for other people to realize that, quite frankly, because I'm pretty sure Guardians are absolutely broken. And if you want to know why Kaivicks is doing so well, a big part of it is how strongly he leans into Guardians each and every game. We're seeing a lot more of it played generically at, for example, the EMEA Regional Championships than we have been so far in the North American Regional Championships. We've got Khroen going up against Goobums, who's on a win streak with that very early Zippy 2 off of Trade Sector. And so we've got that Zippy into the back line with that Bloodthirster trying to stay alive, but it's taking a meaningful amount of damage. It's dashed onto the Kai'Sa. Is there going to be enough damage left over? It seems like the answer should be easy fight win for Goobums. He's got that dual threat combination in the Zippy, plus he's got the Varus 2 in the back line, plus CB3. So as many times as I thought this Zippy was going to die, the Bloodthirster plus the shield plus the CB3, not so much.
Yeah, and remember, the shield from the Bloodthirster healing is much higher effective HP because of the resistances gained through having Zippy on the board through the guild trait. So we take a look, a moment of reprieve here in Stage 3 Carousel. We have another person taking Band of Thieves 2. It's Prestivan and Soju. It makes sense that they stick together. Satch with a Mystic Crown. Rainplosion with Earth's Grab Bag 2. I wonder what's cooking up over there.
I'm assuming it's a Dragonmancer emblem and that she's leaning into Kai'Sa. One thing I don't know is how well that composition plays when you have no combat augments like she does, so we'll have to see where that goes. Robin, we talked about that early Zeke Slam, leaning towards Seraphine, getting one of the strongest augments he could get from that spot, the Preparation 3. Speaking of preparation, we have the Team Liquid brothers on the same line. Both of them have been playing so much Seraphine this entire tournament. It's what got them here, and they are contesting each other once again on that line, rolling past other units, very clearly committed to this line, trying to get some upgrades, trying to get units prepped as well so that he can hit his big power spike that he's going to need on the top half of Stage 4.
It's the most linear that Kurum's ever played a tournament. Usually he wants to be open to a bunch of different lines, but in his own words, he doesn't know what else to play that's consistent based off his core strategy. And he's executing it. I mean, heck, Milk got third at Worlds playing like this. And if Khroen can master this line and show you the way, he will be one of those players trying to reclaim that championship throne. But can he find a way to be more consistent in a spot where he's not able to hit that Graves 2? Last time, previously, when he was rolling this deep on 7, he already had Graves 2 by like 20 gold left. This is a game where it looks like he's struggling way more, and despite the fact that his setup is pretty good, right? He has preparation, he's got a lot of the units, he's had Lagoon rolling early. This looks like a bad position here for Kurumx.
Yeah, Khroen goes bot 4 from here a huge percentage of the time. He's really low on HP at 45. He doesn't have a lot of the core units that you would need. He's got a pair of Pantheons, but no Graves, like you said. That's the primary carry of this composition. The items are pretty good. The augments are pretty good, but that's as far as we can go. He's lacking the core units to put this composition together, and you were making fun of this line yesterday because of its lack of flexibility. We did see Goobums innovate by hitting an ASOL on 7 and playing around ASOL as the primary carry as opposed to Graves, but no ASOLs, no Graves, no real meaningful carry options here for Liquid's Kurumx.
I mean, I was memeing the flex part of it. We were labeling the graphics Seraphine Graves flex, which is amusing in itself. That's neither here nor there. The big gem activates, and with 50 gold plus for Kaivicks, that is going to be huge amount of damage. Whether or not this Deja can clean it up through one Wind Blast is not able to get the job done, so not a bad loss here for Kurumx. But still, he wants to stop losing pretty soon. And it's this position that he's not unused to. He's actually been playing from behind quite often, but like you said, he's being contested by another person who's in danger of holding hand 7-8.
And Robin is rolling down right now, trying to get some of these units and trying to get them prepped. It's double whammy. He needs the prep stacks on them, and he also would love to be able to take them out of the pool before Khroen is rolling for them. Joining Prestiven's board on our main screen, we have a Jade line pretty clearly. This is the only real unit that he's holding and playing towards, so it seems unlikely to be Xayah from here. Some pretty good items drop in this situation. He gets a sword and a cloak, which could be BT. He's already got a Runaan's Hurricane. He could go Titans and a Siphon in the shop as well. This is going very well for Prestiven. We're not all the way to stability, but is this board strong enough to be able to get to level 8?
Yes, it is strong enough to get to level 8, but it's not strong enough to win the next 3 fights guaranteed. It's going to be a lot more like maybe he loses 2, wins 1. I think what will really shape things, pun intended, is his 4-2 augment. Can he find a way to capitalize off his current setup? Nice position to get everything except Xiaoyu is not getting the beast end value, which is a big deal.
Yeah, it's basically a Zeke's worth of value that he could be getting onto his Xiaoyu, his secondary carry in the situation. The Siphon is into the backline, onto this Varus right away, so this Siphon has been getting coached up by Prestiven on the sidelines. This is not the idiot Siphon we're used to seeing. It is doing a meaningful amount of work in this backline. The Varus is down. The Zippy is already down. It's going to be an easy fight win. First fight secured for Prestiven, and this is exactly what he needs at 62 HP. If he's able to win 1 out of the next 2 fights, or even 2 out of the next 2 fights, go all in on 4-5, hit his core upgrades, and he should be in excellent position to top 4 this game, maybe even play for the first, although that tends to be hard from the Soyfin line.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's going early.
He gets Ascension. He's going to 4-2 it at level 8. He might be just leveling just to play the Silas, which I think is not a bad call, because he can still make 30 gold if he sells the rest of his board, or rather his bench. Not his board, don't sell your board. Sell the rest of his bench, excuse me.
Kurumx comes up with a Graves 2 out of thin air on the lower right-hand corner. You called him the Graves Whisperer last game, and he is maintaining that reputation. Meanwhile, Prestiven elects to roll some of his gold instead of making 30. He picks up a Xiaoyu pair. He opts to play the Yasuo, so he's going to have some extra CC, maybe a little bit of chip damage, instead of going for that Silas on this board, and he's going to say, this is good enough for now. I think he's really valuing trying to protect that win streak, but if Kurumx is the Graves Whisperer, then Kaivicks is the Deja Whisperer. It feels like every time we look at this man's board, he has an early Deja. In this case, a very early Deja. 2 on 4-2, level 8, 20 gold. Kaivicks once again hits the exact unit he's looking for his core strategy.
I don't know how he does it. I have no idea how he does it, but he's executing it to perfection. He has this Deja. Now, that being said, Deja seems to be taking a long time killing this Gnar too. I wonder if it's any combination of dodges or just the raw Jade HP. So Kaivicks was hoping to streak throughout this stage with a large amount of gold under the big gem, not able to get it done. So we'll see what ends up happening there as Prestiven's currently on a win streak. Let's hop on board with K3 Soju, who finds an Aurelion Soul in the shop. We talk about being contested by your friends. The Team Liquid players are fighting each other for Seraphine. Soju and P-God, big and lil bro, fighting over Jade Soyfin right now. Is there any room for pivot here?
You would love to be able to play around this Aurelion Soul because it's the single strongest carry in the game. He has a Hand of Justice, a Death Cap, and an Edge of Night, which is actually quite good on Aurelion Soul because if anything gets access to it, it can re-aggro and does so much damage in the late stages of the fight with those Ascended Black Holes. But with the Knife's Edge 2 selected, I feel like he's just hard committed into the standard version of this tree. His friend Prestiven has already been pulling some of these core units out of the pool. I expect Soju to take big damage here as Prestiven looks to maintain his win streak. Prestiven goes early on 4-2. Soju's going to be all-inning next turn. Will he be able to hit these contested units?
And we'll be doing it in time. You know, one thing about Soju is that he's been just a little bit slow on the gun for these things. He needs to move fast. We know he's capable of it. because he doesn't have much time left as Kurumx gets a very important win over Goobums, who's been taking a couple losses here as he is also greeting. We're about to see some fireworks on 4-5. Many players will be rolling down.
Yeah, many players will be rolling down as we take a look at these last set of augments. Rainplosion grabs an Axie mark, so she is going to have a very strong combat power augment for her theoretical Kai'Sa 3. We see Kurumx and Robin both getting cybernetic uplink 2. Did Team Liquid PayPal Mortog? What is happening here?
I mean, maybe, but they still have to outlast a lot of the high power comps that are about to get online. This might be some of the closest HP separation we've had from top to bottom. No one's completely almost dead here at the end of Stage 4. As we hop on board with Soju and see what he's able to pick up. Finds one Xiaoyu, one Siphon. So he's paired up on his Dragons. But not much more gold to roll. Can he find any 2 stars or he's going to be stuck in Pair Central?
Pair Central seems to be it for the time being. Not enough time left in this round for Soju to really continue to roll. We get some last rolls, and he does get that Jax 2 in. So we've gone from 1 upgraded unit on our board to 2 upgraded units on our board, going up against Kurumx, who has that upgraded Graves, the upgraded Pantheon, the upgraded Seraphine. All the core units here really online. Only 1 damage item onto this Graves, though, and no Edge of Night. So if the Siphon RNG goes Soju's way, maybe, just maybe this fight, but it doesn't look like it. The Seraphine shielding, all this additional damage coming out from the entirety of Kurum's composition, which has amazing augments to complement his upgrades. So Soju takes a big loss here in this fight.
Man, I don't know how Kurum's doing it, but once again, able to conjure up Graves 2 and start that win streak from 7, as now he improves to 5th place. Soju still not able to hit either of his 2 stars for his valuable dragon. Even Jay's having 2 items. And the fact is, Soju's board is nearly all 1 star across the board. I expect him to lose the next fight. And because he doesn't have much gold left, he won't be able to, 1, roll much on Treasure Dragon. And Soju already takes Treasure Dragon quite early. And 2, it just means that he won't even be able to hit the dragons. It's not even likely to hit them because he's contested.
Yeah, and here we look at Satch's board, also in the line with a Siphon 2 and a Xiaoyu 2, so we have at least 3 Siphon players. We've talked about this before. When you get in these dragon contested lines, oftentimes there's some haves and have-nots, and Soju is in real danger of being one of the have-nots. Soju's board's actually performing quite well, even with the 2 upgraded dragons on Satch's side. The itemization from Satch is just not very strong. Most people think that you need to be itemizing on a core level or a primary level the Siphon, because it's just a much stronger, more consistent carry right now than that Xiaoyu is. So even though Satch has the upgrades, Soju has the fight win.
Yeah, Satch is really hoping for Treasure Dragon. It's a Chaos Treasure Dragon, which means you're unlikely to get exactly what you are looking for. You have to get a little more creative.
What does Goobums want here? I kind of liked that Deathcap Morello option. We see Rain rolling in the low right-hand corner. She actually still short on Kai'Sa's, but there it is, the Kai'Sa 3, the massive hit for Rain. Goobums opts into a Dice and a Dummy. Will be interesting to see how he chooses to use this. Shyvana! And he didn't even use the Dice. I figured that was a Dice roll, but it wasn't. It was just the perfect roll. Hits the Shyvana and the Xayah 2 here. What an amazing hit for Goobums in this situation.
Yeah, and does he have the Rakan for the 6 Rage Wing? He does. And so all the pieces are in place, but he does lack a noticeable amount of frontline upgrades. How does he want to utilize his dice? Is he going to use it on some of the Rage Wing units? Does he want to use it on the Jace to try to get the 2-star Jace immediately? Also, he's playing 5 Swift Shot, by the way, purposefully leaving out Sejuani, hoping that that target dummy can do what Sejuani will help him do anyways. As he's going up against Soju, who, surprise, surprise, still stuck on a pair of his Dragons and Jace.
Not where Soju wants to be in this game. Hard stuck on the 1-star version of both of his carries, going up against Goobums with the 5 Swift Shot, the upgraded Xayah. Xayah used to need Rage Blade, but as we've moved further into the set, there are some other alternatives, and one of those alternatives, if you can get all the way vertical in the Swift Shot, you get so much attack speed from that you don't really need the Rage Blade, so you can opt into this core damage-oriented build that Goobums is going to be able to get away with in this game. Hopping over and watching Kaivicks do some damage to Kurumx. We have Kurumx down at the bottom of 15 HP alongside Robin with 3 HP. They're playing this line that's theoretically strong with these augments that are theoretically good. It feels like they're hitting. What's going on for our Team Liquid Seraphine players?
I mean, they're kind of hitting, but other people were powering up for that 5-1, and everyone benefits so much from Treasure Dragon, much more than what Robin and Khroen were able to get out of it. And as a result, both of them are 7 and 8, but other people are getting stronger too. Soju hit Siphon 3, or Siphon 2 rather. Rainplosion hit Volibear 3. So a couple of really big upgrades coming in for their potential matchmaking pool.
Precedent with that Zephyr onto the Jace has the very strong iteration with great itemization on both the Shio, Yu, and the Soifin, so it's a really dual threat composition. We saw Goobums take care of quick work against Soju, but Precedent is Soju's father in this lobby, the much stronger iteration of the Soifin board. Siphon is dashing away from the core threat. Is it going to get cast? It does, but it does not cast on Xayah. It's Xayah versus the world. The feathers are flying. Goobums is winning. He is staying alive in this game, protecting his 2 streak. Xayah takes care of business against that Jade statue, and Precedent takes a fight loss down to 55. Kaivicks, our only win streaker, up at 66.
I mean, that was everything diff, but that CB3 coming up huge, barely keeping Xayah alive. And that 5 Swift shot really offsets that need for that Rage Blade. Great spot there from Goobums to pull himself in contention for that top 4 as we check out Soju's board once more, who has successfully hit his 2-star dragons, and that's not bad Thieves Gloves items. So we'll see if Soju can do this. He is crowding a little bit, so for example, his Pantheon and his Gnar switch plays at the last second just to juke his opponent, hopefully gets the correct Zephyr. It's going to go onto the Lee Sin, and
Low
so
impact.
We'll see whether or not he can get through this Kaisa 3, but previously when we saw this Kaisa 3 was able to destroy
Oh my god, the
the
Lee Sin
boards.
kicked the Siphon directly into this Kaisa. Siphon's getting 2 dashes,
Oh.
2 bites onto the Kaisa. It's not going to be enough, but it was a lot closer than it theoretically could have been. Liquid Robin is out at in 8th place in the situation, and we are so jam-packed at the bottom of this lobby in terms of HP. Kaivicks might be running away with it again, but everyone else is trying to fight for this top 4. Rainplosion, Goobums, Kurumx, and Soju, all between 12 and 16 HP as we head into the Stage 5 carousel.
It might come down to things like that Metabolics Accelerator for Rainplosion and Soju for extra placements here. Not to mention if players like Soju, Precedent, and Satch hit Soraka. There's a lot that will be decided just by a couple of hit points. Pay attention to that as we enter the final phase of this game.
Yeah, and as we look, Kaivicks grabs this Gargoyle Stone Plate. Kaivicks with that very early version of the Deja 2. I have not gotten to see his goal, but I can assume he's going 9 yet again, so will he get the opportunity to redeem himself for some of the fumbling that happened at level 9 in the last game? Meanwhile, we join Kurumx with the pretty good version of this board. It's not terrifying, no Edge of Night on the Graves, which feels like such a pivotal item, but he does have 1 Zeeks, not 2 or 3 as we've seen in other situations, but could be a lot worse for Kurumx. Opted to go with the Radiant Shroud. Is he going to be able to land that Shroud? That's big investment from him from the Treasure Dragon stage of this game. Oh, excuse me, for the Radiant.
He has Radiant Shroud, and he didn't hit a bunch of the units. The complete reposition from Goobums to avoid that down the middle. We'll see if this pays off. Seraphine and Shyvana should theoretically have a pretty good chance in this matchup, but it's whether or not Shyvana can survive long enough. Graves getting focused, no Edge of Night. The pullback from the Feathers Fly. Zyra not able to save long enough, but there's no more units to defend this Xayah. And Xayah does go down. Goobums barely living.
Barely living, and we're watching on the lower hand corner of our screen. It looked like Soju getting a fight win. Goobums down at 2 HP. Satch drops all the way down to 11. We've seen this story before. Satch, so much HP, felt like he might be cruising to a top 4, but is bottoming out in this game. And look how tight the HP is at the bottom of this lobby. Kaivicks seems to be running away with it, but everyone from Rainplosion down is just fighting for maximum placements in this pivotal game number 4.
It's so close. Can Goobums find a way to continue to stabilize these 5 Swift shots? It's a lot of offense, not much defense whatsoever. A repositioned backline, the Swift shot units, hoping that he can get the advantage over Soju. This could be a fight for who goes 7th. Goobums needs to get the win here, otherwise it is done and dusted. The Siphon is on the wrong side, though, charging the non-Xayah unit. And on the flip side, if Soju loses very heavily, he could be eliminated as well, but a lot of units are getting cleaned up. Siphon is charging towards the Shyvana. That counts as 2 units. He didn't use his Rampage Bite. Soju is barely alive. Satch has lost. Satch is dead.
Dead yet again. Kurumx also out in 6th place. That was a positioning difference. Goobums thoroughly outclasses Soju in that 1v1 situation. He has the Khroen perfectly positioned for multiple big stuns across the team. He gets maximum space on that situation with his Xayah on the opposite corner. The Siphon was never a threat to the Xayah. The Xayah was getting tons of extra attack speed from the distance and that 5 swift shot. It was a really nice positioning battle from Goobums to stay alive in this game.
I mean, this is where all the thinnest margins mattered. If Goobums lost by a single additional unit at any point of the first 30 minutes of this game, he would have been 8th a long time ago. But he's able to barely bring it back. On the other side, Kaivicks. I mean, the Deja Whisper is back at it again. He's ready to go to 9. But more importantly, he doesn't need to rush. Just because he has the goal to go to 9 doesn't mean that he should. He has that big gem. It stacks up to 80. It gives him a big ascension of how much damage he's able to generate. And somehow, not only does he keep accumulating Dejas and Idases, he somehow keeps getting Guardian Emblems.
Yeah, Guardian Emblems. He had a dice over there. It's an embarrassment of riches for Kaivicks. This is his game to lose if he can play the level 9 correctly. Meanwhile, we take a look at Goobums fighting for his turn in life against Rainplosion's Ghost. The fact that it's a Ghost could be very good. Is he going to be able to deal with this Kai'Sa 3? The Khroen positioning is not nearly as good. The Shyvana is into the back line trying to deal with this Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa is immediately evaporating, and there's just too much threat on Rainplosion's board with the 3 stars all left alive, doing big damage to Goobums, and he is out in what is likely 5th place unless Soju is somehow losing by a lot more units. It seems like Soju's going to eke out a top 4 despite missing on the Siphon and the Xiaoyu for a meaningful period of time.
Big win for Soju, top 4, putting himself in prime position. Remember, Soju is in 3rd place in points right now, just on the outside looking in, so every point that he can get is extremely valuable, considering that Precedent, a player that's still ahead of him in 2nd, is also still alive in this game. As we take a look at Kaivicks, who is next on the deck? It is Soju, and he hasn't gone to level 9 just yet. So if there's a time for Soju to play against Kaivicks, now would be the case. But will he still be able to get the victory?
Yeah, will he get the victory? He actually had both Precedent and Soju in his pool, and he winds up facing Precedent in this situation that Zephyr does just barely miss onto the Siphon, so the Siphon is going to be able to stay alive, but there's just so much tankiness on this 6 Guardian vertical board. This Deja is going to be slowly but surely scaling up its damage with both the Rage Blade and the Archangel Staff. This Deja just gets scarier and scarier as this fight goes on, but the Siphon board is slowly but surely chewing its way through that front line. The Whisper is doing a lot of work against this very tanky board. Deja versus the world. Deja loses. Great fight win for Precedent. Soju out in 4th place.
Kai'Sa top 3 again. Rainplosion has eliminated Soju in 4th place, putting her in that likely position to be able to keep her lead from average placement over Kaivicks. Kaivicks, Rainplosion, and up until this point it's been Goobums, but then there were 2 fighting for best AVP of the weekend.
Best AVP feels like a runaway at this point. The only way anyone else is going to win it, unless things go disastrously in games 5 or 6, is if Kaivicks and Rainplosion both score top of points, and then, like you said, we might be in for a wild finish in that spot. We see Kaivicks going up against Rainplosion, this super strong version. Doesn't need a bunch of combat augments, just the Axiom Arc on Rainplosion's side with the Vertical Dragonmancer, the 3-star, Volibear pitching in some damage. This Zac is so tanky, and there's just not enough DPS, it seems like, on this board from Kaivicks. It's just 2 offensive items on this Deja, and this Zac is so tanky. It's dealing with Deja for a lot longer. Here comes the damage, but the Wind Blast goes through and actually gets onto the 2 primary units. 1 final cast coming out from the Kai'Sa. It's not enough. The Guardian Emblem procs, and Rainplosion takes a loss here. Precedent also lost to a Ghost on the lower right-hand corner of our screen, so Kaivicks down to 35 HP, but getting ready to go 9 with a lot of gold.
Rainplosion goes for Infinity Edge. She have a remover. I think she wants a little bit extra burst out of that Kai'Sa. We'll see. I'm not entirely sure. As Kaivicks gets a Zeke's Herald. which is really strong for that Deja setup, can continue to make that Deja even more fearsome. As we do have an opportunity here to see whether or not Kaivicks can improve his board. Does he even need to? He maybe want to stay at 68 gold and maximize his chances for this big gem value. What is going on over here when Rainplosion land, as we have 8 Dragonmancers, a remover for the Infinity Edge Jewel Gauntlet. Is she going to move up?
She also has another remover, by the way, if she wants to put this GiantSlayer onto this Volibear 3. That sounds pretty nice to me. Maybe get rid of that QSS. The Zephyr from Prestivan, he's been so clean on these, but that was not a high impact. The Siphon into the backline, onto the Kai'Sa once again, but it's not putting out the DPS. This Kai'Sa just does too much work in the backline. The Shioyu is the only damage source left alive for Prestivan, but not for long. Prestivan gets bodied in this fight, and Rainplosion once again is in the top 2 with Kai'Sa. Every single time she plays this composition, she finds her way into the top 2. Is anyone going to pay attention and maybe contest this line at some point in this tournament?
I just don't think people are prepared enough. This is actually a line that I talked about with multiple players. They said, look, I recognize that Kai'Sa was oversight on my behalf, but I just don't feel comfortable winging it in the tournament that matters the most this year. And Rainplosion's preparation is paid off once again. Second is the lowest that she's placed.
It's truly incredible that she is playing this S-tier line. She's playing it so well and so consistently on North America's biggest stage. The last time we took a look at this fight, the Deja was able to get it done, but that was before she had the Infinity Edge on the Kai'Sa. It was before she had the 8 Dragonmancers online. So she has gotten a lot stronger, whereas Kaivicks still has 84 gold to work with in this situation.
Kaivicks ends up going for a swap away from the Zeeks, and this way he'll be focusing not on the Zap with the Dragon's Call, so that's a very good last-second swap from Kaivicks. The Temper Fate does lock down the backline as the Lee Sin does end up kicking the ice, but here comes the gold, the big gem, and the Ascension. Kai'Sa is also going to be able to focus onto the Deja because the Itis is off in no man's land. What are you doing in the top left? End up being able to rush in just in time to absorb some of the title burst.
So tanky.
So tanky, so much damage, but we are going to stage 7 to determine who's going to get this victory.
Yeah, and we've seen Kaivicks in the situation before, trying to decide between maximizing the value from a Shimmer Scale item at level 9 versus trying to go for some of these Omega capped out boards. It looks like he's full committed onto staying on this board, does not seem particularly interested in pivoting to other Dragon board. More generally, you see him passing Terra, passing other units. It feels like with his itemization, he doesn't have a lot of options here, which makes a lot of sense to me, but can he get that Itis 3? He's got a loaded dice over on the bench to go along with 5 copies of this Itis.
Well, the good news is that loaded dice is not too bad for us, considering a lot of Guardians are lower cost, and he's at level 9, but it is a little bit awkward because it also counts Dragons, and Dragons are very common at level 9 for the most part. So your loaded dice odds are not great. Looks like he's just going to stop here. He does have 2 lives to give. I think he can take a small/medium loss here at stage 7-1 and send it to 7-2 if he needs.
Rain was able to hit a Yasuo too, moving some items around. Actually elects to put all these tanky items onto the Lee Sin, thinks that the disruption in the front line is more valuable than keeping this Lee Sin or Yasuo alive. We'll have to see if that winds up being the correct decision because she's on 1 life in stage 7.
Well, let's see if it's enough. This could be the last fight of this match. Can Rain put it away? Kai'Sa's working on things like the target dummy while Deja is working on the non-tank units, which is excellent for Kaivicks so far. Everything's looking good. Rakan does taunt, and Itis is there right now in a better position than it was previously, but once again, move to the top right. Does Kai'Sa move? Oh my god, Temper Fate able to get it done, and that should do it. Kaivicks able to strike back, going tit for tat, saying, Rain, you're not the only star of this competition.
Underdogs no more. It is time we put that narrative to bed. Kaivicks and Rainplosion have been the 2 most consistent players from start to almost finish of this tournament. Their micro has been sus at times, but their macro, their decisions about what units they're playing, the lines they're playing, have just been ahead of the curve throughout this tournament. They're far too consistent start to finish for us to continue to underestimate these players.
Rainplosion is automatic on the Kai'Sa every single time. You called it out. Top 2. Yes, this is a second, but Kaivicks, how are you going to beat that board generally, right? That board is insane. Getting top 2 is perfect for that game. And we had our top 4 going into this. Soju, Prestivan, Rainplosion, Kaivicks. Where are we at in this game?
Soju,
Kaivicks.
Precedent, Kaivicks, and Rainplosion.
Yeah,
There we go. Exactly.
Yeah, I think most importantly, I think they're showing the consistency of the lines that they are experienced in. And yes, things are lining up very fortunately, but it's also exactly what you said. Look, if you think Kaisa is that good, if you think Rainplosion is high rolling, why don't you try it for yourselves? Nobody dare touches it because it is very difficult to pull off these kinds of comps that require a lot of specialty and nuance at this level when everything is on the line. Maybe we'll see somebody try if there's a Hail Mary attempt, but for the most part, Rain's been pulling it off. And Kaivicks, again, this Guardian-based strategy has just been flawless from him all weekend. And when I was VOD reviewing with Goobums, Goobums was saying, out of all the players he VOD reviewed this weekend so far, because he watches everybody's play that he can, he said Kaivicks was by far the best.
All right, let's take a look at the lobby scores. Let's see where, I mean, we know the top 4, but let's just see where these scores actually line up as we start to head towards Game 5.
We're starting to see a gap emerge between Soju and the rest of the field. So you've got these 4 players, Rainplosion and Kaivicks, top 2 in points, top 2 in AVP, essentially running away with the tournament at a macro level. And then you've got Precedent and Soju nipping at their heels on this final day, and then major separation at the bottom of the board. Kurumx still very competitive at 17, but if you are Robin, Satch, or Goobums, you need a lot of things to go your way, not just to go 1-1 if you want to get into one of those top 2 spots.
Yeah, and we talked about this possibility before, but Rain and Kaivicks are the top 2 average placement. Goobums has been mucking it up. No offense, Andrew, but 10 points is not what you need to go through to today. But that means that if Goobums tanks his AVP a little bit further, Precedent would be the highest AVP to advance to the World Championship for North America, which is the weirdest timeline I could have imagined at the start of Set 7.
The flip side of this, by the way, is that we're talking about Goobums being functionally eliminated from one of these auto world spots, but this is all working out beautifully for him. I promise he's giving Rain and Kaivicks standing ovations as he's seeing them get ready to top 2 in this lobby, because he could theoretically do well in games 5 and 6 and secure that AVP spot, but he would need exactly this to happen. He would need Kaivicks and Rainplosion to go 1 and 2 in this game.
Yeah, he needs them to hold those spots. He needs to have some great placements in these last 2 spots. We're going to be bringing in Khroen and Admirable for Game 5, so I want to get some final thoughts before we head into there from you and Frodan. So, Bryce, you first.
My biggest takeaway overall is that players, when they're evaluating their peers, are overly fixated on some of the skill aspects of the game, some of the micro things, the little decisions. All of that matters, and you can find edge in these places, but a big part of competitive team fight tactics is making sure you're making the right choices about what units you're playing around, what your game plan is going into a big tournament. We've seen various game plans across the field. The 2 best that we have seen so far have been from Kaivicks and Rainplosion. It has been consistent from start to finish.
Yeah, the meta read is really strong, and that is the core part of what you can build your game plan around. Look, I know putting a bow here might shut off 2 or 3 different outs that you might be thinking about, and there's all these like small nuances that a lot of these top players let you to believe is the skill of the game, but in reality, how good is your read on the meta? And I think these 2 players have put exemplary performances thus far. It's not like Khroen and Robin and all the folks are wrong in the middle. They are right to identify Seraphine as strong, Zai is good, and Deja is playable, but at the same time, these 2 players, Rain and Kaivicks, are standing out above the rest, and there's a reason why it's happening.
All right, well, if Game 4 sets the stage, Game 5, the players take their marks. We're going to bring in Khroen and Admirable, but don't go anywhere. Game 5 of the North American Regional Finals will be here right after a word from our partners at Ball Street. All right, Bryce, Khroen, I've got a bit of a challenge for you here. I'm going to put a graphic up on the screen. I'm going to put, it's going to be augments and items from the ending board of a game of somebody. And I want you to kind of extrapolate what was on that board. You know, what are the carries? Where were these items? You know, what was going on there? The plot twist, though, is, you know me. I'm a bit of a historian, you know. So I may have decided that I was gonna do set 7 boards instead of 7.5 for this first one. So this is testing your memory alongside, you know, your ability to put together a board with some of these items.
Okay, this is a quirky board. It is an itis board because we have needlessly big gems. So check out me with the context clues.
There you go.
The stone plate and the bramble are on itis for sure. The eternal winter is almost certainly there as well because it's 3/2 augment, right? So they've got it in time for that. The quirky is holding the Rage Blade could be anywhere, right? Because Rage Blade could be on Sona, it could be on Quirky.
Yeah, I would think Quirky, but
I would think so too.
the Quirky
and
is like the
Hodge and the IE as well.
yeah
right?
on the Quirky. Umbrella is on the Sona. Random other.
There's a tat crown there too, which is that I know that can throw a wrench in a lot of plans. Throw a spatula in a couple plans.
Yeah, I mean we're for sure level 9, right? Because we're metabolic accelerator and we have this many items in the game, so like we're definitely level 9. So we have 10 units on our board we have to account for.
If you can name the comp, I'd be pretty stoked if you just like name a comp. You think Quirky Rebels? Quirky Rebels is like that's what the comp's gonna be. Y'all are happy with that? You don't want to go further on trying to get because. Right, which is great.
I think we can actually get pretty close to the board. It's basically the Cannoneers, and then it's legendaries. The fact that there's a Titans and a Gunblade to me suggests Yasuo maybe, right?
Okay, so you think there's a Yasuo in there? You think, you know, Itis frontline, it's a Quirky Rebels board that, you know, that's covered.
Sona's holding the Morello.
Sona.
Yeah.
Okay, you're pretty happy with that? We're happy there?
I'm happy. I'm locking it in. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at what that board was, and just, you know, see what things you got right. Because again, I don't expect y'all to be perfect. You know, I'm happy just the way you are.
This could just be full bait, right? It could become something completely. It could be like Tristana reroll. It could be something totally different.
Oh.
This is a Talon board. The Sona did have Morellos, so that is, you know, to be fair.
I mean, can we just? What were their third augment choices? Like,
Take the Rebel one.
How on earth did they wind up with Party Time and this board?
Yeah, I mean, Party Time definitely was a little stinker. A little bit of a bait.
Did they? Okay,
Little bit
they
of
must
bait.
have had like a Quirky 1 that was like, screw it, I hit a Talon 2 on the roll down, I'm just gonna go Talon.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure that's where we got.
Yeah,
but we end up, you know, playing a Soraka and a Bard. The Yasuo, there was a good call out on the Yasuo though with the items and everything. Like that's, you know, perfect. Yasuo Itis. I wouldn't say you were super far off. The thing is they're weird. And so you were wrong. It's not a Quirky board.
This is the beauty of TFT, is that we can give you the most logical answer to the question.
Where's the Rage Blade?
That's a great question. The Rage Blade's just not.
It's on the bench. It's on bench.
Well, okay, so that's great. So the Rage Blade's on the bench, which, you know, why would Sona or Talon want that Rage Blade? They wouldn't. Yeah. They seem very happy with their items as it is. Yeah. It might embarrassment of riches. Maybe they're just stomping the lobby and they're like, I don't even need this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, could be the case. Well, let's take a look at another board. We're not bored, but you know what I mean. Let's take a look at Smogman.
We got baited there.
Items. I don't even think y'all did bad there. I actually thought it was pretty good. It's just like you got it completely wrong in the sense of what the carry was. So let's take a look. We got the augments here. As you can see, the items: Infinity Edge, GiantSlayer, Archangel Staff. We got a Death's Defiance. That was the option from the Ornn items there. You know, gonna be less units probably because it's no tat ground.
Wait, is this set 7?
Yeah, set
they're
7.
both set 7.
Yeah, they're both set 7.
From the beginning, and we can work our way up. So so there's a Pandora's box. Yeah. This is a 3-star dragon board. I am almost certain of it. Okay. Because the itemization to me with the Death's Defiance, the IE, the Hodge, the GiantSlayer, right? You could just say Soifin if you were allowed to play multiple dragons. They are not allowed to play multiple dragons. So I think that this is either Shio Yu or it is Siphon from what I'm seeing here, right?
Deja, Yasuo kind of angle.
You could, but the lack of frontline items to me, right? If you have 2 lockets, I mean, look, it is possible. It's possible they slammed one early, right? And then they got one late, but it's entirely possible that they're playing a board that has like full frontline across, right? Which is where my brain goes with the double locket. That they grabbed it later for value. and also this Death Defiance. I mean, yeah, it could be Yasuo. You're not wrong. There's a Mirage variant here. I also really want to know what the heck this person got augments-wise, because this meditation third pick feels like trolling to me.
The same thing as last time. It's like, why do you take the party time last time?
If you've got to throw out, like, you know, I'll be really happy if y'all give me the carry at this point.
I'm really down for Siphon, actually.
So you think Siphon?
Siphon, Bruisers.
You could have the Zeeks. This makes sense if you look at it as like Olaf items, but then the flip side is you have these AP items. Look, so there's some version. There's an Archangels. There's a Death Cap. That could be Soraka items if we were in Jade, right? Which would make sense, like vertical Jade. But the thing is, how often do you wind up in vertical Jade without any Jade anything? Right? It feels like you would usually wind up in vertical Jade because you got Jade related augments.
Not often, unless you Giga High rolled.
Yeah, which is possible.
Yeah. I mean, this could be any game.
I mean, you can just always have Soraka on this board with Archangel Death Cap. It was good, right?
I said the Siphon thing. You convinced me to Shioyu. Now I like that better, but now you're.
Okay. Well, no. I mean, you don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. You can not agree.
Double lock. Does not the double lock feel like a grief on Inico Jade?
Yes, it does. It 100% does. It's like, okay, you slam on early, and then.
And you have no frontline items here. Nico wants frontline items, right? You want like a Gargoyle there, Mogs maybe?
Look, I need an answer right now. I'm getting very impatient.
I'm not for Siphon Bruisers. I like some variant of that feels more likely with this, because then you can have Olaf secondary carry with the extra items, and you just have a random AP unit on the board.
Yeah, that was I mean, because there's the Rage Blade. The like, okay, this is like a Olaf with like a Zeeks, a like Hodge, and something.
So what's the guess?
Siphon Bruisers plus some mages.
Show me Siphon Bruisers. It's not that. It's Deja. Yeah, it's Deja.
The Nico, double lock it.
Yeah, it's double lock it, Nico.
The most troll board I've ever seen in my life. This is Bao. Bao literally just picked this, and he's just sitting over there nodding his head, being like, "Good analysis."
It's like, great work.
You didn't see the double backline Nico with the Yasuo tech.
So
why is this Deja frontline? What is happening? This must have been it was Sins. They're playing Sins, and so
they're against Sins. Endgame board, remember? Endgame board. So like this, you're thinking Deja, but you can make a game time decision.
They would have to be illegal to Soraka 3. Okay, well then Soraka wins.
Oh.
Okay, so Soraka wins.
Soraka 3. Deja 3.
And by the by, that's why it wasn't a Corki board, because it was a Corki board, and all they're giving us is the final round where Rain hemorrhages her entire board in order to hit the Soraka 3. I've seen this before.
And then
Bert wins this fight, and then
Bert won that round.
But then that's it. And then and this is the part where the casters are telling us that, oh my God, the Deja 3 cannot be stopped, and it's like, oh wait a second.
Well, just hold.
Oh,
hold, please.
Mon frere.
Hold.
This Soraka is about to get to 100 health, and then watch that enemy board vanish.
And yeah, okay, I guess I do kind of get it, just because she wasn't the most contested 5-star, so or 5 cost, so you would be getting her more often, you could fight for it, but
as far as win cons go, like you actually could lose that fight if you had a different, like if you had Bard 3, you could theoretically lose to Deja 3 in that spot, whereas you can't.
As long as she casts, you're golden, All right.
We tried. Bryce, they baited us.
I feel bad. I tricked you. I tricked you a little bit. We took you to set 7. That was a little dirty, a little unfair.
Welcome back to the Dragonlands North American Regional Final. I'm Casanova, joined by Admirable and Khroen here for game number 5. It is crunch time, even though 4 players have clearly gained a big lead.
Yeah, there's a huge standout right now when you're looking at the top 4 and the bottom 4, and really one of the things that caught my eye was I was having trouble figuring out ways that Robin could find himself in a top 2 spot. Granted, I was only calculating it for a couple minutes right now, but basically if Robin does not have like a first finish, it's not possible to get there. And we're talking, we're only 4 games in, so you could tell how big of a lead that has happened. You take a look at the standings right now, and I promise you, you're going to look at it and go, wow, how on earth does this happen for these bottom 4 spots?
Yeah, we were talking about as well, the conversation of the average placement. Rainplosion, Kaivicks, both of them might just go 1-2.
Yeah.
So who's going to be third in line for that, right? Precedent is in prime position right now at a 3.88. Kurumx not too far behind. Soju as well in that conversation. Goobums is there. Anything's still possible, right? There's always the stakes. Even if you're not going for those top 2 spots, $25,000 on the line. That, average placement spot, chance at the last chance qualifier as well. So still a lot to play for.
Yep.
Yeah, LCQ is still a big one to look at, and even, we mentioned Goobums because he's in a really terrible spot when it comes to the top 2 places. He's even in a terrible spot when it comes to the LCQ. But his average placement at 3.94. This is not far behind Prestivan at the 3.88. So if we do see Kaivicks and Rain make it through on 1 and 2, he's just fighting to outplace Prestivan in these next 2 games.
Yeah, you still have to look at all 3 days in perspective with that one. And that's really something that I love to see in this, is that no matter what place you're in, there's still a reason to compete. Never count them out, all right? It's just, there's no reason to do it. At the very least, there's still cash up for grabs.
Yeah, and so in talking about, how are we going to get those top 2 spots, right? We got to look at what the gameplay that we're seeing, the meta conversation. It's comps that are not contested that are actually taking the first today, right? It's the Guardian Deja, say, from Kaivicks. It's going to be the Rengar Double Trouble, right, from Rain. It's like these endgame cap Dragonborns, not the Seraphine Graves, not the Soifens that are so contested. Their power caps aren't quite there. So do people contest Rainplosion, say, with the Kaisa and things like that? Because this is a line that I think they were talking about on the desk just before. Players are not as comfortable leaning into it. Rain has found that spot. Can anybody else capitalize on compositions just like that?
And it's not even like Rain and Kaivicks are forcing these through. Kaivicks, it does look a little bit more that way. He's just sticking to Guardian, and somehow he's putting together these giant win streaks. And no one's contesting him. He's making it to 9. This has been about half the games for Kaivicks so far. But Rainplosion's not forcing through any of these compositions. It's like the opportunity's up for grabs. It's right there. No one's doing it. Seize the opportunity. And that's really the thing that I think is coming through right now, is that there are multiple opportunities. There's the right spot for them. It's the spots that are the powerful thing, not necessarily the teams themselves.
Yeah, and she won't force those. She only looks when the line is right. We're heading into game number 5 of the North American Regional Finals. Admirable, Khroen, take it away.
Penultimate game as we finish this one out. And I've said it before, Khroen, I love the glove.
There we go. Have it again from Kaivicks in the opener. Penultimate game, as you said, Admirable, the highest of stakes for NA TFT. Kaivicks gets dropped 6 gold. Saw a very interesting gold opener potential before, and then actually the rich get richer that Kaivicks didn't take the last time. We were talking about that back in the green room.
It's like
Kaivicks the potential.
Well, 1-2, here's some gold. 1-3, here's some gold. 1-4,
gold.
here's some gold. 2-1, here's some gold.
Speaking of gold potential, some nice early game synergies to get that gold as well. The 2 Lagoons, 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 Astrals as well.
And a big shape-up for this tournament that I think tells a nice story is the early game. The players who have had efficient early games, they've tended to stand out, but it's the players who are able to lead that into a stage 2 and capitalize on it. That's where it's really panned out. So much of it, I feel like, is coming down to that moment. Where can you seize the opportunity to really size up your team?
Talking about opportunity, I think Kaivicks has a fantastic opportunity to consider this Kaisa line a gold opener, a tier being dropped, a glove fantastic as well. Rain just took that to a second with a blue buff, Jewel Gauntlet, Infinity Edge Kaisa. The opportunity is there. This is not a route that is most comfortable for Kaivicks, right? Likes going fast 9, goes level 9 in over 50% of the games, caps out at these dragon boards, but gotta be thinking the way in which Kaivicks molded his brand here is going to be through these re-rolls, but maybe there's so many decisions to make here. The Shimmer Scale option, Admirable, which way does he go?
Well, I think that they're all really
Big
open.
gem.
You still have the Kaisa line open still.
Yeah.
Like, you hit the most powerful Dragonmancer as well.
He's going to be saying goodbye, it looks like, to the Kaisa line.
Well-
It is just too old. Not goodbye yet, right? It's still on the bench. The option is there, but you cannot pass up a Shimmer Scale opener, especially being able to have the gold to level up to 4, play a 2-star Bruiser on the back of it, have Volibear be the carry, maybe even a conversation to slam the Hodge on the volley and stabilize in your HP, punish the rest of the lobby. The opportunity is there for Kaivicks.
It's like you're reading my mind right now. You said everything I was going to say. Like, this was really the point, was slamming the hand of justice.
Yeah.
Keeping this not a hand of justice tells you that Kaivicks is thinking about this line going, where is the opportunity? That's the focus of this so far, and I feel like it's been what's telling the story, is seizing the opportunity at the right moment. Don't force it through, figure it out.
Didn't have to slam any items in this matchup, so good recognition, waited to see it. His full context always going to be more valuable, can greet it up until at least the next round. Moving over to Kurumx, currently in 5th place, still in contention for the top 2.
Noticing a lot more Kaisas hanging out
I
around the
think,
board.
I think Rainplosion has taught everybody else in this lobby a lesson. It's that Kaisa's a pretty good unit, not just as a pivot point, but as a one to reroll, and Kurumx gets a pair.
You know, if everyone's going to contest it, though, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Feeling a little bit like that Katarina patch.
Oh, Katarina patch. Shout out Raditz.
It's like you're reading my mind, I swear.
We're too in sync right now.
Where is non-telepathic Khroen, and what have you done with him?
I don't know, but I like this version of me. It's pretty good. I like this version of Kurumx as well. In a good opener, did win out on that first round, looking to carry it forward. Again, another player that's not slamming items, but the key here is the Guardian emblem. Guardians have found their way into so many compositions to the front line, be it with things like the Yone, be it really, I think, keyly with the Guardian Deja line. That's one that Kaivicks has piloted effectively to be in a top 2 consideration. Other players taking notes, because there's a reason why they've been on top, Kaivicks and Rain, for the whole tournament.
Yeah, no one's really been contesting Kaivicks at all
No.
in that line. Every single time it feels like he finds a powerful AP unit, finds a bunch of Guardians to put into play, finds themselves at level 9 with a reasonable amount of gold. Preparation on the side for Soju, it looks like Soju sitting in a pretty nice spot, by the way. Sitting at 20 points. You still are looking for very strong finishes in this one, but pretty much a contention to everything that's up for grabs here.
Soju only 4 points behind Rainplosion. When it comes to that top 4 situation, the point totals are so tight. Rainplosion 24, Kaivicks 23, Pressman up there as well. Soju with the preparation, as you mentioned, might be thinking about a Yone line. It could just be a kind of one to bridge the gap here, but did pre-level as well.
All right, pre-leveling for the sake of I want a chance to roll some 4 cost, some 3 cost. Let's get the extra thing in play. This is just the stronger rolling opportunities. That's this pre-level.
Imagine if Soju hits a Deja in the next shot because of this pre-level. It's little decisions like that. You're not able to make 10 gold, so you might as well have that little chance, and it would pay off so big.
If
TFT
you are,
became a variance, right?
If you are prophetic Khroen as well.
There's no way I'm that prophetic. No. Let's just dispel that right now. Cut it off. There's no way Soju rolls a Deja. Hey, yo, Mort Dog, you got him? We'll see. We'll see just after this carousel.
Rainplosion on a 3-win streak. The carousel, a lot of items slammed out across the board right now, but definitely it feels like that the idea of AP items looking a bit more aggressive coming into this carousel. So as we get a look at everyone's augments right now, Prestivat really the only player who's not going to be hunting down some AP items, I think.
You're reading my mind as well. Prestivat, the one that stood out, going with the same Xayah line, right? The augment leads very well into it. Press the attack, that's what he's going to be doing. It hasn't net in very consistent top finishes, but still finds a way to get there a lot of the time. A very comfortable line for him. Loves the bow opener to flex between Xayah and Soifin. Win Soifin last game for a 3rd place. But again, this time, the swift shots.
That was with Soifin highly contested.
Yeah,
as well. It felt like there were 3 players chasing it down. Yeah.
2 of them did end up in the top 4, though. It was Prestivat and Soju.
Strong team.
Very strong. player was Satch, who did not get that into a top 4 situation, but taking a look at Rainplosion 3 streak again. Kaivicks and Rain up at the top, not even in the overall point totals, but just this lobby. How do they keep doing it, Admirable?
Well, Battle Mage is certainly assisting this one right now. You're getting that extra armor and AP. Thieves Gloves contributing a bit to that as well. I am looking at Kurum's side, though, and that's not a joke. A blue buff on a Kaisa is a scary-looking unit.
That it is. The pair is still there as well. Looking to get some nice AP items on her in the future. Khroen not win streaking, though, and it looks like even just the TG rolling the Shiv for the Vladimir is a pretty good hit.
Extra tier early on, some magic shred going, got some dodge, and the cloak against the Kaisa. How often are you going to say the cloak can make a diff? But this is like, this is the one.
Oh, man. Rainplosion carrying the streak forward. Same with Kaivicks. They could be facing each other in the next round.
Life imitates art, all right?
The Shift Cloak again. Apparently that's just what we ordered. Ionic Spark is on the Braum, a nice roll as well. All units, even the Twitch being placed in the first 2 rows just to get that Battle Mage power online. Rainplosion making 20. Looking to knock out Kaivicks' streak as well.
It's feeling so deja vu for me, where yesterday I couldn't tell if I wanted the top 2 to face off to contest for that.
Yeah.
And it's looking like we're going to dodge a chance for 2 players to be on a 5 streak headed into Khroen.
This is a Lilia pair with an Ionic Spark. One of the best in slot Lilia reroll items. 2 gloves were already used for the TG, but I'm just saying, Rainplosion's done well rerolling Kaisa so far. Maybe she can turn her attention to another 2-cost unit.
Hey, if everyone else is peeling 2-cost units out of the pool, it makes the Lilia that much easier to hit.
Like Soju.
You know, I'm liking ambitious Khroen as well. It's all planning out right now. Kaivicks and Rainplosion both secure a 5-win streak headed into Khroen. There's just not a better way to spell out how this tournament's been going.
It is just 1 and 2 holding hands for them both. Newer players to the competitive scene, but they are showing why they can compete with the best of them.
Coming into this day, Prestivant had a losing streak in 0 games. Coming up to this point. Now, the losing streak is defined as 4 or more losses in a row.
Yep. So you get at least that 2 gold breakpoint for it. But now it is twice already, at least today, where Prestivant has full loss streaked into Khroen. Past 2 days maybe weren't indicative of that. It is certainly the preferred play style for Prestivant to be playing from ahead, but he is not going to be as scared to play from behind, play from that loss streak, play for a Varus too soon maybe. The orb granted another one, but still being level 4 means the odds are not quite there. Does make it to 5. Champion Duplicator is there. Is there ever a consideration for a tempo champion duplicator? Players did that in previous sets, but I don't think the line is going to be to do that. I think there's much more you can get out of it later on into the game.
There's definitely more you can get out of it later in the game. The question it comes up
is the tempo worth?
When should, yeah, exactly, is the tempo worth? I think in this spot with the 5 loss streak is what's going to really crack that tiebreaker and say, no, I think I'll hold on to this. I think if this was a win streak, suddenly that consideration much higher. The fact that it's on a lose streak, though, a small loss here, that's honestly, I think, almost a desired aspect.
Yeah, especially because Prestivant is going to be probably playing for the Xayah out as opposed to, say, something like a Varus 3. And if it was a Varus 3, right, you would want to save the Champion Duplicator for a very long time. Satch with an early Graves. We're talking about, thought that Kurumx was the Graves Whisperer. No, it's Satch already finding an early one.
Kurumx with a tome on the bench.
Wow. Kaisa v Kaisa.
Tome on the bench on Kurum's side, too. I'm looking at that. That's a blessing from the Khroen.
Oh, if Kurum's actually thinking about the Kaisa line, finding a Dragonmancer could be huge there. And it's going to be just a silver tier augment, but Luden's Echo, Battle Mage, Band of Thieves.
I'm looking at all the level 6s that are coming up
on
that sidebar on the right.
It's time.
I am looking to see if someone's rolling down aggressively and finding 2-star stuff. So we're seeing a Nunu pop up. We see a Rakan pop up for Kurumx. Overall, though, players have typically not spent too much gold unless they were very far behind.
Robin leveling to 6. Trade sector reroll comes through, finding A Skarner 2, not the best hit, but certainly not the worst. Didn't need to roll much more. Robin is very good at spending low amounts of gold in the early game and being very efficient with the gold. I think not rolling that much here, but still 20 gold's kind of low for Robin's sake.
Kicks off the round with a nice amount of stacks on the Lagoon. 140 really, I think, the biggest target for that one. It's the maximum amount that you can get from it early on. And I'm looking at a 2-star Olaf on Soju's side. Deathblade and Hand of Justice equipped. That's a hard hitter right now.
Very hard hitter, but look at the units that are on the bench, though. If for Soju being prepped up, it's the Zac, it's the Zeri, it's the Seraphine. Talking about that Sarah Graves composition, it's been widely contested specifically by Robin and Kurumx. And when they've contested it, they've gone bottom 4 twice today with it, but wow. Robin able to take out Soju there. The Kaisa better than the Olaf.
So Robin might be kicking off a win streak there. We'll have to revisit and see. Goobums down to 56 right now, but a Soam.
That hit was huge.
That is a mega big hit on the Soam right now. There's a Seraphine in the shop as well. You have a blue buff built. You have a GiantSlayer. You have maybe a Jeweled Gauntlet here. I think Goobums has a wealth of options, but not necessarily a wealth of time.
Not really a wealth of time. Finding the Soam is huge. This composition does do very well at stabilizing on Soam 1. And the 8th place, right, overall today, 10 points. That does not tell the whole story of Goobums. Goobums' average placement is 3.94. Again, if Rain and Kaivicks go 1-2, Goobums can very well get that 3rd world spot just off of some nice overall play throughout the whole entire weekend.
Pretty rare that you're going to be rooting for your opponents at times, but the situation can crop up. Goobums is going to take a hit here, but with 6 Lagoon in play, we know where the major point is. It's at 7, it's at 2 stars, it's at that final item and that final augment. Sitting there for Goobums. Look at that Lilia in the back line saying, no, you don't. The Zac, a pretty hard hitter, though, but just going to smash the Zac and smack the ZZ Rod. Robin taking a hit. Rainplosion building back up a new win streak. Says, hey, someone beat me down, but you know what? I'm getting back up.
Ooh, Xayah on the carousel. Precedent might be looking at that one. See him waddle around with the mole, and yes, that's exactly what he grabs.
Yeah, but, you know, glove's okay, I guess.
Glove for the Xayah, yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
It's only the exact direction I'm going right now.
No player on a win streak. Currently, Rainplosions and Kaivicks both have been dealt with. Goobums, however, again, very low, but hopefully stabilizing from that Soam, even if not the last round. Will he go 7? Yes, he will.
Yeah.
Roll it down a bit more.
I mean, can you imagine not going 7 here? You're such a low life total with the Soam. I feel like had he not done this, I'm going to revisit the flame aspect that I brought up earlier, where just all the items came. Ooh,
Itis.
Interesting. Can this fit in the play
It's
anywhere?
awkward. I mean, it's awkward, right? You're going to be wanting to run the 6 Lagoon and the 3 Mages. There's probably just not a spot for it until you hit potentially level 8, but 0 gold on 3-5. Now, often players are rolling this deep, but Goobums feels pressured to have to.
At this point, you're trading gold for life instead of the other way around, which you sometimes do in the early game. The other thing to think about, too, is that you still have Lagoon rolling. Like, you're up to 110 stacks now, and this isn't going to stop anytime soon. Like, it's like a bootleg Astral in a certain sense, where, like, early on, the Astral's going to provide more gold, but after a certain amount of time, it's going to be the Lagoon that gets this money cranking. Goobums, though, taking another hit on this one. It feels like if he doesn't get some 2 stars, it's going to be trouble.
Definitely is, but again, the goal to find those 2 stars just isn't there. Missed on those hits. Precedent finding low as well, even though he got the Xayah direction. Oh, Aurelian Soul on level 7, 1% odds. Mortdog says, I got you.
Now, I do feel like that the items here are... How do I want to phrase this, honestly? I kind of got myself... I cornered myself into a bad spot. Pick me up here, Khroen.
The items are okay. Definitely consideration to slam the items that were on the Soam. Plus the Jeweled Gauntlet. Not going that deep yet, however.
Hextech has certainly got to be a desire to some
Either
degree.
that
anyway.
or the Celestial Blessing is there, so it could be a consideration for Archangels as well. Think about Aurelian Soul and the scaling over the course of the fight.
Yeah, that's a very valid point to bring up here. You're on 3-6. You're about to find some items. Is the difference really going to be a jeweled gauntlet? I think it's going to be how long the front line holds up in this spot. Sag. Got some stacks rolling in Lagoon, nothing to write home about. And Aurelion Sol definitely powerful enough to take it home right now. Not much of a surprise, I'd say.
A little awkward to snap your loss streak right before neutral round, but you'll take the Aurelion Sol off of that exchange. I think it's pretty worth it.
Rainplosion able to pick back up the hot streak coming into the next creep round as well. Sag, meanwhile, it feels like they may have cornered themselves into this Seraphine line. Not too many options open for grabs here. You would have to hit some pretty big streaks of units, I think, to change your path.
Oh yeah, it's just going to be a committal here. The Stand United, even though it's Stand United 1, is still very good for this composition because it doesn't really play more than 3 of anything. 3 Lagoon is going to be the, again, the highest number there.
Yeah, the focus of this team is overpowered units and 2-starring them. Another Zeke's possibility?
Oh, that's great.
Oh!
Tier.
Interesting here. So the Deathblade, I think, is an option, but I am much more feeling like this needs to be an Edge Knight. I feel like every time we've seen Graves at an Edge Knight, this unit just gets obliterated at some point when it moves to the back line.
If you're thinking about tempo right now, even still, I think the Zeke's is just going to oftentimes be better. What do you need to do? It is find these 2-star units, Seraphine pair. Graves is still only Graves 1, and Sag has had that for a long time at this point. Sag is 14 points currently, only 10 behind Rainplosion.
Jay's picking up the front line. I'm seeing a Zippy with some gloves and a 2-star Varus that is fully stacked right now, and press the attack is the difference, I think, in this matchup.
Press the attack is going to be just so much damage. The Zippy buying a lot of time as well. Sag doesn't even come close to winning that matchup. Sag needs a good placement in this game. Talking about the run from the LCQ to day 3 of the regionals, Sag needs this game to be big.
First is what I have my eye on for Sag. He has very little hopes outside of a first or the last chance qualifier. In this one, Rainplosion's going to have the win streak snapped. Goobums going to pick up a win. The 4-2 augments gold. So it's not this massive heater that's going to warp the lobby. It's just some pretty good stuff.
Cybernetic Shell actually was passed up on. That's an augment that goes really, really well. But anti-healing with the Sunfire board is now there, rolling even deeper. Admirable. Each roll that comes through and isn't hitting anything is that much more devastating. However, is hitting a lot of good units.
So I'll tell you what, though, the main feature is missing.
Graves 1.
It's a lot of 2-stars, though. You know, I'm willing to. I am willing to stop it here. I do want to emphasize that point at least. It kind of felt like I was really emphasizing the no, keep rolling.
No. There's no way you keep rolling from there, right? Level 7, you're going to be hard pressed to find the 4-cost units, but still found the Jace, which doesn't usually feature onto this board at the current point, but it's still going to be a good tier 2 unit to get through this game. Kaivicks, how do you keep doing it? The Dragon Whisperer finds an Aurelion Sol as well.
Kaivicks is on 8. So if you want to know how Kaivicks hit the Aurelion Sol, I'm looking at that being one of the possibilities. The question really is, how does he have so much gold and so much health all the time?
He didn't roll. He just went 8 and naturaled it, or pressed roll once, found the Aurelion Sol. It's player diff.
Well, it's a 2-star diff in this particular instance. Sag is going to smack Kaivicks for a reasonable amount of damage. Liquid Robin now taking the top spot as Rainplosion takes a hit. Kurumx takes a hit. Soju takes a hit. It feels like it's a flip of the lobby that could be taking place. But a pair of Aurelion Sols getting found for Kaivicks?
What is Kaivicks? How does he keep doing this? Aurelion Sol pair is just that, right? It is just a pair. It's not going to be any big spike right now, but certainly sets himself up very well. Not going to buy it right now, however, because the needlessly big gem is going to want to get all of that gold value.
It's a very, very minor detail, but when it comes up, it comes up. You're going to get extra damage because of extra gold, so if you're not going to roll, spend at the end of the round, not at the start.
Aurelion Sols abound. The Cosmic Dragon is making its appearance, and because it's just so good,
best endgame capped dragon.
Kaivicks has a Bard ticking as well, so this is going to up the chances for things like Aurelion Soul to show up. Now, the one key here is for Kaivicks, don't forget to buy the Aurelion Soul. I have definitely done that plenty right now. But Kurumx,
high stress situation.
battling this one as well, had the chance to go for Kaivsa, didn't show up, so you swap chances now in this one. 2 cybernetic uplinks, Guardian Emblem is there, and the damage pouring in from Kurum's point of view. Kaivicks is going to take a hit here, and Khroen is looking like they have found themselves a spot where maybe a top finish is truly in line.
Kaivicks dialed in, did not forget to pick up the Aurelion Soul, obviously. Goobums dialed in as well, trying to make that comeback happen on a win streak as the only player to be on one.
Preston got another
carousel.
Swift shot.
Wow.
As well at the end of this one. And honestly, when I look across the board,
Soju.
it's not like a ton of things that are standing out here. I was just about to say other than Soju, who might have gotten cornered into a spot where they have to take a line and be like, this is the only thing that showed up. I just have to go.
It's the direction that he went for in the early game. Playing prep with a composition that wants to reroll is easier as well, right? You're able to hold copies on the bench. Rainplosion feels like we've been seeing her get a lot of emblems. It was Dragon Mancers in the last game. It's Cav right now.
Bottom
the
right
rolling
with
in
Robin.
the bottom right. Hits Kaisa 3.
Yeah, this is I mean, the bench was like about as strong as Robin's in-game board coming into this round. So it is time to roll in that one. Lots of 2-stars coming up. Seraphine 2 hit for Satch. Robin's going up to 7, of course. You hit the Kaisa 3. It's time to start moving up in levels.
Robin was 1 away from a Volibear 3 as well, but looking at now, this is a beautiful thing. This Hecarim Swift shot in the back line. Blue buff as well, going to get multiple casts off.
Oh, Zippy! Oh, it did the Bard before the Bard gets the shot!
Is Zippy going to make his way to the back line to the Aurelion Soul now? Zippy, the IE roll on the TG.
This is the MVP of the round right here. Zippy stopped the Bard, stopped the Aurelion Soul, stopped the fight.
Minutes that it was, what, like 14 damage that came through from units there? That was insane.
Honest, there's such low opportunity, I think, for Zippy to really stand out, but the key moments when it does, it's extremely powerful. So leveraging that guild when it truly matters and then finding a way to get out of it, it's a timing thing, and honestly, it does stack up some with how the lobby is panning out. If everyone's super high rolling, the Zippy's not going to get it done. If everyone's right in that spot where they're just on the precipice of assembling that board, Zippy can truly stand out.
And Precedent is the best one to do that with. Been playing that line all weekend long, now on a win streak, currently in 3rd place in game 5. Precedent has a solid finish, could definitely make a top 2 run and move on to
Kaivicks
Worlds.
is hunting right now.
Hunting but not hitting.
The thing that really stood out to me is that there were dragons that were showing up, and Kaivicks just says, nah, not right now.
Really dialed into this Guardian Aurelion Soul line. It's very good. Kaivicks has been playing the Guardians plus the Deja. Guardians plus Aurelion Soul is there as well. The Bard percentage to be hitting 5 cost higher is huge, but has to pick up those dudes.
Rainplosion's board is fighting against this too. This is
the reroll. The reroll is happening.
Yes, I was just pointing that out right now, where it's like, it feels like no matter what line everyone's taking, that Rainplosion just takes a different line that no one's touching and is somehow succeeding with it.
Rainplosion absolutely dialed in. This line, I think, was only played once this tournament by Sully and barely top 4'd.
The chaotic treasure dragon, you're going to have to make some odd choices at times. If you just don't have gifted this beautiful treasure dragon spot, sometimes you have to settle for some unusual things that will come up.
This one's not bad. The thrill is there to shore up the healing. Usually Hodge is the item on the Lilia. Darkflight sacrificing the Chalice. Rainplosion knows the tech. It was seen. She is rolling.
Boy.
She is hitting one more Lilia for Lilia 3. Admirable. Rainplosion might be taking a huge risk, but it's paying off right now.
Right now from Rainplosion's spot, you need strong finishes. You don't need #1 finishes. You need strong ones. You're playing not only for the average placement, you're playing for the top 2 spots, you're playing for the LCQ, you're playing for the prize pool, and you're sitting at 1st place with 24 points. Why not take a line that strongly places in the top 4 but doesn't necessarily win the lobby?
Consistency is sometimes the name of the game, but I'm curious if this can go more than just a top 4 finish. Has Rain found the line? 3 Broms away, 3 Rels away, and 3 Rengars away as well. Having Rengar 3 as a dual carry in this matchup would be huge.
And you called it out at the start. The Ionic Spark was a big sign that this was a possibility. The Chalice gets assembled among the Dark Flight, and that puts a huge buff onto the Lilia for the damage.
Needs to get some takedowns, though, for the thrill.
Yeah, it's been really close so far.
Lilia
Yasuo
goes
going to
down.
stun those out. And then Kurumx with the Aurelion Soul is going to take down the rest of this field. Rainplosion taking a hit here. It's pretty big at this point as well. Yep. Soju taking another loss. Kaivicks fighting for the life, but is going to looks like the Kaivicks is going to squeeze out a win here. Robin down to 19, Prestovin down to 26, and of course Rainplosion just took a hit as well.
Soju on Olaf 3. A composition that people have been avoiding. If they go for the Warrior rerolls, it's usually around the Yone. Yone, however, carrying a Zephyr is just the supplementary carry. The Tiamat as well with Soju. He's still stuck level 7, 5 loss streak. The Olaf is oftentimes not going to be enough, and Kaivicks has hit Aurelion Soul 2.
Wow, that is not the time for Soju.
And he knows that's the
who's
matchup.
facing, yeah.
Future sight.
So you've
Can
Zephyr'd.
see his own demise.
You Zephyr'd the front line now, but can you get it done? I feel like that the Warriors can get it done in this spot, but I just think this Aurelion Soul is going to be too much because there's a Bramble and a Stone Plate sitting on this Idis right now.
Can Soju survive? Even if he doesn't win the matchup, still might not be lethal. Has to get through the Idis 2. Kaivicks' crutch this whole tournament, but it's just served him so well. The Olaf gets through it. On to the next Guardian, but each passing second, Aurelion Soul does scale. Overtime cast.
No Warrior
Olaf
proc!
gets
Wait, that's
it.
a Warrior proc! Wow!
Olaf gets the job done versus Kaivicks' Aurelion Soul. Too admirable. What?
And then finally finds a Pantheon. Finally finds a Pantheon in this one. And again, he can see the team he's up against. 1 gold away, Robin!
1 gold away, can't sell anything. Again, Soju knows the matchup. Future Sight can plan around it. Can Zephyr, can position exactly how he wants to. Each misstep could be Soju's last.
It looked like Soju predicted that as well, or did it come? Oh, Robin swapped again at the end? Wow.
Robin knows. Kaisa not Zephyr'd. Kaisa on the same side to be hitting the Olaf. Can Olaf get through the front line? However, can it get to the Kaisa in time before she keeps scaling up? Olaf half HP and is walking the wrong direction. Kaisa still being able to free cast in the back line though, but the Warriors are still alive. Can they make it there in time? One more Kaisa cast does it.
Wow. So close in that fight. Just everything working against Soju, it feels like right now. Robin does, and that was without the 3-star Volibear that Robin had found. He was going to have to lock the shot for it or pick it up right after. He picks it up right after, and all 8 players alive on the Stage 5 carousel.
Ooh,
and I'm seeing some interesting stuff here. Soju going to take the scale scoring, of course, because he's got that Olaf in play and wants to buff that team. Says, I don't want all of these scale scorings in play, but I do want to have a reason to buff this up a bit more.
Takes away from Rainplosion as well, also playing skill scorings with the Lilia line. Soju, a heartbreaking loss in the last fight means that any single round loss here is going to be lethal.
Rainplosion gets an Infinity Edge.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good for last pick. 26
Pretty
HP
good.
though. The lobby HP is so close. Robin hits the Volibear 3, as you mentioned, because he won that last round. Didn't even have to lock the shop.
Yeah, you cut out the anomaly of Kurumx sitting at the very top right now, and it is tightly packed 2nd through 8th right now. Getting a glimpse.
That's Soju.
Yeah.
At the bottom side with the newly acquired Scale Scorn emblem.
A different Yone is coming to play with this one. Robin is the fight that we got our eye on right now. Needs to place this needlessly big gem. Does finally at the end. And up against Kurumx, who sitting at 50 gold, looking to go to 9 and find the Aurelion Soul 2. I feel like this is a great time for Robin to find this matchup.
perfect time for Dragonmancer Kai'Sa. Only against an Aurelion Sol 1 can probably get the job done, especially with the Volibear as well. But Volibear taking a lot of damage, might be going out here soon. And all of a sudden, the Kai'Sa's alone, but this is still a winnable situation for the Kai'Sa. A couple more casts to come through. The Aurelion Sol can't do it.
Guardian
Kai'Sa,
shields.
Kai'Sa. It's a lot closer than anticipated, but did kill off the Aurelion Sol, so that black hole fizzled out. A lot closer than anticipated, but Robin hangs on to the win streak.
And look at 8th place.
Precedent goes down in 8th. These swift shots are not being kind to him. That comfortable line, you can't always force it.
And what was the average placement for Preston coming into this one? Like, that's the spot he was at contention for right now. 8th place is miserable if that's what you're fighting for.
3.88 coming into this game. All of a sudden, 1/8 place flips that all on its head.
Rainplosion's board is no joke. My God, did you get a glimpse of this? Look at everything's 3-star.
Rengar 3 happened, Rel 3 happened. Only thing that didn't happen was the Braum 3. If that might be okay. Double Zephyr's coming through, but not in the key units.
Rengar's jumping around too, hasn't been focused just yet. It's had some damage take place, but the Olaf still at full HP. Rengar now finding some new targets, thinning out the board, and Olaf is going to be the last one left. But this Olaf has got some healing going on. It's got the warrior procs coming. Rainplosion taking a hit.
Wow, Soju is doing it. Being able to take out Rainplosion, claw his way into the top 4 would be huge.
Kaivicks.
Especially with Precedent going bot 4, it opens up, or top bot 8 really, opens up the rest of the lobby.
Again, still tightly packed. Goobums down to Liquid Robin. It is a 16 health difference between 2nd and 7th right now.
Huge implications the next couple of rounds. Each micro play, each misread on what the matchup is going to be could cost a shot at Worlds. Kurumx in a fantastic spot to go level 9. Doesn't get there as often as Kaivicks, but still does it in a third of his games. Primed to do it in this one as well. That is really come back.
That's one of the things that I have felt so confident about, honestly, in Kurumx, is that he's been much more selective about level 9.
Yeah.
And when he's going to level 9, that means you're going to level 9. It makes a ton of sense to do so. So I have a fear for the rest of the lobby. The health total's telling that story, and so is the gold count here. 45 to work with as you show up at level 9. Going to sell some units and start the roll.
The only worrying thing is that there's already a lot of Aurelion Souls out of the pool. A lot more likely for Kurumx to miss on these hits, trying to make a 4-dragon board work. A lot of work, however, to get there. Just on a Terra 1, Shyvana 1, still Aurelion Sol 1 as well.
There's a chance that maybe you're focused on the 6 Guardian as well.
That's true.
You don't necessarily have to be going for the 4-dragon lineup. I mean, it's still a wealth of options despite the fact that the line is so distinct.
Guardians are very, very good going up against the other Aurelion Sol from Kaivicks. Kaivicks so low, but is favored in the matchup.
The Aurelion Sol 2 is going to tell the story here. The needlessly large gem, getting that benefit from it here as well. Really the favor that Khroen would have would be the cybernetic uplink, but Aurelion Sol 2 isn't delivering nearly as much damage. It pops down, Khroen's taking a hit.
Kurum's taking a hit. Rainplosion took a big hit as well, out in 7th. Coming to this game in first place again. Another placement that shakes up the rest of this lobby. If things aren't decided now, if players like Kaivicks, Rainplosion aren't just locking in their top 2, it's going to make Game 6 all that much more exciting.
The one way that this really started to crack open is if you see Rainplosion and Kaivicks finish in the bottom 4. Rainplosion's now finished there, and those last 2 spots are still open for pretty much any player to hit. Right now, it's Robin versus Soju. One of these 2 players is going out this round.
One of these 2 players going out. Double Zephyr for Soju. Knows exactly where Robin's positioning units. Hits 2 big ones as well. The Kai'Sa's in the air, Admirable.
With the Kai'Sa in the air, the Volibear's the one delivering the damage right now. The Diana, though, it's going to soak up that damage for quite a bit. Lee Sin shows up. It's kicking the wrong units, but Kai'Sa has a focus. Is that the focus you want, though? This is the unit that heals the most at the moment. Olaf finds its way to the back line. Smashes the Olaf down. Thank you, Jeweled Gauntlet, and thank you, Cutscene.
Soju gonna be out. Goobums the next one on the chopping block. Soju in 6th, potentially. Wow, Satch gets eliminated as well. Both on -3. Goobums also goes out, but it looks like the -2. No, okay, it's a bigger hit. A lot more damage comes through. Goobums 6th, Soju 5th, Satch in 4th. All of a sudden, this game has really shaped up to be a banger. Team Liquid coming up huge here, 2 players in the top 3.
And Kaivicks at 14 HP, it is not shaped up nearly the way that Kaivicks has typically been as we find him in these top 3 spots. Normally, he's been the one dominating the lobby. He's been the one going to level 9 with 50 gold left. That was Kurum's side this time. Can Liquid Robin contest that? Is Kaivicks strong enough to contest that? This lobby is still up for anyone's grabs.
It very much is. Robin with the Kaisa reroll going up against Khroen. Khroen has hit the Aurelian Soul too. Each cast is so deadly as the fight goes on. Again, the Archangel, such a good item there. Volibear having a little bit of supplemental damage here for Robin as well, but the items are great for him. The Edge of Night, however, might prove to be huge. In the backline, Kaisa is still alive. Kaisa healing back up, hopefully, but no, not quite. Aurelian Soul gets the job done. Robin out in 3rd. Kaivicks on a win streak and in a top 2 situation, looking primed after this game to be in the #1 spot and overtaking Rainplosion.
Kaivicks grabbing another Archangels here. Khroen has their eye onto the Shroud or onto the Dragon's Claw. Gonna take the Dragon's Claw. And so here we go. Needlessly large gem gonna be playing a factor in this role. The double Archangels. That is looking terrifying right now. It suddenly feels like that Kaivicks may have the edge, but I'm still looking at a jeweled gauntlet equipped.
Big things to look out for coming up into this fight. Bard, where does the Tempered Fate go? Might want to spread these units. Even though the Chalice is there for Khroen, it might end up being a bait.
I don't see an Evoker in play from Khroen's side. I guess you don't need it if you have the 2 Cyberdemic uplinks.
True.
So it's looking
Shroud centered.
Looking for the stuns from Yasuo to be the difference here. So here we go. The casts start taking place. It's really about that 15-second mark, I think, where my eyes are going to open. The Bard stunning that Itis, slowing down a bit of that shielding and the healing. And where are these black holes landing initially now? So the Ascension has taken place. Large black holes across the board! The Aurelian Soul on Kurum's side is melted.
The double Archangels gets the job done. Now it's just a matter of time until it cleans it up. Won't be the last round, however. Khroen had a lot of HP to work with, but is down further past Kaivicks now. 15 remaining.
Pair of Alshin, is this ever something that is on your mind? Not at all.
I want a stat of how much gold Kaivicks ends the game with, because he's always having this absurd amount of gold, always playing Itis, always gets that big gem in there, and that Ascension, when it comes through, 80% damage. It's so strong, especially with the Archangels.
Looking at this Yasuo and how much the positioning here is going to matter. Where do you want this Yasuo to go? I guess that's another big question I have.
Well, not into the Shroud, not exactly what you wanted.
It's not too much of a difference to the blue buff. We're going to be jumping over to the target dummy and surrounding the Itis right now. Bard come through.
Bard, big
Bard, a bigger hit. Bard from Kaivicks' side, though. Will say that, the way this is grouped up right now. Hitting the corner from that Aurelian Soul. The Ascension has taken place. Needlessly, the big gem melts.
Yes.
The Aurelian Soul in the back line, not even close, says Kaivicks. I got 80 gold in the pocket. I'm at level 9. I got all the points in the world. Guess who's in first place after game number 5? It's the player who's been dominating the entire tournament. It's Kaivicks.
Kaivicks keeps getting the job done time and time again. Itis, Aurelian Soul, big gem, big win.
I'm backstage watching with Bryce. And we're looking at Kaivicks, 14 HP. He's in like 7th position, right? He's at the bottom of the table. Bryce is like, wow, Kaivicks finally low rolling here. Big low roll from Kaivicks. And then I walk in here, and he doesn't lose a single round since then after hitting the Aurelion. Finds the gem. He's using the gem so well with the Archangels, using that, flat AP to scale with that person. It's just beautiful.
I thought it was a pretty big low roll from Kaivicks there.
Oh, yeah,
he had less than 60 HP this game.
I know, it's crazy.
True.
Yeah. Like, my gosh, he's just been smashing it the entire time. He seriously, Khroen had mentioned, it's like he's the Aurelion Soul Whisperer. Now, mind you, the question that I have that's really big is how does he keep getting to level 8 with so much gold? It's been game after game after game after game. It's a bunch of Guardians, a bunch of gold, level 8. What's he doing diff?
Player diff, honestly.
Player diff.
I don't know. He just gets to 8. We were talking about it in that game. It was beginning of stage 4, 4-2, level 8, about 40 gold, and already had an Aurelion Soul. Like he's just finding it. But not only that, he's converting, right? Low roll opener, but no, it turned that all the way around, got it into the high roll situation. It seemed like for the entire time.
Yeah, well, we had some key players take bot 4s in this game, so let's take a look how that shakes up the standings as we go towards our 6th and final game of the day.
And this is just,
wow.
The story continues to tell. Rainplosion, despite the fact that they finished, was it 7th place in that one?
She's still top 2?
Still to the top 2 in this one.
Oh.
Ooh. Soju sitting at 24, Kurumx on Team Liquid sitting at 24, Preston at 23, Robin at 20. But we got an important word, Casanova.
Yeah, we just got a note from production that Kaivicks is confirmed top 2 with that first place. He's locked that in. So if Rain can keep her spot in that top 2, it opens the door wide open for that AVP.
I don't even know who's in good contention for it anymore. There was between Prestivan, between Goobums, but then Robin and Kurma right there as well. Soju. This final game is going to be massive. Even just the point totals, right? If we don't talk about the AVP, it's Rainplosion at 26 and then 24-24 for Soju and Kurm. Pressman right behind there. This last game has so much in line for so many players.
I mean, it is such a tight race to get that 2nd position under Kaivicks. I mean, of course, you could overtake him and take first, but still, the 2nd position in the top 2 next to Kaivicks, it is so incredibly close. And like, everyone's fighting for those spots, but there's still the LCQ spots. There's still the AVP spot if Rain is in. There's so much to fight for.
There's still the cash that's up for grabs. No matter what you have a reason to fight for, even if it's just something as petty as pride at this point. Like, nobody wants to finish last place the 3rd day, despite the fact that this is a pretty big stamp. You're top 8 in the North American regionals right now. Okay, there's nobody else to contest you unless they're competing against you in this lobby, all right? That's an accomplishment. I still want to point that out.
I don't know if we've seen a tighter race out of a final game of any regional finals. This is just such an insane run. There's so much on the line. It could come down to, just the slightest differences, right? I'm so jealous of Frodan and Bryce getting able to cast this final game because it's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely wild.
All right, well, just a quick reminder that Fantasy TFT has been with us in set 5, and they've got a new news feature where they're getting content from all across TFT, checking out strategy, guides, and all the best podcasts. So check them out on the App Store or on the web over at fantasytft.com. We're going to bring Bryce and Frodan in for Game 6, but I need to get some final words from you two on this broadcast before we send 3 players to Worlds.
Well, I'm sorry that it's kind of bringing it down into a little bit of an emotional state here, but honestly, I just feel so privileged to be here for this event. TFT is such a wonderful game. The community for this has just been so embracing, so inviting, and so welcoming on this one. It's been years chasing down a professional gaming career, and to be here right now alongside just 2 wonderful people who I finally got to meet in person, here with Dan and here with Bryce. I've been working with Dan for years at this point, and just TFT is just such a blessed game, and set 8, I just keep hearing wonderful things that people are telling me, even though it's not specific things. Everyone's just getting me hyped about it right now. We have a Game 6 coming up. We just came off of a World Championships. I couldn't be more pumped.
Let's go!
How do I follow that up? What am I supposed to say?
Yeah, Khroen, follow it. Let's go. Let's see.
It's been a privilege to be able to, help tell the story of North American TFT. There's a lot of fantastic players. We started off this weekend 24 of the best NA TFT players. It has to end with 8 today, but even more, 3 that we send to Worlds. Kaivicks, I believe the whole time. Already locked in for top 2. Going to be Kaivicks at Worlds. Who's going to be the others?
I don't know. I'm not gonna try and follow that though. I'm just gonna let you two go. Thank you two so much. And I'm going to send us to a break while we get Bryce and Frodan here for Game 6 of the Dragonlands North American Regional Finals. You do not want to miss this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Dragonlands North American Regional Finals. We are moving on to the 6th and final game of the final day to decide who we are sending to the World Championships. I've got Bryce and Frodan here with me. Bryce, what are we looking at?
We're looking at a lot of things, Casanova. A lot of things we have to keep track of in this final game. I'm going to try to run through them one by one as efficiently as I can.
Get me there.
Okay, so in the tournament, there are two people who can still win this tournament, Kaivicks and Rainplosion. It's a two-person race. Kaivicks has a massive 5-point lead, but we have to follow how they're doing relative to one another in the final lobby. Then there's that second place. Rainplosion has a 2-point edge. There's a couple people at 24 and 23. Soju, Prestivan, and Kurumx all competitive for that second place spot. If Rainplosion does not take second place in this tournament, she is guaranteed to make it through AVP. She is miles ahead of the next best person. So Rainplosion is going to go to the World Championship.
Amazing.
Congrats to Rainplosion. So happy for you.
Hoping you lead off with that.
Yeah.
Congratulations to
Congratulations,
Rainplosion.
Fair enough.
Congratulations to Kaivicks as well.
Congratulations.
We have 2.
But we have one last game to play. If Rainplosion holds her lead and gets into the second place, then we're down to average placement as the final slot. That is a 3-person race essentially between Prestivan, Kurumx, and Goobums, with Kurumx holding a narrow lead right now. There's no way we're going to be able to run all those scenarios in the middle of the game, but that's what we're going to be thinking about going in.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a big place to start, right? Kaivicks, Rainplosion, in. From there, there are a couple people who can make it in, and those are a lot of the players that we need to be heavily watching in this final lobby.
Yeah, for the players that are towards that middle, like right now, Soju, he can't make it on average placement. He would need instead to just make it through raw points. So he needs a big game. Robin, Goobums, they have to play for LCQ at this point is the reasonable benchmark that they're aiming at. So if they can land strong performances, they're just looking to be in the top 4 of that cutoff range.
The caveat to Goobums specifically is that he's second place in AVP. So if Rain gets second place in this tournament and he outplaces Khroen, he actually has a good shot at making it through AVP, but obviously depends on where he falls relative to Khroen and whether or not Rain gets second place ultimately.
Regardless, Goobums kind of looking for a first right now because a first puts him in the best position to make LCQ, but also it puts him in the best position to take that AVP spot if Rainplosion is able to make it to the second place.
It's dramatic.
It's dramatic.
It is dramatic.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, we want to see, someone fighting for first. Anything less is not enough. We have 2 people who are in, which, I mean, I guess that may reduce some drama, but it doesn't take rid of all of it because we still got a spot for Worlds.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting, too, just to congratulate Kaivicks again for what an incredible run he's had thus far, leading the entire field by a big gap. But don't forget who also have qualified for Worlds also. We have Amdi, who won the mid-set finale and who got on stage or got on the mic and said, the person that helped me prepare the most was Kaivicks. He's actually one of my closest friends. He's the reason I'm playing competitive TFT. Fast forward 2 months, 3 months, and it looks like Kaivicks is going to win the regional finals at this current state. So what an interesting story where 2 friends were able to do it together, separated, almost on their own island in TFT. What a great story.
And we've talked about this all weekend. We talked about the study group. We talked about the boys with, Soju and Prestivan and Milk. And we've talked about, competitive TFT with Satch and that whole crew. And now there's another one that actually made it to Worlds, and that is Amdi and Kaivicks.
Yeah, they have a 100% success rate of getting members of their study group into Worlds. That is an impressive statistic.
This set?
Yeah, this set.
This set.
Kaivicks has been playing multiple regionals, and honestly, it's only been a matter of time before people like him are able to make a deep run. Look, a lot of these players are capable of it. Who's actually going to be getting that 4th spot?
Well, without further ado, we are going to be jumping in to that game number 6. So for the very last time this weekend, Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
Here we go. The beginning of the end is upon us. Game 6 of the final day here at the North American Regional Championships. After the next 35 minutes, we're going to find out who are the 4 players that will dominate, that will absolutely exterminate the competition in just 2 weeks on the global stage. Will it be someone like Prestivan, the newcomer to Set 7? Will it be one of the old guard, Soju, one of his best friends in real life? Will it be Goobums, who's been prophesied as one of the best newcomers of the second wave? Or will we see Kurumx reclaim his championship throne aspirations? We'll start things off first with Rainplosion, who has all but guaranteed her spot. Rookie of the set in contention with Amdi, but it's hard to argue with that right now.
Yeah, Amdi had one outstanding tournament this set in the mid-set and a few other really nice performances, but start to finish, Rainplosion has been an absolute monster. She has been so consistent in each and every tournament in which she has played. I am so excited we're going to get to see her play at the World Championship, and she is going to be the biggest single impact on the rest of this field, because if she makes it in at second place, then we're going to AVP, and if she doesn't, then someone's going to be fighting for that second place spot, so we're going to have to pay very close attention to her game from start to finish here.
And it's cool to see women represented on that global stage as well. Rain is fighting more than just for herself. So all the energy, a lot of people are rooting for her as we start things off with a strong Lagoon opener. Has some pretty open-ended components. Tier invest. Is it going to be more gold, some champions, or is it going to be another item? Either way, she is set for success with some pretty decent pairs as well as some good traits.
Yeah, and a little bit of efficiency there with hiding that Malphite. She's able to get to 4 Lagoon stacks, and you never know when those stacks are going to wind up paying dividends. An immediate grab of preparation has been one of the most consistent augments throughout the tournament. It is a high priority on a bunch of lines. Seraphine Graves being one of them, but to be honest with you, we have not seen a lot of Seraphine Graves out of Rain. It has not been core to her game plan, at least not thus far.
It's just tough because you have 2 players in the lobby who will try to play it whenever they can. It's mainly Kurumx as the first option, but Robin also looks for that, even though Robin today has been forced off that line on multiple occasions, and it has not worked out for him nearly as well.
It hasn't. Rain with a generic item opening. A lot of folks would probably slam a Gargoyle Stone Plate there, would help her get some more casts off from her Lagoon units. But one thing we've talked about multiple times for Rain today is that she is not afraid to greed these items. There's a reason why she has so many first place this tournament. She is constantly holding on to those item components to play towards outs later in the game and to really try to cap out her board.
Yep, on the other side, Kurumx slamming that Zeeks, almost like clockwork, and this is the advantage that so many players are talking about. When you start Sword or even Belt, you just have that capability of starting off with Zeeks and getting yourself, almost planting, drawing a line in the sand of what you're trying to accomplish. Like, hey, I have the Zeeks, you know I like to play this composition. If you want to hold hands with me, feel free. And that's what scares off so many of these players, especially in a Game 6 situation.
Absolutely. The entire field will be scouting around trying to determine the appropriate line from this situation, and Khroen has planted a flag in this game. He's planted a flag this entire tournament. If you want to contest Seraphine Graves, then you have to do it through Kurumx. Also has that early Volibear. Doesn't have the Shimmer Scale online yet, but I expect him to get it online relatively soon, with Volibear being the hardest piece to find. Khroen really has a couple of ways of getting here. He's the leader on AVP. He's also solid spot points-wise to theoretically be able to get into the top 2, depending on how things go for Rainplosion in this game. So Khroen off to an excellent start in this pivotal game number 6.
Robin with Kaivicks, the player who wants to play for that crown. A little nice moment between Rain visiting Kaivicks' board just to evaluate what he's doing, and a little bit of emote exchange back and forth. You can see as much as these players are competitors, they're rivals, they're also respecting each other throughout the entire process. So really nice job here from Kaivicks to get that streak going, able to beat Satch. For Satch, it does feel like he's the one person on the outside looking in. He has 0 ways to make the World Championship right now. But hey, even getting to this point, in his own words, was kind of a miracle run, and he was just happy to be here.
Happy to be here, happy to be in the top 16, happy to be in the top 8. It hasn't been his day yet today, but he has a bright future in competitive TFT. Being able to top 8 in the regional championship in your second ever competitive TFT event is no joke. Look at what's happened with Kaivicks. He's played in regionals in the past. He's played in a bunch of TFT tournaments, and he's only starting to get over that hump where he's actually competing for real on this stage. Another solid opening for him. He's won his first couple of fights. He slammed a Bramble Vest. No Guardians. He's playing more in the Jade Tree for now, but Guardians have been core to his strategy, so it would not surprise me to see him find his way into a Guardian-oriented board in the relatively near future.
All right, we're going up against Robin, who is AFK, and therefore will be losing his first 3 rounds and racking up that goal count. We'll see. Robin just hasn't been able to replicate that set 5 Reckoning finals where he went 1-1-1 basically the entire day except for one game.
Lag.
It was a little bit of lag. But even just getting to this point, showing his consistency, a lot of people are saying this should be yet another feather in his cap to show that Rob is one of the most consistent players North America's ever seen.
Taking a look at our augments from the opening round, Silver, so we're relatively low in power levels. A couple of generic grabs in Celestial Blessing, and the prep we see Kurumx with the Electro Charge, Robin with AFK as you highlighted, Kaivicks with Blue Battery, and Goobums with Bruiser Heart. We've seen 2 bruiser-oriented augments picked so far today. Both of them have been by Goobums. The first one did not work out so well. The Double Trouble seemed interesting, but did not pan out. Hopefully this Bruiser Heart game goes better for Goobums because, well, he is completely out of this tournament in dead last in terms of ability to make it into the top 2 or even potentially LCQ being a reach for him. AVP still on the table for him if Rain gets second place, so he needs a strong finish in this game despite being only at 13 points on the day.
It goes to show you how well Goobums did on day 1 and day 2. The fact that he has averaged barely over a 7th place right now today in this tournament, it just shows you how well he did yesterday and the day beforehand. So Goobums, we'll see how he's able to accomplish this going to gate number 6, but he basically needs the best possible placement. More importantly, he needs to outplace Kurumx relatively significantly, and then the rest of the people behind him to make sure that they don't just leapfrog him. If he gets like a 3rd, but Kurumx goes 2nd, that still doesn't help his AVP.
That's exactly right. Taking a look at Kaivicks, still on that win streak. There are 2 players win streaking. We've got Kaivicks and we've got Goobums. This should be an easy fight win going up against Rain, who is under-leveled, level 4 on 2-5. Rain taking another loss here. Surprise, surprise. Kaivicks playing from ahead, Rain playing from behind, both in comfort zone, and Goobums, who has not had one of these crazy high rolls just yet, gets an itis on his 2-6 shop, and he has 5 Shimmer Scale. He's got Determined Investor and Big Gem, a lot of power from the Shimmer Scales trait for Goobums.
It's a lot of power that will ramp up. The thing about his augment, or rather his Shimmer items, is that they get stronger the later the game goes. Right now, Determined Investor is the weakest it'll ever be, and the Big Gem, there's just not much to scale. He doesn't have a big goal count. He has a lot of units to get that benefit from it. Has a blessing by not facing Kaivicks, the 2 win streakers, which is, you know, kind of been a really big deal for both these players. They were able to convert to wins, but Precedent has a Kaisa 2 on the other end, and this Itis is not able to get a 2nd cast of the Golden Scale, so it looks like Goobums slightly outmatched, not able to actually get through this front line for Precedent quick enough, but this is something that we kind of expected because his 5 Shimmer Scale is ramping up to something bigger.
Yeah, ramping up to something bigger for sure. Kaivicks maintaining the win streak on the lower right, and actually Precedent had only lost his first fight, so he will also be streaking as he heads into this neutral round. With that preparation, Precedent is still very much alive in this tournament at 23 points. He's only 3 points back of Rainplosion and 1 point back of Soju and Kurumx respectively. So look, he needs to take care of business for himself, and he needs a little bit of help from some of these other players as well, but still very much in the hunt in this game 6.
Yeah, nice heads-up play, putting the units that he wants to play next round onto his bench to get those preparation stacks. The downside, he doesn't get to stack Lagoon, which is somewhat meaningful. Some players actually lean back and forth, but prep stacks are more important to make sure you can play a more sturdy stage 3, even though it pulls you a little bit further away from those rewards that you're looking for. For Precedent, he does have that Rune and Slam, and he finds another bow and a rod, which opens himself back up to a line that's been a love-hate relationship. He's been playing a lot of Xayah. Is he willing to dip once more back into this AD tree?
He's been forced onto the Xayah a couple different times today because it felt like his augments pushed him there. He didn't have a lot of other outs, but in this situation, it feels quite strong to me. We've been talking about the difference of playing Xayah from behind and ahead. He rolls there, starting to think about what he's going to prep for later on in the game. It's very, very interesting. He can definitely play around this Siphon and play the standard Soifin line, which has been both his and Soju's preferred line overall for this tournament, it seems.
We also saw the POV. Rainplosion was rolling a decent amount on 6 to try to get her board online, but we have the matchups here in front of us. Robin versus Precedent, which is very nice. Robin is trying to lose one last time before he commits to a big roll down. Robin also seems like he's going to try to go for what looks like to be Yone off his current setup, but a lot can change as we come up on the 3-2 augments. As Rain looks like not able to get the easy win, has to rely on that Ezreal 2.
It's an Ezreal 3, I think, actually.
Oh,
she's rolling on level 4, and she's playing an Ezreal reroll strategy. This is the first time we've seen this from Rainplosion. I think it might be the first time we've seen this tournament. It's been incredibly popular in other regions. We've seen it in Chinese regionals. We've seen it in European regionals, but in general, the North American meta has been very narrow compared to the rest of the world, and this is once again Rainplosion showing her research and flexibility, playing to an out that other people aren't looking for. We'll have to follow along and see how that performs in this game because it has huge implications for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, impressive, and you can see just chilling here at 3-2 while Robin is committing to a big 3-2 roll down. Interesting that Robin wasn't trying to commit to a level 7 roll down, instead rolling at 6. This is uncharacteristic of Robin. Coming into today, Robin hadn't rolled at 3-2 a single time, and you're telling me that he's going to be doing it in multiple games in a row when his primary game plan wasn't working, and I think that's a good thing because his primary game plan was not working out today.
Yeah, it hasn't been working out today. He's been contested on that Seraphine line. He's struggled to find his footing. It feels like each of the players in this tournament have had clear leans, and Robin had his coming in, but he's been disrupted by the complexion of this final lobby and just hasn't been able to find an avenue to go in. We saw him finally, someone else playing that Kai'Sa reroll last game, working out pretty well for him. Maybe that could have been an area where he could have been contesting Rainplosion earlier in the tournament, but not a lot to do about it now. Rainplosion grabs that featherweights augment. If you're going to be stuck on silver augments, having prep and featherweights for an Ezreal reroll strategy is pretty good.
It's a little bit awkward with featherweights and Ezreal in particular because a lot of people like to prioritize blue buff for the cast. Ezreal is an AP champion, not really an AD as many people remember from, say, the Innovator days in Gizmos and Gadgets. Ezreal instead wants an Archangels, wants Guardians to surround him, and then he scales. He definitely is not a high burst champion in the beginning, but by the end of the fight, his Mystic shots would be dealing 1,200 damage or so when it ramps up. And so to have featherweights be part of that is a little bit interesting because the auto attacks don't matter that much, but it helps the Guardians with their movement speed, and plus, you never know if those extra casts off those 1 and 2 costs will be a big difference.
It could also just be a way of casting more, right? The attack speed is a great way of getting the chain casting, so if you don't have blue buff, you have Archangel, the attack speed can be a way of kind of rotating through your cast as your Archangel ramps up. Not a bad selection there. Meanwhile, Robin at 40 gold with a Deja on level 6, also has a Yone. I think he was thinking about playing around a Yone reroll strategy with these extra bows, but then he hit that Deja on 6, and it's Duelist Dexterity, one of the stronger Deja variants. Robin leans into that, but he takes a fight loss here against Soju, who has that early Jace, and Soju has played this mid-game throughout the tournament very, very well, in particular leaning into Jace as a really strong carry. Mort Dog tells us he's the premier AP carry of the set. Soju is buying some stock of Jace, and it has worked out for him not just in this game, but in other games as well.
Just got to make sure to sell high, but if you're going to be playing flexibly as he is, Soju's been really good at timing when he needs to change his game plan, but it also seems like a lot of today's games, Soju's been contested in a lot of the comps that he's going for. We'll see whether or not he's able to convert off of it, because I agree. I think Soju's mid-game has been fantastic this tournament. I think his early and mid is where he's been outmatched by some of these other people. And it could be the positions he put himself in because he regularly gets into low eco situations. That's an Ao Shin in his shop as well as a Shio Yu. He's got a lot of options at his disposal right now.
I think this Ao Shin is a bait. This unit has taken so many nerfs over the course of the set. It's just really hard to get the conditions to work. You really want to Shojin at this point, it feels like, to get that mana generation rolling. It's going to be so late into the fight where Ao Shin's actually able to cast. I do think that this Jace is going to be a more consistent carry, and since he's playing around his 4-win streak, he wants to lean into that, so I definitely see where he is coming from.
Yes, but there also are units onto his board that don't really do much. For example, he didn't have a unit to play, so he just played a Zac. And so when you're telling me that, you know, he's carrying this Jace primarily, which I understand, I think a lot of people kind of forget that Guild Ao Shin still is a thing. It's just like Guild Deja is still a thing, but people have just kind of fallen out of it. And I think this comes down to comfort. I just don't think Soju's comfortable, which is so strange. I'm pretty sure if this was ladder, if he was entertaining his tens of thousands of fans on Twitch, he would instantly say, sure, let's try it and see how it goes. And if he goes 8th, he says, well, that's a faster commercial break. But in this environment, he is put back to the wall. He says no, and that's a different Soju than you're used to seeing.
And he's never been in this environment before. He has made the final day of regionals one time
wow,
in the past.
subtle flame. He's never been here before.
But he's never really been in contention in the final game, right? He was functionally eliminated heading to that last game, so having the stakes be really high for him in this final game where he's in a very realistic shot to compete here. He only needs to score a couple of points beyond Rain, 3 to be safe because he probably loses the tiebreaker to her. So still very competitive, win streaking in this game at 92 HP. He's in an excellent, the first half of the game has gone very well for Soju. If he can continue this trend, maybe we see Soju in the World Championship. What a time to be alive.
Let's not count our chickens before they hatch. We still have a lot of TFT to go as this closes stage 3 with a win for Goobums. Goobums and Soju. If Soju can wrap up stage 3 with a win, that would be massive for him. As we're taking a look at the fight in the bottom corner, the Jace able to get the strike. Soju is streaking at the end of stage 3. And as we take inventory, let's check in on the total life counts here, as we do have a lot of players below that 50 mark. Look at the gap between some of these players. As from Kurumx below, it just seems to be a huge amount of players that are low HP, but it makes sense for Robin because he started off AFK, but as we know, Satch was not trying to do something like that, so that looks like a really poor start here for Satch.
Very poor start for Satch. Satch actually is late game specialist. We didn't get a chance to talk about that, trying to find his way into that level. Goobums actually gets the diamond hands on this, so he's got a lot of power. We saw Preston on the side hitting both a Olaf too. Oh my god, a Yasuo and a Bard in a shop on level 7. Whoa. Mortdog has not had Goobums back today overall, in addition to some questionable plays at times from Goobums, considering how good he's been throughout the rest of the tournament. But this is incredibly impressive. I also saw Preston hit a Siphon 2 and an Olaf 2 on the sidebar, so he's getting very strong, still very competitive. Rainplosion down at 50 HP, does have that S03. We'll have to see what items she got offered, and we're going to get a chance to look at them right now. Just the tier still. She's been dropping all of the good items for herself throughout this tournament, but this game is not going well. Again, Rain is going to make worlds no matter what, but if she drops out of second place, then this is going to be a 3-person race between Soju, Kurumx, and Prestivant for that final world spot.
Yeah, Goobums is not happy actually to see Rain this week. It's not like Goobums wants to lose, but he also doesn't want Rain's board to suck. And the fact is, this board sucks from Rain. It's just not good. There's no items on Ezreal, and you need items on your carry. That's TFT 101.
Yeah, and there's not a lot she can do about it. She just hasn't gotten offered the items yet, as we get a prismatic augment in the final game. Are you kidding me?
Wow, it just had to end this way. It just had to.
It had to.
And Goobums does not want it to end right here. He's been carrying Talia too. We haven't given him enough credit. Finding ways to carry in an unusual way. He finds a Deja. He rolls past the Deja. What is Goobums planning? Is he going to put it all on the line for Seraphine Graves? I see a Graves pair. I see that he had Seraphine as an option. And is he going to transition into Seraphine-itis? This actually was a callback to the very beginning of PBU when we saw this Cannoneer Lagoon Shimmer composition being a very balanced and also quite a flexible composition. Is Goobums going to end this the way it started?
The whole server basically plays the same 7 units over and over again when they play this composition, and Goobums has played it a couple of different ways already this tournament, showing off that right now he thinks Itis is stronger, trying to play around the 5 Shimmer scale. We also saw Rainplosion's board go gold on the lower right-hand corner, hitting the 3-star of Zac and the 3-star of Leona, so she's got her front line massively leveled up. She's just going to need to get some damage items onto this Ezreal. If she can hold on to enough HP, she just gets a win there, gets a Carousel Rod, gets more damage items off of the Treasure Dragon. She could easily wind up securing second place in this tournament. Only time is going to tell.
Oh, and just add insult to injury, Robin, who did find that Deja, rolled it all the way down. He found an Aurelian Soul as well. Goobums has a lot of HP to play with, so not under tremendous amounts of pressure. As we take a look at Prestivant, another player on the outside, but not by that many points. Prestivant has a 2-star Jace, a pair of Xiaoyu and Pantheon, and a fully prepped Siphon too. This is a pretty strong board for Stage 4.
It's an outrageously strong board for Stage 4. He thought fast in order to get there, and apparently he thought fast enough, hitting big upgrades across the board. Would like to have found another Pantheon or a Xiaoyu, but rolling on 7 can make that challenging.
Oh,
Going up
gosh.
against K3 Soju,
Oh,
who fast
my
baited.
God.
And once again, they are going head-to-head on the exact same line, and in this, the crucial game where only one of them has a realistic chance of making it, is it going to be neither of them make it because they're contesting each
Look
other?
at his third augments. Soju is risking it all. When he needs to go big, he takes one of the biggest risks you can possibly do in TFT. He's taken Curse Crown, which gives you 2 slots but doubles the damage. If this is not first or 8th, then I don't know what is.
Oh my God, Soju putting it all on the line in the final game, trying to fight his way into the 2nd place, and he's in an amazing position to do it. He's got 92 HP right now. He's got a pretty strong board, able to deal with Precedent's extremely upgraded Soifin board for 4-3, and the reality of the situation is Curse Crown puts a 6-dragon win con on the table for Soju if he can find his way to level 9.
Taking a look at the rest of the augments here, Kaivicks took Windfall, an unusual choice for gold. Rainplosion took Featherweights 3, stacking Featherweights. Now you start to get real serious business. Maybe you don't have to have blue buff because, like you said, stacking that attack speed can really matter. And then Satch, you're talking about gold. He went late game specialist into Shimmer Crown. That is some big-time plays. Everybody is in the TFT arms race for Uncharted Realms. Kaivicks is already level 9 at 4-5.
I thought they took level up out of the game, Dan. What is happening here? He uses Windfall as basically diet level up. He goes to level 9. He's got 20 gold to work with. He's carrying a Karma 2. He's got 1 copy of Itis so far. He does have a meaningful amount of HP to work with, still 47. It doesn't look like the transition is going amazingly for him, but there's a lot of perspective power for him. We see his board. He winds up playing around the Deja carry right now, not able to hit an Aurelion Soul, which I assume is his primary out as he's played to for the entire tournament.
Does have the big gem, but only a little bit of gold. No, the Siphon's already onto the back line. This is excellent for Prestivan, and Kaivicks is sweating. Here comes the Rampage bite. Kaivicks can't take too many more losses like this. He's at 47, down to 32. A third of his life chunked out just like that. What's happening elsewhere? We're looking at Soju crushing his way through to another win, but Curse Crown fights go like that. It's looking good until it doesn't, as Soju racks up another win. But keep in mind, it cuts both ways. Yes, he takes more damage if Soju loses, but how much more damage is he dealing to everybody by winning by 2 more units or even more?
Yeah, he's putting so much pressure on the lobby. We see Goobums hitting on Yasuo too. I wouldn't want to end it any other way. We have final game Prismatic, and this lobby is going to get out of control on the power levels. We're starting to see big damage come through on the lower end. Robin down at 24 HP already. Satch could go out before even seeing the Treasure Dragon if he takes a bad enough beat here.
I mean, we'll just have to see here. Kaivicks needs to last out this stage as best as he can. Takes a nasty shroud from Kurumx, who's front rowed all of his champions in order to get this nice edge 3 value, trying to get backline access. But this stage is kind of in the comfort zone. This is almost exactly what Kaivicks wants. The gold gem activates, and everything is clumped up perfectly for the Deja Wind Blast. Able to work now onto the Volibear. And if he's just able to wipe it out, Kurumx has nothing else left. But here comes the Volibear charging the back line. Jace survives just long enough. And Jace is a carry, but sometimes he tanks long enough to outlast a bunch of the DPS coming its way.
Kaivicks gets a reprieve there going up against Kurumx, who's getting ready to transition his whole board at level 8. It looks like he wants to play the Seraphine Graves comp, but he's going to go to level 8 instead of staying at level 7. We're re-rolling. He gets offered a duplicator as well as a rod and a cloak. He's thinking about it. I think this is a pass. If you're Kurumx, you really need to play for top 2 from this position, which is not normally his comfort zone. It's not how he likes to play TFT, but given the tournament dynamics, it really is a first or 8 situation. 3 Thieves Gloves for a composition where everybody's going to be doing work.
Is that another Prismatic level, power level Chaos Dragon? I've never seen one, as he's able to get 3 Thieves Gloves and basically itemize the rest of his composition. In fact, right now, didn't even have the slots available, so he has to do some accounting here on how he can maximize his spot. And Kurumx needs to come up big here. He only has a pair of Graves, no Graves 2. Can he finally piece it together? He's done such a good job to climb back in AVP standings. Can he make that final leap?
That's the thing. The position really matters here for Kurumx. He has to both play for the second place spot if he can get there above Rain, and he needs to play for highest placement, especially relative to Goobums, so that he can try to hold on to that AVP slot. It is such a wild finish here for Kurumx. He does get the Graves, but he doesn't feel like he can make that transition. He doesn't want to get off of this Volibear 2 onto a Graves 1. He's in a pretty weak board state, it has to be said, but the Knife's Edge 3 is pitching in chip damage from across the team. This Siphon is dashing. It's going to bite, but it does not bite the Seraphine. The Seraphine is still alive, but there's just too much threat on Prestiven's side for the current state of Kurumx's board. Kurum's going to take a loss here. Meanwhile, we see Satch in the lower right-hand corner. He did get to level 9 with that late-game specialist. He's transitioned. He's got an Aurelion Soul too. What is his front line? Is there a world in which Satch goes from all the way at the bottom to all the way at the top and plays spoiler in this game?
Soju just lost 22 HP from that loss. He was at 92. He's down to 70. This is exactly what people fear the most, and that is what makes Cursed Crown, in my opinion, one of the highest skill cap prismatic offerings that you can manage, because you can't make any mistakes, and even if you play everything perfectly, sometimes you just lose. That is TFT. That is not weakness. So we have to see whether or not Soju can do it. Deja 2 on top. Meanwhile, for Rainplosion, who's trying to play for that second place and also potentially win this tournament, is now down to what could be her last life, going up against Kurumx, who does not have that Graves, still carrying a Kai'Sa 2. Maybe that big gem can come up big, but Ezreal's trying to wail away and rack up those mystic shots, trying to work onto the Daisy and get all the way to the back line. Kurumx does not have enough DPS to even crack through this Zac 3, and I think that Rainplosion can finally make her way back and keep her chances alive to win this tournament. Satch eliminated in 7th. We have one contender out of the throne, and Rain's going to keep her tournament aspirations alive.
She keeps her tournament aspirations alive, and we are only one elimination away from being able to crown Kaivicks the winner, because there's a 5-point delta between Kaivicks and Rainplosion going into this game. If Kaivicks gets into the 5th place spot, he is guaranteed to win this tournament because of his 3 first place today. So that's a storyline we have to keep our eye on. We see Kurumx hits a Graves 2, basically no gold. How does he always pull the rabbit out of his hat? Kaivicks with another Aurelion Soul, or I think it's the first Aurelion Soul 2, actually. Now that Satch put him back in the pool, Kaivicks is playing for first place. We have Soju getting another win at 7 HP, but he was low on gold on level 8. I talked about the 6 dragon win condition. I worry if he's not able to get to level 9 to get 6 dragons online, is he going to be able to build a board strong enough to ultimately hold on this lobby, especially when you look at the incredible power level on Kaivicks' board right now.
This is the final boss for the Ezreal board. You have a hard time beating these AP dragon boards because Ezreal has so much to clean up, but we're working up to the front line. Jason's not going to hold for much longer. Jason's down. Aurelion Soul's Black Hole is not targeting Ezreal whatsoever. Ezreal's ramping up. Also has the Bloodthirster help keep it alive and sustain. The Ascendant Black Hole takes out 80, 90%, but Ezreal's healing back up as fast as he can. But here comes the 3rd Black Hole, which should be good enough, and Rainplosion eliminated at the hands of her arch nemesis. Kaivicks seals the deal. That should do it for the North American Regional Champion.
Kaivicks is your North American Regional Champion. He rated himself 24th out of 24 coming into this event. No confidence in himself, and he puts on a clinic from start to finish. He was the best player. He will blow the field out in points. He will have by far the average placement, and we will see him at the World Championship.
And what a contrast to Kurumx dipping out in 5th place. An unceremonious exit for a former champion, but a hell of a fight that he put up. Team Liquid Kurumx will be back as Goobums has now outplaced them by 1, but is playing with extra credit as he is streaking. Soju now down to just 48s. And keep in mind, Prestiven is still on the run. We have 3 runners trying to buy that last ticket to join Kaivicks for the World Championship.
It's such a close finish here at the end. Kaivicks with this incredibly strong board going up against Prestivant, who is on a win streak right now. Soju, meanwhile, on the bottom part of our screen, took another loss in his last fight, down to 48 HP, so things are getting very scary for Soju going up against Goobums, who is also on a winning streak. If Soju takes another loss here, I think it means he's lost to everyone left in the lobby, and I really worry about his board state, but he does take a win. It looks like a decisive win in that fight against Goobums, so Goobums' streak is snapped. Meanwhile, this Siphon on our main screen is just not going to be good enough. Prestivant, a strong board, but he's down a Prismatic against another board that's down as Prismatic, but I see your Soifin board, I see your 4-cost dragons, and I raise you and play around the legendary dragons instead.
Oh, Soju finds a Bard. Can he find a way to squeeze it in? That's such an impactful unit given. Maybe you drop the Pantheon, the 4 Whispers might not be that important right now. Yes, you want to stack all that stats. Can we find a way to tech it in? But at the same time, he's holding a Pantheon pair. It's also kind of crucial to his fundamental strategy here. Soju switches over to the left side. He splits it. Is that enough to what he wants? Is he dodging a Shroud? He's going to be trying the same side as Aurelion Sol. It's a question of whether or not he can get past this Itis, or will anything get in the way? Can Soju outlive it? Here comes the
Siphon!
first black hole. Siphon charges. Big damage, but the heal from the Gunblade, the follow-up from the Wind Blast from Deja. Soju needs to win this fight to increase his chance for the World Championship. And doesn't look like this black hole's gonna get it done, as we do have yet another big rampage, but it charges away, and I think Soju is out of damage. What will be his health total after this fight? Goes down to just 16 and one last chance to fight for that World Championship spot.
God, one last chance to fight for that spot. Kurumx goes out right before him, so we know Soju is going to have more points than Kurumx. He started this game 2 points behind Rainplosion and 1 point ahead of Prestivant. So right now, if he goes out, he's tied with Rainplosion, but he's going to lose the tiebreak because he doesn't have enough first places. He also has to worry about his buddy Prestivant. Soju needs to find his way into the top 3 somehow, some way. If he can get ahead of P-God, that would potentially punch his ticket into Worlds.
We haven't even talked about Goobums yet. He has 4 Graves, he has 70 gold. Does he roll it for Graves 3 with a duplicator on his bench? Does he go to 9 and try to play for a higher theoretical cap? For the Aurelion Sol, which shows up in his shop, he skips it. He's going for broke. He's gonna roll it down and see what he can hit here. Can he find the Graves 3? He has the duplicator, just needs to find 3 more, 4 more.
A Zyra 2. Better than nothing. He's going for Seraphine as well. He still has that duplicator. Goobums on 44 HP, so he does not have to all in here. He's going to take a beat. He's going to position for this fight. We know he's going against Kaivicks. It's hard for me to envision this board beating Kaivicks' board. There's just so much raw power with the Jace and the Itis. No access to this Aurelion Sol in the backline for Goobums. We're actually going to go over and watch the 2 boys playing each other for what might well be a world spot. Soju versus Prestivant.
Prestivant just has so much less units, but he's trying to get quality over quantity, and it looks like the Soy is going to stay alive for Soju to knock it up, and Soju deals big critical damage, but Prestivant's not out just yet. Kaivicks gets the win over Goobums, and we're heating up as we get closer and closer to finding out who will be the first person to tag out in 4th place, and I can't help but feel that Prestivant is just a little bit outmatched. I think the other 3 boards are just a little bit too far ahead.
This is the case, but because Soju has the Cursed Crown, if they both lose this fight, it's really hard for me to envision Soju maintaining a higher placement in this game than Prestivant. It's all going to come down to this. We see Goobums rolling. There's another Graves 2. Goobums is Soju's matchup. Soju just needs to pray Goobums does not get to Graves 3 before this. We see the Seraphine 3, I think, coming out for Goobums in this game. It is Seraphine 3 against Soju's board for his tournament life, for his World Championship chances.
The Zephyr onto the Shyvana, not able to get the Dragon Sent early. We do have Yasuo kind of diving in. Shioyu's going to go down pretty quickly. Seraphine 3 able to drain it down. The Dragon Sense stalls, but I just don't think there's enough to get there. Soju's going to take big damage if all these units survive. Soju, no! 4th place guarantee, -20. He put it all on the line. Prestivant, even if he goes down here, he does not. Gets a win over Kaivicks. Hold the phone. Can Lil Bro actually avenge big bro here. And can Prestivan do the unthinkable and claim a world spot before Soju, who brought him the teamfight tactics?
God, this is so close. Prestivan, I think, needs to get into second place right now. He is 3 points ahead of Rainplosion in this game, but 3 points behind her in the overall standings. Rainplosion would win the tiebreaker against Prestivan because she has many more first places than he does today. So Prestivan needs to find a way somehow to defeat this Seraphine 3 if he wants to keep his world chances alive.
Oh, Zephyr, what's it going to hit? Targets the Siphon, an excellent snipe from Goobums. That is one of the scariest units to fight because the TG is on the GOU. TG is not going to be very good here as it goes down. Graves ends up getting knocked up, but he's focusing the Siphon. Siphon doesn't have any aggro drop, and if that's the case, all of his damage sources will be gone outside of the Jace, and Goobums is coming for that average placement. Prestivan is eliminating third, tying him with Soju.
We have our final 2. Goobums trying to take care of business right now, getting the highest average placement he possibly can to theoretically get in the World Championship via that. We need to see how the tiebreakers shake out because right now I believe we have a 3-way tie between Prestivan, Rainplosion, and Soju for the final spot, and I don't want to call the tiebreakers off the top of my head. I thought it was first places, but I'm getting word that it might not be. So we're going to have to wait and see how it comes out in the end. I believe all 3 players are tied. We don't know our final world spot. All Goobums can do is control what's in front of him. He has to try to win this game, get the highest average placement he can, and maybe, just maybe, he finds himself in a guaranteed world's position as a result.
What's the bullet of choice? Do we Zephyr the front line? Do we try to go for the Aurelion Soul? How do we position this Banshee from the Thief's Gloves onto this Pantheon? Do we move Seraphine up? So many things calculating through Goobums' mind as he needs to come up big. He has so much unleft finished business from the World Championship. He hits the Zephyr on the Aurelion Soul. Let's see if the rest of the team can clean up before Aesol lands and starts ascending in the black hole. Seraphine and Graves working on. The black hole only targets 1 or 2 units. Graves is moving slowly but surely, but the big Temper Fate locks down a bunch of units in the center. Graves making his way to the top left center, trying to find ways. Jace finally falls, and this black hole is too late. Goobums has done it in his time of need. Goobums from Canada comes up huge in day 3 of the North American Regional Finals.
He has an absolutely disastrous day from start to almost finish with his back up against the wall, knowing he needs to get that AVP placement in order to have a chance at a world championship this set. He pulls out the first place when he needs it. What a comeback game from Goobums, but will it be enough?
We set it up at the start. He needs first place to have a shot. And he says, never say it's over while I'm breathing. He is still here. He is still here to play. And he still has a chance to make it in Worlds on that AVP if Rain has done enough to make it to that second place.
And we've seen a lot of people from that position falter a lot, not just because of nerves and all these other tournament things, but even the build itself. Goobums navigated perfectly. A lot of people on paper would pick Kaivicks' board to win. I mean, hell, Kaivicks probably thought he was favored in that matchup. But Goobums identifies the weak point, utilizing things like Zephyr and positioning, and more importantly, timing his economy of when he got to get that power spike. This was the Goobums that was missing games 1 to 5. Where were you, man?
You gotta take a second to breathe. This is a big moment. This was a ton, and all we can do is wait for those lobby scores. And I just got word they're here. Let us know what we got.
Soju!
No way!
There's no way! Cloud9 K3 Soju, welcome to the World Championship!
Are you kidding me?
I honestly can't believe it. And I bet you somewhere out there on some level, neither can he. For the real face of English-speaking teamfight tactics, always, everyone, all of his peers knew that he was one of the greats, right? He just never really put the work in to show up for tournaments outside of regionals. This time he does. He shows up. He plays consistent teamfight tactics from start to finish. People thought we were memeing when we predicted him as one of the tournament favorites, but he actually one time really was in peak form. Don't talk if you don't know.
I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. And Bryce, at the start of the day, what did you tell us?
I believe I predicted that Cloud9's K3 Soju would make the World Championship of set 7.5 of Teamfight Tactics. How'd that go?
Went pretty well. It went pretty well, Bryce. It was a pretty bold but good prediction, and it happened. We have Soju going to the World Championship. I can't believe it. It is so exciting to have that moment, for him to have that moment. the face of North American Teamfight Tactics.
And I'm so excited, not just for where he's at right now, but where he is going to be. Because if you think this is Soju's final form, you actually haven't seen it yet. It's his first World Championship. The level of preparation he is going to be able to do between now and when he actually competes at Worlds. He actually finishes second place in this tournament with not the best meta read, right? I think that Kaivicks and Rainplosion had significant edges knowledge-wise going into this tournament, but that gap can absolutely be closed by the time we get there. From a raw skill perspective, Soju can hang with the world's best. Do not be surprised to see your influencer competing for real at the World Championship.
The entirety of North America will be rooting for him, but let's take a look at who else is joining him at Worlds and who's headed to the LCQ. Kaivicks, Soju, Rainplosion, AMD headed to the World Championship for North America. Prestivan and Kurumx going to be trying to grab additional spots.
Wow. Prestivan and Kurumx still alive in this tournament. They've played really consistently throughout the weekend. Both of them will have a great shot heading in. It's going to be a stacked LCQ for sure, but they both will be very competitive in that event. We wind up saying goodbye to Satch, who had a great run in this tournament, and Goobums, who quite frankly played phenomenal TFT, definitely one of the best 3 players in the field on days 1 and 2. Not sure exactly what happened for him today. He really struggled, but it was so impressive the way he battled back in that final game, giving himself a chance. He's one of North America's best, and he will be back for set 8.
Little bro will have a chance to try and join big bro on the big stage. Still, it is amazing to have that. Quickly, I want to shout out our partners at Ball Street for helping us bring these big moments through. Make sure to check them out on the app or on the web at fantasytft.com. They've been with us for so long. They're going to keep supporting us further and further on. Excited to have them with us. But at this point, we're just waiting for an interview to see who we get. I don't have word on who it's going to be yet, but we are going to go there. It's Kaivicks, our winner on the day. We get to talk to him once again. Kaivicks, come on in. Let's talk about your victory. You are headed to Worlds. You have won the North American Regional Final. What are the emotions immediately coming through your head, Kaivicks?
I'm really happy about it. I've been trying to get to Worlds since I started competing in Set 4. So it's actually nice that, at least on the third try, I get to do well on regionals.
Kaivicks, you came in rating yourself as the 24th best player in this field out of 24 players. Do you still think that's true?
No, I might be a little better than I thought. There's, I thought my meta read was completely off because I was playing a bunch of like reroll comps in the in-houses, and I kept getting stomped by Guardians. But it turns out no one was actually playing Guardians in the tournament except for me. I could just force it every game, just fast 9.
If you can't beat them, join them.
What was the moment when you realized that this was actually happening? I think, you know, what was the point throughout the weekend when you said, hey, look, I'm actually not just kind of high rolling, I'm actually doing really well. I'm actually going to the World Championship. And what were you feeling during that moment?
No, I felt like it really clicked for me under Game 5 when I was like 15 HP and I just hit Asol 2 and Idis 2 on level 8 and then just won the game out of probably the most egregious high roll I've seen over this tournament.
Well, Kaivicks, you're going to the World Championship, but you're also going with your friend and practice partner, AMD. What does it mean to you two to be able to do this together?
Huh? No, it's definitely really cool that we both get to make it. To be honest, I'd be a little upset if he made it there before I did, but luckily we both made it on the same time. I think after last regionals, I actually predicted me, AMD, Soju, and Ramblin to make it to Worlds. Oh, wow. So I got most of them right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's in the writing somewhere.
But yeah, please put that writing on Twitter, and then also probably buying a lottery ticket isn't a bad idea at this point, because that is some really impressive predicting, and this is coming from someone who spends an inordinate amount of time trying to figure out the predictions heading into these events. Kaivicks, we talked a lot about the different groups, right? And we highlighted 3 core groups going in. We talked about the boys in Milk and Prestivan and Soju. We talked about the study group in Asa, Goobums, Ramblin, and Sox. We talked about some of the competitive TFT folks, Dace, Clear, Satch, right, doing very well. We didn't talk a lot about you and Amdy. Can you speak a little bit about how you prepare together, what your process is like going into big tournaments like this?
Honestly, we just duo queue together. We don't do like too much in-depth prep. I'll like spectate them sometimes, but I think like the most prep that we did is just me like getting tilted out of my mind, losing every single game in in-houses last week.
It's good prep.
Not much going on there.
It's good prep. Who else? Let's talk a little bit about the other players here. What are your thoughts on Rain also qualifying and battling side by side all weekend with you?
Rainplosion doing well is, I don't think that's much of a surprise. I'm pretty sure she's super, super good at the game. No, I know she's always looking out for the good stuff because she was the only person to actually message me about how to play Quindra in set 5. I think most people just assumed I was trolling, but you know, someone actually understood my vision.
That's right. The Church of Kaivicks.
The Church of Kaivicks. And this is, we haven't talked about your origin story actually, right? I think of you as one of the OG D-Gen players in a you know, world of everybody kind of playing around the core strategies. You have always beat it, you know, kind of danced to your own drum, if you will, and played a lot of off-meta stuff. This time you didn't really play a lot of reroll, and from talking before, it sounded like that was something you thought you were going to do. At what point did you say, hey, if I just play this thing straight up, I win this tournament for sure? When did you kind of take a hard right turn on your strategy?
Yeah, I was actually testing out a good amount of reroll in the in-houses. I'm pretty sure the Guardian comp was actually the reason why I stopped playing it, because that it caps out so hard, and then like rerolling requires a lot of, I don't know, it requires a lot of like stabilizing that you can't really get if people actually end up playing this into lobbies. Like, I could have done it. It'd probably be more fun for me, but I'd probably get take one.
Hey, winning is more fun than losing.
24 out of 24.
All right, Kaivicks, sights set on Worlds, though. Going into the World Championship, how do you feel about your form? How do you feel about your prep? Are you thinking that you're going to have a good chance of becoming a World Champion?
I think so. I actually had a vacation planned around that week, so I might be playing in a hotel. So my stream might somehow get even worse than before. But hopefully that doesn't affect my gameplay too much.
It's not possible, man. You just won $8,000 and you're going to be guaranteed some more money. At least get a laptop that can stream in normal 16:9 resolution. Please. Please. Or not. It's your choice. It's your money.
That's true.
That's not even a question.
It wasn't a question.
It was a formal complaint.
Yeah, it's begging for those of us that have to go and VOD review you, please.
I, for one, love the whitest stream on Twitch. It is perfect. Anyways, Kaivicks, I want to give you the floor for any shout-outs that you have before we send you away, because, of course, congratulations on winning. We want to get you a chance to shout out whoever you want.
Yeah, just the same shout-outs as on day one. Shoutouts to you all for holding this event. The production value was super good. I really liked all the skits and stuff. Shoutouts to Andy and all the friends that I ended up playing with, and everyone that helped me prep.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Kaivicks. Congratulations on winning the North American Regional Finals, and congratulations on earning a spot at the World Championship. Best of luck. We're all supporting you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. It's always fun to talk to Kaivicks. It really is.
He's
an enjoyable character.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Kaivicks is such an interesting story. He's, I think, the only player remaining who is a mystery in terms of face. We don't even know what he looks like.
That's true.
We don't even know if Kaivicks actually exists. It actually could be a syndicate of high-level TFT reroll players and then just hand it off to their best Fast 9 Guardians players.
I think he's like 25 Clockwork Owls in a trench coat.
I'm actually Kaivicks. This is the part where I reveal that I've been competing in regions the whole time.
This is the reveal.
You are Kaiser Soze. I see.
I see. Well, we have another potential reveal here, actually. I know that both Bryce and Frodan have been working on something very special, so we should all take a look at what it is.
I don't want to be in his position.
TFT Summit? Are you kidding me?
Finally happening. We can finally talk about it. Oh my gosh. It's been a year in the making, believe it or not. This started in January of this year. And TFT is finally having another LAN in North America.
A LAN TFT Summit?
Can you
How did this
dig
come
it?
together? How did this come together?
TFT on LAN, what a time to be alive. This actually, the origin story of this is literally my couch. Dan and I just sitting together, and Dan is always kind of theory crafting about the future of TFT, and he actually had a New Year's resolution to find a way to make a LAN happen this year, and you squeaked it in under the radar. Typical Dan procrastinating on his resolutions.
I'm inspired by
right?
Soju. I want everything to be crammed in the last second.
I respect that so much. But yeah, he had this theory of a casual competitive event, and the inspiration was a summit. For those who've never seen a summit, Beyond the Summit has done events like this in many other games, including Super Smash Bros., Dota, CSGO, and more. It is the perfect opportunity to all come together and really have a community-building event around the launch of Set 8. I am so excited that it is happening.
It's going to be a lot of trash talk. It's not a professional tournament whatsoever. I think Mortdog will stop by as well. Yep. Can you imagine the first time the couch, me, you, Mortdog, K3 Soju, newly crowned world champion finalist, and Delicious Milk GG. Jeffrey Pan, can you imagine the couch of 5 commentators? The madness that will ensue. TFT might never be the same. This actually, we might just have to shut TFT down after.
Hashtag works.
Well, how did you guys end up deciding the players that were going to be there?
You know, a huge part of it was trying to make sure we had representation throughout the community. We wanted some of the biggest influencers on Twitch to come together and be part of the event. And we also wanted to make sure that the different cross-sections of competitive TFT were represented. So we tried to pull different folks from different kind of areas, different friend groups, etc., so that there was a little bit of everything involved in the event. You would always have someone to root for. And we're not done with our list either. Stay tuned for more information tomorrow, because we have invited 20 players, but there will be 24 players by the time we are all said and done. You're going to have the opportunity to come forward as pairs to nominate yourselves. We're going to sort through those over the course of the next week, and there'll be a voting process to pick not 1 but 2 more pairs to ultimately compete in this event.
So for people watching right now, if you want to apply as a pair, you can. Although I believe we're making sure that not everyone, because if we get thousands of applicants, it can be really difficult to sort through.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a skill threshold. There's going to be a notoriety threshold, right? A bunch of this is about bringing visibility to the launch of Set 8, so that's definitely going to be a component. But if you're a kind of challenger level player, maybe a Grandmasters level player,
Showtime, please. I'm stopping you right here. Showtime. Listen to me. No.
Yeah, Set 9 Showtime. Win Worlds first, then come back, right? But for now, we're going to have an opportunity to grab a couple of other pairs in addition to the folks that you saw announced in that video. Actually, Dan and I are going to be competing as one of the pairs as well.
We're going to crush, though.
Taking home the title. These guys are too free.
See how they prep for this tournament?
Yeah, seriously. This was embarrassing.
All right, well, I guess Cass is coming for Challenger Set 8 so that I can go to the Set 8 Summit. I think that's what we're looking at.
Good luck.
Khroen and I are coming for y'all at the next one, but, you know, this one, I don't know if we'll make it in time. But with that, I mean, this has been the regional finals. This has been an amazing tournament. And I want to get some final thoughts from you two before we close out for the weekend, because it has been an exceptional weekend of games.
It has been an exceptional weekend of games. There's really very different stories for the 3 players that are qualifying. For Kaivicks, everyone underestimated him, including himself, and he popped off from start to finish. An outstanding meta read and played around that Guardian tree super well. For Rainplosion, she has been consistent throughout the set, underestimated throughout the set, even through this tournament, even as she was popping off on days 1 and 2. So happy for her to be making it and continuing her dominant run in Set 7. And then for Soju, I can't believe we are actually here talking about Soju playing in a world championship, but he really deserved it. He worked super hard in the lead up to this event. He studied really hard within his group, but also tried to go to do work on other regions as well. And like I said earlier, we are not at final form Soju. I can't wait to see what level he gets to for that world championship.
Yeah, Bryce covered most of it. This is the most fun I've ever had casting TFT, and I think a lot of the storylines really weave together. And I apologize for not being able to commentate a little bit post game because it was a little bit emotional moment for me. I didn't want to make it about myself, but it's such a special moment that Soju qualified. Just peeling back the curtain a little bit. Absolutely no one knows how much pressure this guy's under constantly, and people want so much from him. They want him to compete, they want him to entertain, they want him to stream, they want him to build his own competitive series, they want him to represent the game. And this World's Championship qualifier, he didn't have to play for it. He doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. He's hit rank 1 every set. He's performed so consistently across tournaments, and yet people love to just make fun of him. And it's part of the ego, it's part of the arrogance. He invites it upon himself from time to time, and that's why we love him. But he didn't have to prove this to anybody except for himself. That's special, man. We just witnessed something really special in TFT, and it gets to me, man. It's a little bit emotional. I don't want to make it too much again about my tears and whatnot, but goddamn, Michael. Hell yeah.
Congratulations, Soju. A truly special moment for us all on the TFT desk here. Truly special moment for everyone in the North American scene as we get to send Soju, Rainplosion, Kaivicks to join AMD on the world stage. It has been an amazing weekend so far, and I can't wait for more. But that's it for me, Bryce, Frodan, Khroen, Admirable, and the rest of the amazing production staff that has made this so easy on us throughout the entire weekend. Thank you all at home so much for watching, and we'll see you at the Western LCQ.